a part of ongoing security assessment and strategic repositioning in Ekpoma, has approved the posting of CSP Tumenfe Wambueze to assume office as the new DPO and order the reorganization of the Ekpoma division with immediate effect. The new DPO, upon assumption of office, immediately swung into action following a report of a suspected kidnapping along Old INEC Road, Ekpoma, and deployed operational resources to track the caller. Technical intelligence and field investigations led to the arrest of the suspect, one 18-year-old Obehi Odini, for staging her own kidnapping and demanding a ransom of 10 million naira. She has confessed to the crime, admitting that the incident was deliberately fabricated to extort money. In a related operation in Obiaja, the command recorded another major operational success in collaboration with the Nigerian military and the Edo State Security Corps, where a concealed forest enclave identified by the drone squadron through intelligence generated from air surveillance as a suspected kidnapping base was stormed. This resulted in the arrest of 11 male suspects believed to be members of an organized kidnapping syndicate. Exhibits recovered included 24 den guns, 17 cutlasses, 3 battle axes, gunpowder, torchlights, mobile phones, solar panels, assorted claims, 1 day-long motorcycle, and 209,700 naira, among other exhibits. The Commissioner of Police strongly warns members of the public against engaging in false kidnapping reports and other deceptive acts, pointing out that such actions undermine public confidence. Hence, anyone caught will be prosecuted accordingly. And moving on now, a group under the aegis of concerned citizens on Tuesday engaged in a solidarity rally in Ekpoma, the administrative headquarters of Eastern West Local Government Area, Edo State, to dump up support for the state governor, Senator Mother Okpebolo, to enthrone good governance, peace and security despite distractions by disgruntled elements. The report by Francisca Genegbale is presented by Williams Yama. And moving on now, a Benin City resident, Chief Matthew Erunse, has been left devastated after his house and properties worth millions at I-Muamosa Street off Ego Secondary School were allegedly burnt by an angry mob over what he described as a case of mistaken identity. Chief Matthew alleged that he was falsely identified as the father of a suspect known as Venture, who is accused of killing one Oliver. The victim and members of his family were at the corporate head office of ITV and Radio Airport Road, Benin City, to call for urgent intervention of the Edo State government and security agencies. Crime correspondent Jula Deojo, who visited the scene, reports.
According to the distraught victim, Chief Matthew Erunse, who is also the Ojuanwere of I-Muamosa, the incident followed allegations that a man known as Venture had killed one Oliver on Saturday, 10th January. He explained that when the deceased family allegedly went in search of the suspect and could not locate him, someone reportedly pointed them to his house, identifying him as the father of the suspect. The man, however, insists he has no relationship with the suspect, stating that he neither knows him nor share any direct family ties. He further alleged that in the process of the arson attack by the deceased's family, cash amounting to 9.8 million naira alongside other valuable goods for sale were destroyed in the inferno.
The boy, when they say he go keep Percy for another road, not be my house day. They know the house when the boy day. They know person when the war follow. They come burn my house. They say na my in-law relations. They just burn out everything. No pin come out for that house. All my documents, all my daughter property, all put for there.
Chief Matthew, who revealed the matter has been reported to the Ogida police station, appealed to the Edo State government, the Nigerian police, to investigate the incident and bring the perpetrators to justice.
beg everybody, beg government. Because this my age, I know fit build house now. Not be me born when they go burn my house. So they say na the family of the disease. Now he come burn my house. So
not be me born now they come burn my husband house. The cloth when I tie so now I only one I get.
Help my sister. They don't have anything again. They just burn their hearts to ashes. The boy now is far from relation.
Reacting to the development, the Edo State Police Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ikoidem, said the command is aware of the incident and investigations are ongoing. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Away from that, now a 22-year-old man identified as Destiny Aigbe, who sustained injuries in a road accident, has alleged that he was abandoned by the Edo State Specialist Hospital following claims by the hospital that his treatment has been completed. Destiny, who currently sleeps and feeds by a fence on James Watt Junction along Mission Road, Benin City, says he has no means of support or access to further medical care. Jolade Ojo again reports.
Destiny Aigbe, who said he was a former commercial bus driver, revealed he was involved in a car accident about 3 weeks ago and was rushed to the Edo State Specialist Hospital for medical attention. He alleged that he was brought out of the facility and dropped by a fence on James Watt Junction along Mission Road on Sunday, insisting that he had completed his treatment. Destiny, who claims to be suffering from rib and bone fractures, appealed for public assistance, saying that he has no family support.
I be driver for Sababa Road, bus driver. This one make 3 weeks. Say I get accident. It affect my lungs here. I don't feel the worker. My family they not there, and I let my sister. They say the body not that strong like that. I not get where to sleep. I not get where to stay. Those specialists go drop me, say nobody carry me, nobody go care for me, and they go drop me. I beg wanna carry me go where cold outside. I beg.
Reacting to Destiny's claims, an official of the Edo State Specialist Hospital, who spoke on the ground of anonymity, described the matter as a sensitive one, pointing out that it is a police-related case. The hospital management explained that Destiny was initially brought to the facility by the police in September last year following the accident and received medical care with treatment cost running into over 1 million naira. They said that Destiny was properly treated and discharged from the hospital, urging members of the public to disregard allegations of abandonment. Efforts to reach the Edo State Police Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ikoidem, for comments on the matter were unsuccessful as she was said to be away on official engagement. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Moving on now, the Edo State Police Command has declared one Osawa Ruben Bolaji missing. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Edo State Police Command, ASP Eno Ikoidem, the man Osawa Ruben Bolaji of Pochi Road, Okumu Community, Benin City, left home on the 1st of January 2026 to an unknown destination. All efforts made to trace him proved abortive. The statement adds that Osawa Ruben Bolaji is 46-year-old, a dark in complexion, about 5 feet tall, without tribal marks, speaks Yoruba and English languages fluently. The statement adds that anyone with useful information about the whereabouts of Osawa Ruben Bolaji should kindly contact the nearest police station. A farmers group under the aegis of the United Farmers Association of Kadago has appealed to the government at all levels to assist the group in returning its displaced members from Nasarawa State who are scattered across internally displaced persons camps in Benue State. This followed the mass exodus of farmers from communities around the southern senatorial district of Nasarawa State as a result of the June 13, 2025 Yewata attack, which led to the loss of many lives in the Benue community. The nearness of Yewata community in the Goma local government area of Benue State and Kadago community under the Kana local government area of Nasarawa State necessitated the farmers, especially of Chief Tribe, to flee the area for safety, as both communities share a border in the area. According to the chairman of the United Farmers Association, Kadago, Dennis Denem Gbongbo, after visiting the Lafia Emirate Council with members of the association to seek support for the displaced Nasarawa farmers currently taking refuge in Benue State, A total of 14,718 farmers from the 314 communities from the Southern Senatorial Zone fled Nasarawa State for Benue State, abandoning their ancestral homes, farmlands, and other means of livelihoods for the fear of being killed by the gunmen who launched the attack on their water. Gbongbo explained that most of the IDPs who are currently camping at the international market, Makori, had gone through various challenges in the past 6 months since they were displaced. Hence, the reason why efforts are being made to return them back home. He emphasized that the United Farmers Association, Kadago, which is a community-based association with members across the various rural areas in Nasarawa, Benue, Taraba, and Kogi states, will continue to thrive towards ensuring the welfare and protection of its members. Gbongbo further noted that January 31st, 2026 has been slated by the association in collaboration with the community leaders and security agencies to return the IDPs back to their ancestral homes in Nasarawa State. And still on the news, at 11, the Sokoto State Emergency Management Agency has commenced the disbursement of 150 million naira in cash relief to victims of the 2025 flood disaster across 15 local government areas in the state. The initiative fulfills a pledge by Governor Ahmed Aliyu of Sokoto State to support communities hit by the floods. The exercise, which kicked off on Saturday at the Sokoto South Local Government Secretariat, had in attendance officials of SEMA and the Sokoto South Local Government Area leadership jointly flagging off of the distribution. Sokoto SEMA Special Advisor Honorable Aminu Liman Bodinga was represented by the Executive Secretary Professor Abaka Sambo Junadu, who noted that the intervention was timely and critical at easing the hardships caused by the floods. Professor Junaidu disclosed that each local government area would receive 10 million naira and urged beneficiaries to utilize the funds to rebuild livelihoods and recover from the disaster. Reports have it that the cash disbursement is expected to continue in other affected communities as the government intensifies efforts to cushion the effect of the 2025 floods and restore normalcy across impacted communities. And to some political matters now, where we have the story that the Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has accused the State Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Ghotan, of ordering the illegal detention of his aide, Abiodun Adegoke, and repeatedly denying him a bail over a petition linked to the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate, Bolaji Oyebami. Governor Adeleke has consequently urged the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetukun, to intervene and compel the Osun State Police Command to respect Adegoke's fundamental rights. However, the Osun State Police Command dismissed the allegation. It stated that Adegoke has been granted bail and that investigations into the petition against him have been concluded. In a statement signed by his spokesperson Olawole Rashid and obtained in Osogbo on Monday, Governor Adeleke said Adegoke had been detained for more than 5 days without being charged to court, describing the action as a violation of the Constitution. Adeleke further accused the police command of declining professionalism since Ghotan assumed office, alleging that the prolonged detention of his aide was politically motivated. The governor demanded the immediate and unconditional release of Adegoke and an end to what he described as the harassment of his media aides, noting that another aide, Iyoha Monsuru, had earlier been detained under similar circumstances. Reacting to the allegations, the police public relations officer Abiodun Ojelabi absolved the commissioner of any wrongdoing, saying investigations had been completed and charges will be filed against Adegoke at the Federal High Court in Osogbo. The National Youth Service Corps has declared its readiness to undergo reforms aimed at addressing emerging national challenges and strengthening its contributions to national development. The Director General of the NYSC, Brigadier General Olakunle Rafiu, stated this on Monday as at the opening ceremony of the 2026 NYSC Annual Management Conference in Jos Plateau State. The conference themed NYSC as a catalyst for national development, tackling present challenges and charting sustainable solutions, is expected to foster robust discussions and generate actionable strategies to enhance the scheme's effectiveness nationwide. According to RAFU, the scheme has matured and is positioned in all spheres. And with that story now, we're in the news on Independent Television. Thanking you for watching. My name is Evans Unokoge. Good night and God bless you.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers. is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of An Egbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in An Egbete. In An Egbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. An Egbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Waya bota now. Ogi bota we say do no pe o. De na wa yire. Waya bupo ogbon na imala. Maka bo pon sa lo bo aye dagbe ma ya fe. Ya na mi we onwe ma we supuna 2026. You know na ni wa. Awe gbura 2025. Awe gbura ene. Awe ani hu yo. When my venerunia, Nupovis, Ononawe, eno dena uki yasuki no ede ya sede upo yasupo uzola yasuzola ere ko yarwe dena na nia we na upo ye we na ya mupo no keke na ru awege no gbera na ya dole ne na laayi ma ye ni wa oni ibota ore dena na ibota ekwe ga gboso we we matawa na na ya ka oni oye o khanata we iba ota
eredikete
egedede ana swi balile uga ni gedegbe na ite palo wegena iba na tutaye aebia gayo iba ota oni ma ite ibota na ni wa ya no ogbo egwa we na we na we na mpo na hena ore ba go ten re paso kabari na mo
iwe dodo go be ise lo gbe wa bi na ge kai wa bota wa bi dawo wa be dikete ofo so sago wa ya ro oba atokpe
ise ore ba ten re Victor Ibizugbe
donewu wa donewu somo owa dona gi ko atemi orere kenu mi o mi na do atiye na gbon bi ma kan wa aye wa ga fi were ga ro opona ga fi were la dagbon ma ya oba atokpe
ise me o sa bo se nge no ye o no ri edo ba yo ka ore do ya fe mejo tu wa ya oba atokpe
ise
eni ma gwa kan ni wa o omuhan ore upona yena omuhan bo deni bu ya fe na ya gba ore gbima de afi wori ero no keke na ga upona ma we ko yinu we ikai de ye we ro na aye we no ga aye we nupo ma we ge atuma no guma go sun ogena ore wa ge pastor kabaro na mo
edodo pe wo
obukan
domono wa makaka bo tu wa edodo pe wo ma be pon salo ba ye dagme imaya fe unda noragmo owe iselogbe no pa ne we adobo sikeno ye kino lobi eyi ona riso we da wi selogbe bi nu ne aka we ogbe iseno nu da we yin gigu agbonro o we gu agbonro una dame imana una ri mana bi ma gbe selogbe nu maka bo pon sa bo aye mi nu sa lo ba oni ma ke buwe ona do ri eti ni ma da ya sede na ni ma ya na na goda o na do mi ewe opogbon na la na o sa lo go do akeri eti ni ma ya la o eyin ma je na ma pon mo go do anu we edi ma we pon mo go do ane gbima ma we pon ni te ni pe ave ni ko ma we pon ni mo o sa ba ya we ma se oro mo ge pon mo ge so pa ete apon mo go do awe ara mi fore ni are mi mu oro bi de yiye da dia opono gbera ofomo osene so pa obe eyi marije na obe we eniyan ka ora ki aso eniyan mo na ki aso obe na ya mo egbe ko ye okay na wo mo no re suku ara imiere ogbedare ara miere e class no ga aye ni re amu esufo be ye ke ni mo egbe opono awo egbe so obe ye class obe eye ri ri na ego deni are la mo egbe ko obe seni lagbara nu nda o so eri no na ko we be no ka o na te primary 1 imupare primary 2 obe ege mi na ke re viore no be gbegbe seni lagbara no o ka bo mo egbe do mo nete ti ebe no o gbegbe sika o gbegbe woyo be ni asset ni ya le ogogbon na mie na no lagbara so pa mapo wo do ai ma so yi ogbe amu egbe se de ogogbon na ye wa ri ma fi ude fi agbo ma ye kira ni ama ro ke aye wa ma em de bie but insurance we ga mo egbese oba la to pe
ise we say obiye me wa he no tai ama e de eye ima wa gwa pe du so loka pe de nu poge vai ma ya gwa na wana so pa bi ro ri aye o sa lo bo adole yi ni ma
ise
agwa nehu menu we ya mo egbe enwe no sa lo bo ari enwe enwe ni ka wa ri enwe nu mie no gbera ne ma o ya dolo bona e no sunu dame e mo ame no a e me go ni ma mie no a e me mi no ma so bo no a e me amadolo yese no a e me agun egbina no a me we me gbe a mi no ma keke ni wu e ga ru a do zan no ga ro eni ya fe ai ya ga ewe ge mama no ro e bona e kina do no a wa do ki e de no mi e ki e ke fi bona e ku me no e ke wari na e ke egwe na ke milano nudo de no mi e wo po ite gba e na ya fe a ga ya ru mama o ku na dala ya se gbogbo no ma gwa kaya ni wa o te me ge bizugbe rigun ayo
Hedonebu wa habitota akaka boss aga wa se kepe ti uwe ni wa dan hel ma ha inu kan na no kan pogbon na la na ru da we eri una ga we ebo we egbon wa ro be ri o dibi afi were e to ladian ku gba kere una ga we mi opopa emi na be sunu ye ke opopa kan we ya sunu wo ekeru gunya yunukpo we gwayo ukpo na inyanu we miewo be no we kawese edokin abi ase de ga me wa fi were na ga ro afi were we ga re no kan abi ga miewo hu do ni ugbo gbegbe a ekiwe do a de binu weru bi muna nu wina lu ya ri ba we de agbe tu we ki abore a ugbo re no kan o ku gbode wo bo kan ra tu we ki wa kan pa we rere de nu weru de wu me nu o ka ke na nu fi gweri e nu ga me nu hu da wo wa na me nu ru e me no ta u do ka wo wa na hiu ti e do lo wa eyi o na se ti ga hiu o ma se ti ga hiu yo te kekan gbogbo na we la na ni a ugba mo gbe yo he wa ke ya lupo na tu ke wa we mu dia no we ra he emi e fe nu he ya wo gwe a abi tu kan ti bo ye mi da na mewe e no ro be galadian de ugbo we gbe ayamu ha we yo to ni a zo bu kan afi ono ya nwin na abi wo pa kan ko ya re emi ni ya obun e ki we do a de ye ki owe de no bo ye ki gbava e ki owe de no bo we te do umi ewe e ki gbu asi gba lo ki upo na we afi we ri a abi wo aye we gbe sun e ga we ye re inu ka re we dege ri onu ufi bo be guri e nu we ga ro be ogbe e ba e dele ko iso ire e ga na de na mi ma na e ba na dele ri na de yi na ta nwina ate yo wa amayu aye e okoko ya adu e iku
ya adu e ku wese
oba atokpe
ise anyway wada no ta oten mabuwe de oten pastor eso ro o ka no de ka e mu gbora de kan bible kan yeso la jawo ni ma re gunda e ma so do dan yi ma ga teme so we so pa me e mi no we de e be no wan no salo boya yiyi na gbe la dia ma we ya zere wana
domo ni wa e do no pe o salo boya agbon na ma mi ma e ko to gbaru da ma ko airo awa so pa e ma so ro no wa to ta bi bo kwa hara ya agwalo ni ero akoro na hara emuwe kowe aroi owa ma wa e koko ya du eku o salo baba mi ma na ri newe amako ero we ga o we mu se niye o bo ma na wa ya gbe o segi ne gbe emi ni ma gbo kan de na e afi weri e we wi yo total we nuwe ogbo wa ya ise we o ga o e kenu na de so bo mu salo bo anu ga ide eken we na de we total wa paro nu so ba mari e ko na ya o yi o na ya he we emi ni una ima we se nu do de ni la o ze mana ma mu so e na so ro ne do ne de total do de mu dia o ba we bi gba ori eke di ege we emi na ni e una ze ne ri ma ya tabare bizugbe we mana ze dia mu dia nu o yi onu de mu dia wa nyu nyi me egbenu ka nyi ukpono gbera e uje be uye egbe sun e medical test e won we e me soro iye we gbe yulu le we e vekrikri bu de me da o gba kia e me so ke wa sun le ipe de va bu be mi ukpo na that on the second ipe de va ede okawo ara wa we yupo ara ri ba e ekini bu ma kie so je be kie o edo okawo ni igbade baba so so ne wa iwe weza za be ni gbo we yupo unda igbo age we pe do kawo ni opa me ugboge baba ya seki yo so ne ai be to tada we gbe mama we bia we nupo du we do bo be mie nu we mama we upo na ya ka so e igo na ni mie na no denya ego ni ka ya do ki gemi ya deba emi ka hie where's those over here ebreadi nokpo ebreadi no pa wa hie so me en we do mie mo po ikegba e ko we me ka mo we no hie mineral na te anyo no fure bai no be de bread ne nokpo o be ya gwale ki no na be de o be o ga ma ne ko ri re ba be ko e no tota o yo o e wi ni emi e no gbera ni ya wa ya swe ki anyo no be de bread ba o no fure no be de ba no yari o de mama no we me oni o me ni magwa kana nu da le bi no we be ka ta wo pagaro ta mi we usesele ke gberi gaaje awa go ndo sa obodo oba be da yi ko bo kin se le o usena venya useni venya ni o pa ni ya bori o ba no ha o ma seti ya sa emi ame we mi amudu ni na ti apatesi ne ko da so to ogbe yewu ne emani ya mo mi go boy na ibo ha de ko we ne maguwa obuwa ero derogo wa ja seti ya go na emi va no we bi ya gmo ma do vio ni ya do gaye igo ni na wa me a wo ne na so ye ya so ni na we ye ga ke na na bo o he o se ke no he ni na we ge ni je we na we walking e va na do me ga mo igo ke wu ya renia ya bu ya ge ye ti ni ya do vio me ba ni na e Jonathan be e jombu ya do gayi go ni ya ye e dagbe ya gayi go ni ona we ni me wu na yi me go ona wo ma we ya me bo wa o we me no pa so pizza go do fi gbo pa keka ko de ka ko wa ko de ye me ona wo wa ma en we we na ne we ya gwa le izagodo oga we kuro kine gbo e ya ga le ru we ma atu opa ni nu we me ni ya ye abo ga ni o ga tu e o ga ri fone do ka mi e ona gele we we ri o fi gbona gbera gbona we ya khiyo ya asusa emi no mari e mo bo ga wu e o sa ba fi agbe do emi we lapo gbona u me ma pa de ko enu awunu ya pa bu sere usena obama ya gu segi ne gbe obama be ya ra gboma yu sere oba atope
ise anyway obama ya gu segi ne gbe so bo na gu sesi ma so bo na gu sesu wa uso mo no usigo no no ri akin na tuto sanu dazi enika emi no ibe mane do ya fe no salobo apase yo no nere ibe ma ya se gbe otona mu mami mi mai ya se hotel gelegele ase amanya enia ma hon ya we awa mi mai ma wa viubo ma wa hunwa otona salobo ya yi ma ke pori ade ke go giso ade ma evidence eni ye ma na mi mai bo otondo ma na mi mai na ite data ere mara we mi us ma na mi mai wo ki edo no pe wo ma go egbe ma kan owu egbe o ga la we gogo ire na mi mai bi yo we upona mo na ni wa ne do wa ni we kon ne do wa ni bi wi da yin gbere wa gi ma tota na ka bo gba ko towo ekeno te ma la e ni boya mama na te map oro de ara do fie wo lo kekena abre ge na fie wo le de court magiri ma ri court uso ni ma ho ne no ti ma we gbe e ni ki na mu me mai eri ono ni wa ze we no ta ba imunosa e wi akin go ko ni na no do du e ki ofigbon no do ado ado ku po ma jeri aye ro nuwe e ki nu wa do wa do e ina ka inu kan e ki ofigbon nu wa do e ki bari e ki moto e ki no ri akin na ke na we ya jo bona ke ki ivie ni gbe ni vie runa e we do a do ma de fi ozo ma la de fi ave tuto salobo ayo awe gbewe mama erere we igba you know say o mana seti asane emo nu bio yo webe wo so mana mi go ya mo mi go ya ha etemina we temi itewe gba o ma ti we mi go no ave ya ha temi no pa olowo udo uro ani wo ke dege ni afia ya ze so pa ori enwe salobo ari no wa we ro ubi ere o we ro enina o mai oro ikpolo akpolo no gima o eya ruwe ni wa egbe emita ma wona na we upono gbera na ni maye na na no gbera na da mo he na èmi no ye no lowo no hin ara me no lowo ni ge gbe sunu de mi o do ko isipo na be ni mi ani aya fo so abon ge mi ani fo egbe we o me kina ma o da mi na o me kina dolomo yi o te bizugbe
upogbon na mu he be no ke na ya yin be na ya be lo magun kan na o be are be no wan o pe ana no wa me ogomade anobun ona mo egbe wi yen keni ehin ari o ke pa ona fi obo ye po ona ri isele ona ri no pa ona ri islave ona ri no pa ona ri sli sen na ri na awogomade ai wa ya do ki o yen de ni ere o tere na ri sli sen ona yi sli sen ona ya yen ipin isen ya yen ipin egbe na ri slave na ya yen ipin ene ya yen ipin ipin na ri slo pa na we o pe na yen awo ma no kin ekonoma ko yo na ya ro ona ya tonu to na ri wo ile yuwe ari na mewo ke no yore awa gbo wa da nekasi wa ma wa be wa ya dweki he na ri pe ipin se na ya bi ipin egbe la na we re ni emi ewo ona we ofun egbegbo ero ogomade si ehun na ri pin vana ori pin nere na we ofu egbe emi no ma kan aso obo na ri se le pa na na we yan awo ma nuhi no ro we kan ma ko yi igo we yen to na yi woto ona ya wo le re na we ogomade adan ehun wo se ti yi kobo ya ki kobe va de ti yen wa ri wo na ya we o be ri go no abie nugbe na ya ton ya yo to ni okpa no me ni ona mi e ona ri ba no me no bun hu do ni de we te ti yi kobo ya ki kobe va we fi were upogbon awe lana we ni an we te ti ya ye wa ri kobo ye ki gebe ki kobe va de agbe we ga se ti awo ni we ri ke amomo go bi wa hu da we oku na egbu ma ya le o re yi ege na o wo yi gbewe here nso ti be garu na we mi we so we rie no ma no wa gu ge we kan we ga ge we ga ku na we ga gu we de gu we te we amomo me de gbe we kin no we rie tu we rie no ma hu da we no rion we kai tinu mu yo orion enwa nu lo o kan ya we la wo da
we se
oba atope
ise e don no ni wan we lupo na ye magwa kana ya se mu gbo ya se ya ugbo nuwe mu nupo bi ha ye opo na e ko na mu gbo nya bie wo obo we na o ma se ti ya nwu na wo na o mami e na nwu na no mo sie ni nya ni mana ma emi no bi nya ri emi na ge ori nya wo ya wo se
owo nya
ori ha do ri oka wo ya egene de matemi tomatoes mai mi ekwe mai mi ehie mai mi ya kolo ugbe ma hunda isia ike mwere na mai ko we ni mateka ko o hairo ami mahadi ne suma o emi o ke na fi wori aro nedo na mi we emi na here no waga na ma do ma ha we ko o ya ro kere awe bari oba ewi obono abo o de na ya mugbo o da we ni aro o te ha ni avion ni ya mugbo obo sese o te
Domusa. Nala wo edunu pevo. Owe no so ba ma. O ke kira ya gia wa. Je we no si ko no ma fe owo ka bie mo na mi ya gbofo onyonyo ko give ai. No ya yo boss do we mo ze ko na ragun. Nala wo eme ni magun akara. O ke ye we na we emi na gba ori yeke. Na ya re mi se na mana muso be na gwaleji na mana muso be ode no keke nda ken wete on wese ukpono gbera o ma seba woto bo ye ku wege ebize ni mana wa seba fu emize nda no mo egbedo o eke no ri do bo mi o ma seba o emi ze no mana seba ye ga ki abe do be emize no mana seba ni o ka bo mo egbe be no sun no de na we gbe do sun re de na o pe emi na gba ogi yeke na ge kina na de na ge mi ze we mo gbe apowo sa oba we eno ya ma su we lupo no gbe na fun ne so pe ye na e be ri etin we be go be o oje be ne upoje oje na ge be wa izeti be una tie e papa ni fo ugwo ni uwo ogbo ogbo nu we gwe ni ba nu we ha ke we gbe sun ebi no ogbo ni tari no tam we nu ya tie o emie enu dege emu mie so pa wa gi ma ga ese o sa no ba la ni ma ga deri eke no ba la go da oni ma so pe no aya la go da oni awe ma we na be ipede ne no gbera na ni we amu egbe wa ga kia do afi we ri ebu nyi me so do afi we eri ma no ro wa ma ne gu wa no ro wa go ze bo do no ro wa we apomo sa oba we un we lu po no gbera so po na de ba me so no afi we ri gi wa we no jo wa di de no ko ni e afi o panike na ku gbe ga ro ne mo we mama e yo to ne a e do ya tie mo ya fe bu na nu ye ne no bu ezo no vi ezo kwa we mi ro ya wa dolo e ogun we ri no mo pa nu po oso wa ne a eri de a de no ma no onu ma yo no ya tie so wa e eri ya no ba de yo na we gbe adolo yi se de mama pa nu we me igo nu we ukinu we wa mi na wa ya de nyo we wa mi ukinu wa de egede ose ni bun ya ilega we o wa be fone e ya be ni aka ya gbun ye gbo we ga gwa le no ri obo no mi eru we awere gbe ya sopo la line na o ke anu we ke anu po ami obo wa awa kia odo se ke no ke we ke ba nu we wa bi e awa nwa nyo le ra mi ri kia we ga de o ma ni yezu ozo amagi no be no ki amaye we no walumen ami nu no gwo mariwo eru we awere gbe ya kia po na line na o ke nu we wu yo nu fi we ri e nu we no ya dole dagbon we yi e una so ro bo ari ori enu ene e na no sai e o sa uno ma o so ro bo no la no gerun we se we nu na e we ga fi me we do so ba be fi obo we da we be ni ara manu e oba atope ise
anyway ya iwada yi mai bota ma ye na ni wa erewe gba ne ye mo pa yo tin
ibude ma yeye owo wa na gbe ude no ya ero emi eyan ri iwuku hu da we na bu wo de na nya we na lele una ga we utila e ma ti e ro podopa o ma ti e kwaro we kelu ga aye nupo e kan ya aye po na so pa we na lelu we ibude na de ko na fi weri e aláwọ̀ dá ọ̀gá agú wẹ̀rẹ́ ìdó tẹ̀mú wẹ́ẹ̀bì kìnnà ibi eré náà wọn ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ọ̀tẹ̀wé pásítọ̀.
dọ́mọ̀sán ẹ̀dọ́dọ́ pẹ̀ wò èyí máa yá mọ̀ ẹ̀ ìpọ̀ wọn wọ̀nyá mẹ́rin wọ̀nyá dá mi ma wàgí aláàánà fi bọ̀ wèrè ní ìyá dó má ni ma ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
èyí mẹ́rin yé ẹ̀nọ́sà bọ́sẹ̀jẹ́ ní wíwẹ́ pọ́n wọ̀nyá fẹ́ ayéwé nírun ní sàlóbọ́lá wòwò nà fíà gbéra rọ màyà fẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ní wọ̀nyá fẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ní ọba bẹ́ẹ̀dọ̀ yá fẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ní wà nọ̀nyá wákẹ́ nọ̀nyá dé yá fẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ náà gbogbo ọdún ẹkì èyí yà ní wàríyá tó bọ́ mu èmo ni yèwébè èyí afẹ́ ní lámọ́tò yẹ ìyárìyárì wáyà sọ wa wà ní ìwé fún ọmọ ìnira sùtò wà á fẹ́ wọ́ lọ́mọ yọ sùtò tó wà fẹ́ fẹ́ mi àwọn ẹni aláwọ̀dọ́ àwọn arọ́ nẹ́dọ̀ yà fẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, the 13th day of the month of January 2026. How far the year have started running swiftly and briefly. Before you know, it's going to be half of the month already for the year 2025. 2026, I don't know. We have to get away with the 2025 thing. Welcome to your ultimate current affairs program. It is this morning on ITV TFI. I am Lawrence Osifo in our Benin Network Center, not alone in the studio in Benin this morning. Someone who went, should we call it a trip, to the US, to the UK, to the city, to see the, okay, the Queen is dead, to see the King. She is back. Anu Akbo is live for me in the studio. Anu,
Hello.
When I saw you this morning when I walked in,
Yeah.
I decided to say anything. Let's say everything here.
Really? That's like even out of it. Good morning.
How are you?
Here. I am blessed. I'm great.
Good to see you.
Good to see you
for the
too.
past months.
Mhm.
Yeah, months. Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
How was your recess, your holiday, your enjoyment? Put all of them together.
Well, it was really, really great. It was a mix of both, but I'm grateful to God for being alive, you know, and being here today. So yes, all thanks to God.
Indeed, all thanks to God, and you're shining. The glory of the Lord is covering you. You know that's what it says in the scriptures.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so here in Benin, the both of us will be piloting the affairs on the show this morning on TMI, while we'll be talking to our colleagues in Lagos and in Abuja, who will also be giving us a feel of what they have over there, telling us what we'll be hearing from them. Because over here, a lot happened during the weekend, Friday, Saturday, the kidnap that happened in Ekpoma, which led to the death of the person that was kidnapped, and there was a protest on Saturday. It was more like a violent protest, so our attention will actually be looking at that protest. Do citizens have the right to protest? Yes, they do, but should it be a violent protest? Because I think it's high time we know that the difference between a protest and a riot. So a riot and a protest are not the same thing. So when your protest is hijacked, when people hijack your protest, what do you really do? So we'll be having people who will be joining us to unpack, to look into the situation that happened in Ekpoma. But before we talk to our colleague, I'm pretty sure you're privy with that whole situation. We saw the protest, which now degenerated into something violent. They even went to the palace of the Onoji of Ekpoma. They destroyed a lot. They went to where people who are doing their business, in quote, they call them those from the north, they carted away. I saw the videos. I was so troubled. Carted away rams, goats, and all that. Should protest actually get to that stage of you cutting away businesses of people, their sources of livelihood?
Well, it shouldn't, but honestly, I don't think it's just the peaceful protesters who are involved or who are the main culprits in all of this, because from what I gathered, it was hijacked by hoodlums, and that was why we saw all of the burning down of things, disruptions of livelihood and all of that, but it shouldn't have gotten to that point. But let's take it back to why the protest even
exactly
started
at first.
in the first
Let's
place,
start from the
because
beginning.
no sane person would just go out and protest.
Yeah.
So we did hear that kidnapping insecurity has been going on for a while now, especially with the Edo Central vicinity here in Edo State. And of course, students, let's also not forget that students have their own school there, that's the AAU, and it has also affected them. Every single time we hear cases of persons being kidnapped, students being killed, and it was actually becoming rampant. Of course, students had to fear for their lives. So the persons living in that area thought it needful to go out to have their voices being heard and call out on the Edo State governor to do the needful, the government to do the needful regarding the security situation in the country and in that particular place. So yesterday, the SSA on media was in a sister station, and then he did state that it's a normal, it's a global thing. It's not something that is just peculiar with here in Edo State, and he said that it's something that has been going on for a while in the country, with persons coming into that particular axis in the state and settling down. We're hearing cases of people trying to grab lands, herdsmen, allegations left, right, center, and of course, it actually sparked the outrage we saw last Saturday. It will also be shocking to know that even after the protest was done on Saturday, the next day we're hearing cases of kidnapping, and yesterday we're also hearing cases of kidnapping and killings, especially of the leaders of tomorrow, I would say. And of course, it's something that should be talked about and should be called on. And we hear that over 50 persons have been arraigned and remanded. They've been remanded already at Ubiaja Correctional Center, and this is truly alarming. Yes.
Really, really alarming, because we're trying to still get out of the one that happened in Auchi when the two doctors guys were kidnapped. One was also killed in the process, while the other one, 200 million, they say, they are trying to crowdfund. You know, people are trying to raise funds for them to, you know, release that guy before this ugly incident again happened on Friday. They said the guy was kidnapped around 8 p.m. on Friday evening. By as at 10:11, there was already the news that he's been killed. So the people had to go out to protest. Like you said, you have your right to protest, but when it degenerates into something violent, probably a riot, or it has been hijacked, because we always have this issue of hijacking of protest. The question is, who hijacks protest? That's probably when my guests come, they will throw light into they will throw light into
that's a big question. But let's not also forget, all of this is happening, I would say, close to the governor's constituency.
It's not close, he's from Edo Central,
right?
His constituency.
Ira, Ubiaja, what's the other? Uromi. So I mean, all hands needs to be on deck at this point to see to it that the issue of insecurity, of kidnapping, ends in Edo State and in that part of the country. Because just recently, the federal government did state that any kidnapper in Nigeria has been tagged as a terrorist. Yeah. So you are a terrorist. Absolutely. And all of the terrorists needs to be flushed out from Edo State. Okay,
let's speak with Abuja and Lagos. They are pretty on a standby. Let's hear from our Abuja colleague, the Center of Unity. Charity Tanko, I guess, is there, or someone else? Okay, we'll go to Lagos. Let's speak with our Dominic AMSA in Abuja. How are you, Dominic? And Wilson Omasho in Lagos. How are you doing?
Well, a very good morning to you, Andrew, and I want to say welcome to Anu. It's been a while to see her on screen. I'm happy to have you back on the program this morning on ITV. Of course, Abuja is quite cozy this morning. For those who understand the weather down here in the north, you know that we are in the Harmattan season, and definitely if you're leaving your house this morning, you have to equip yourself, especially those who have issues with cold. I quite sympathize with the situation in Benin, even though it's, in Edo State, even though insecurity is everywhere. We saw that clip yesterday when those protesters were being taken inside one of the vans, or the prison van that we normally call Black Maria, taking them to remand. It's quite pathetic. You know, when you talk about protests, there are procedures and guidelines for you to stage protests. I wanted to ask you guys if these persons actually got the police approvals, or did they had any kind of protection before you go about protesting, so that you don't have hoodlums like what we've seen now. It's like the protest was hijacked. Every protest is assumed to be peaceful until when it's been hijacked by hoodlums, as you guys rightly mentioned. But we just hope that the security architectures everywhere will be threatened. Kidnapping is not just in Edo State, it's here right here in Abuja. We are battling with the one child case. If you remember, we talked about the two guys who were kidnapped and one was killed later. The doctor issued. We had a similar incident here in Abuja where a nurse was killed by one Chinese robbers here in the FCT. Even a lawyer also. It has sparked so much debate from different angles. What is the police doing? Even the army have been drawn to internal security, which is not their original function. They are not supposed to be in internal security issue, but that is where the country has pushed us to. We just hope that the government will to ensure that we have these issues tackled. But from Abuja this morning will be other issues. Politics, the election, that council just the questions are in how to see how to get Nigerians, especially those who are residents in the FCT, to come out en masse and vote. If you look at the scenario in the past, you discover that one election that most people do not pay attention is the area council election. Most persons see it as election for the indigents, as those who are original inhabitants of the FCT. But if you live in the FCT, you are a resident of the FCT, you have a part to participate in the election. So we'll be looking at that, see how to dissuade people from staying in their houses, let them come out and vote, even though the space of development in the FCT is done by the FCT administration. You've seen what Wiki has been doing. So nothing of development is coming from the area council chairmen themselves, but we're going to be holding them accountable this time through our programs to ensure that Nigerians come out and look, let's get this thing right. Governments start from the grassroots, and that's what we'll be looking at this morning, Andrew, from Abuja Center.
Thank you very much, Dominic AMSC, for giving us an update in Abuja. Let's switch to the Center of Excellence, where we have Wilson Omasho standing by. Hello, Wilson, and good to see you in the Center of Excellence. I hope you are excellent over there.
You've got to be kidding me, Lawrence. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, everyone watching. Well, I'm not alone in the studio. I have Patricia Gabriels. Patricia, how you doing this morning?
Good morning, Wilson. Honestly, I'm so privileged to have you in the studio here in Lagos. And I'm sure Lawrence is, being jealous about all this.
Oh, my situation right now in Ekpoma, you get to see about 57 persons just taken to, could use the word remanded in prison because of XYZ that transpired in course of a peaceful protest that was hijacked, and some persons were affected, goods destroyed, wanton destruction of properties. I mean, it's like quite alarming. But the police coming up 3 a.m., early hours of the morning, to pick on those students. What can you say about that?
Well, for me, it is wrong to just walk into their dormitory by 3 a.m. to pick them up. Yeah. How is the police sure they were the one that, protested or disrupted, the society as at that time? And then, do we have the right to protest when things are not going right in a nation? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. But we shouldn't turn it into, stealing, destruction,
vandalism, and the rest of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then again, it's also not right for the police to go pick up those students, because we're not so sure if they were the one that did all that.
I could see one crying, "Mom, I'm not among them. I was XYZ. I wasn't there. But still, the Black Maria just zoomed up. I was like, come on, what is really going on?
It's heartbroken. It is heartbroken. As a parent, you begin to wonder, your children are not even safe in school. I mean, exactly, because he could not have been there.
Yeah.
And then you're picking him up.
The way we're just crying, no, I wasn't there, but still, the plea fell on deaf ears. Well, Lagos Studio be, in that particularly asks questions about what is really going on. But lately, we heard the governor, Senator Monday Pawulo, talking about the deployment of helicopters, deployment of high-tech equipment to really go into the forest. Readers are allowed to speak of this terrorist. After all, from what the new law says, if you're a kidnapper, you've been branded a terrorist already. So let's get to see how far that will really, safeguard the ASA Central citizens. But still, in Edo South, even in Edo North, they have similar issues. But it's like that of Edo Central seems to be in another level.
Okay, Wilson, let me ask you a question. I mean, you just came in from Benin.
Sure.
What exactly do you think is a problem? Because it's alarming now. We have a series of kidnapping in Edo State. Did they move from north to the north, from the north to the Edo State, or it's been happening without us knowing?
Well, some security agents were trying to map it out, saying that you have a very strong Amotekun in the southwest. That is from the Kiti, the Ondo, you just name it, the really mounted guard. So the only place for them to fall back to is Edo State, because Edo State shares a common boundary with Ondo State. Yeah. So maybe that might just be the reason. But if you take a look at a particular clip, you get to realize that it is not the usual Fulanese quote that did that kidnapping. The way they were coordinated, the way they were talking, the way they were just carrying out that dastardly act, you get to realize that this is not the usual kidnappers that we used to know. I mean, if it's ascribed to a particular tribe, you get to see the way they act, the way they talk, the way they coordinate themselves. But this time around, I don't think it's from that particular extraction. Something really is up. Maybe, just maybe, some of the persons in that community are involved in this kidnapping. Because according to them, allegedly, they said kidnapping seems to be very, very lucrative. Anyway, let's leave that for the Benin Center to deliberate on. Well, so just deployment for internal security, weakening police, says Burata. They're saying that you seeing soldiers coming in to aid the police, trying to forestall law and order, is weakening the police and order security agents in doing their job. Now, what do you feel about the comment that Burata? Because that is what we're going to be dwelling on from the Lagos Network Center.
For me, I think Burata is right. Yes, the soldiers are not supposed to be seen in the community, except it is, in quotes, very important. Wow. So it looks like they're dragging off, you know, the security intervention from the police, and it's weakening the police force. So the police force are just saying on the streets, allegedly collecting money.
Allegedly. I like that word, allegedly. But come on, they are saying that the firepower of these terrorists is too much for the police to handle. Hence, the military need to come in to at least create a balance. But it's not about taking the power from the police, but they are there to do the job. But I like saying that ought to be the work
of the Nigerian police. Yes, they should start it. And when the soldiers find out that it is difficult for the police alone to handle, they come in. That's how it's supposed to be.
All right. Anyway, our guest definitely
come to us with it.
Lawrence, I think this is what we have. The Center of Excellence. Yes, Lagos Network Center.
All right. You're looking excellent, like I said, in the Center of Excellence. Well, probably you don't want to agree to that. Patricia is taking good care of you. I can see good care of you by feeding you and giving you good food to eat. Patricia, please keep it up. I have something for you. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I am my co-anchor here. I know Oluwapo Stevens. You heard them talked about the whole coordinated, because I was going there. You know, there's what they say in law, that in the scene of a crime, everybody is a suspect. So once a crime happens now, as we're here, you are a suspect, I am a suspect. That's what the law says. Right. So you have to now pass through the channels to now prove beyond every reasonable doubt with all cumulative or substantial evidence that you don't have a hand in it. So I'm pretty sure those guys that were arraigned or they were moved yesterday, by so when they finally gets to court, they should have evidence that they weren't part of the, in quotes, destruction, wanton destruction and everything that happened. Because it bothers my heart to see a child goes to school. If you notice now, the Edo Central has been shut in terms of academic activities. Right. School resumed yesterday, but there was a circular from the State Ministry of Education that school is not resuming in the Central. So what does that mean? It puts the children, whether at the primary and tertiary level, at jeopardy in terms of education. They'll have to lag behind their other mates in the Central, in the South, and in the North, and in the nation generally. Your take on that?
Absolutely, especially students of Amboseli University.
Yeah.
We even did hear that they were at some point scared of going to write their exams. And as we speak, just as you said, all school activities, all education activities has been put on hold moving forward. But just as you said, we'll let the law do its thing and have its course. But we're also aware that it has been adjourned. It has been moved to the 26th of February, 2026. So all of them put together have been remanded at Ubiaja Correctional Center, and of course it's an ongoing development and it's going to unfold and unravel, and there's so many things to look forward to in this particular case.
Absolutely, so many things to look forward to in this particular case. All right, let's flip through the pages of the papers. Let's see what the papers are saying this morning. We'll start up with The Guardian. That's the first one we have here. The Guardian saying APC stakeholders wade into Rivers crisis impeachment ploy. APC stakeholders wades into Rivers crisis and impeachment ploy. Right, we also have KPMG chiefs and ROS meet to address errors in new tax law. To address errors in new tax law. I don't know. I have to laugh. Yeah. So there was an error. It was published and people have been debited. So the money collected from me illegally from that error, what happens to my money?
It's a question of, I honestly do not know. I feel like that's one of the things a lot of Nigerians have been complaining and clamoring for.
Yeah.
The issue of accountability and transparency in this new tax regime. Remember at some point we had the gazetted one.
Yeah, they said it was different from the one we're using.
And up till now, we do not have a particular one out there in the public space that a Nigerian can hold and say, this is what we are following. Yeah. So that really is the problem. It's not the issue of taxing, it's how it's being
done. The accountability.
And also persons involved too. We've heard cases of the former CBN governor taking up how many houses? Only one person. The issue of Malami.
Okay, I wanted to mention that.
On the screen. So we've seen all of these politicians do their thing, and Nigerians are scared. You take my hard-earned money.
My hard-earned money?
You don't provide any necessary thing
for me.
And I get to
I am not even secured.
You know, work my stuff out, and you tax me, and at the end of the day, one man from somewhere will now come and take my money.
Take my money.
No. So that's the thing, and I feel like the president and every other persons involved should look into all of these lacunas.
Okay, I had to take that on the headlines. That mistake or error they said. Let's move to the Punch. The Punch says where import spending crashed by 54% to $6.7 billion. Fuel import spending crashes by 54% to $6.7 billion. Trump threatens airstrike on Iran as protest death toll hits 600. Above the masthead 2027, APC target 9 million registered members. Opposition kicks. APC targets 9 million registered members as opposition kicks. PDP APC fight for control of Osun local government secretariats. FG votes 19 billion for VP's aircraft engine orders. Let's talk about that, Anu. FG votes 19 billion naira for VP's aircraft engine. 19 billion naira. Wow.
Oh, this is Nigeria at the end
This
of the
is
day.
Nigeria.
And anything can happen. This is Nigeria. And it would even shock you that that's not the only thing. In some states, we see humongous figures of states saying they are allocating a particular amount for books, for
feeding children.
And then you begin to wonder, is this still the same country where a lot of Nigerians are screaming poverty, are trying to have, their 3 square meal every single day? But it is what it is at the end of the day.
Did this some sick into your head? Like 19 billion, not 19 million naira. 19 billion naira just for engine of aircraft for a year.
Yeah.
This is Nigeria.
This is Nigeria.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Daily Trust. Daily Trust is leading. Katsina, fresh attack amid bandit release plan. Katsina, fresh attack amid bandit release plan. We can see pictures of students there and pupils going back to school. Also, REA budget 8.75 billion naira for projects in ministries and departments, power ministers and states. Above the masthead, defection rumor. Police deploy security at Kano Government House. Okay, defection rumor. I think I saw this yesterday that the governor is about to defect, but security has been heightened in the government. So why will you heighten security?
And the question is why?
Why? That's what I just asked. Why will you heighten security?
Well, we'll find out pretty soon because, we haven't seen a lot of governors
defecting. We've never heard you heighten security.
Right, maybe.
Why is Kano different?
Kano State, the KK state.
KKK
It is a very special state in the political
scene.
So it is expected that we'll see all of that play out.
We look forward to seeing what happens in the next couple of days, because we are here to always analyze what they do in politics and in the politics. Okay, the last one there. Generator fumes kill 6 family members in Rivers. We've always said this. I say sleeping with a generator all through the night does not show you are wealthy. And it does not show you're rich. To be honest, that's my personal take. Especially when it's those, what do they call them again? A better pass my neighbor kind of generators. Once you run your gen till 10, 11 in the night, put it off. I have a neighbor like that in the house that shares a fence with my house. Oh my God. They run it down. Come on, who do you want to impress?
I don't think it's a case of impressing.
But that's what some of them, I think that's what some of them do.
You live in Nigeria, and lately, last year, December,
we knew what happened in December.
We know. The heat went up. So I don't think you blame an average Nigerian. Let's blame all of the parties and people involved. If we have a stable electricity, I don't think anybody would want to run gen 24 hours. So at the end of the day, it's left for you to have your health check and ensure that, okay, even if you want to run for 24 hours or throughout the night, you put it far away from your house. We see persons who have their generator houses, they just put their stuff there and it runs freely. So, safety.
There really needs to be more sensitization need to be done, because I see no reason why you put on a gen, then you're putting it close to where the fumes get into the apartment. And we've been told over the years that carbon monoxide kills. So 6 families just wiped out, just like that.
Really a sad one.
A sad one indeed. All right, that's all we can take for the papers this morning on TMI from our Benin Network Center. So we'll take a break. Let our guest comes in. Let's start unpacking insecurity, the right to protest. When you're protesting, how should your protest be like? Should it degenerate into violence, into crime, into riot? Because like I said at the opening, there's a difference between riot and protest. The Constitution, I think around section 40 thereabouts, 44, gives you the right for assembly, you gather, but it depends on what your gathering is for. But we've seen what happened, what transpired in Ekpoma within the weekend. We'll make sense out of it. My guests will be here for us to delve into it this morning. Stay with us. It's the TMI from ITV Network. We'll be back. All right, thank you so much for staying with us still on the program TMI from our Benin Network Center. So before we get details into the conversation with our guest, let's also have a chip chat on a security situation generally national. I know you've been you are abreast with what has been happening everywhere, down from the US invasion on a Christmas day after Trump's post on Truth Social, which caused a scare. A lot of persons tell you they're after our oil, they're after our mineral resources. But one would have thought that since after that issue, after that the US strike, in collaboration, they said, with the Nigerian Armed Forces, there would have been a reduction, but it seemed like nothing is really happening.
Yes, but at some point we saw a bit of proactiveness from the federal government, and all of this actually did happen because President Donald Trump of America said Nigeria is a country of particular concern. And reason being that because of what we have been seeing so far in the country with the state of insecurity, there was also talk of Christian genocide. We went back and forth with the federal government, and this is where we are at this point. Nigeria, it's still not 100% safe anymore. Right now in the country, there are some places that you cannot even go to by road. If you want to travel, you have to think twice before you embark on that journey by road. Now the question is, how many Nigerians can even afford air
even if it is 50,000 naira?
During the festive, we saw
the increment.
We saw the increment, even from the big guys, the senators and the ministers were complaining of how you tend to pay almost $1 million naira just to fly, local, and how many Nigerians can afford that? How many basic Nigerian can afford that is the question. So it's really, really sad that we are seeing all of this happen at this period. There are those who would say that all of this is going on right now in the country because of 2027. There are those who would say that it is politically motivated. And I remember at some point the US did say that in Nigeria we have some of those top big guys who were funding insecurity.
Financiers of insecurity.
Yes. Now the question is, how about they begin to name names and the federal government say, you know what, let's deal with this. Let's deal with this, 100%, and let's flush out these guys. Let's not also forget that at some point last year we saw that the federal government sent troops to a particular country. I'm trying to remember now. Benin Republic.
When there was a purported coup,
and to ensure that everything was stable and that didn't scale through. And that sparked a lot of questions for Nigerians, and they began to ask, so if the federal government can
have this manpower to send to a neighboring
country to help stabilize things, why can't we fix our country? Why can't we fix the security situation in the country? A lot of questions.
It's really a big question, because the one that shocks me most, this whole Ekpoma incident, there was another trendy video why that incident of the protest was happening on Saturday. People were still being kidnapped on that same road. I saw the video.
Even the next day.
The next day also. So because people were protesting against what happened on Friday, while they were protesting on Friday, another kidnapping was also happening for those who were traveling along the road. So it brings to question, what is really the issue? Is it like Wilson and Patricia said in Lagos, people who knows the terrain, people who understand? Because I think this has gone beyond the whole tag of headsmen kidnapping, because there's a saying that before it is the rat that is at home that tells the one outside that there's food in the house. So before any coordinated kidnap of such magnitude can happen, trust me, someone who knows the terrain very well, someone who is aligned to the one you call indigent, someone from that place who knows the inside and the outside will be a part of it, because it brings to bear, like as I am now. I've never been to Sokoto all my life. I can't go to Sokoto to commit a crime because I don't know the terrain of Sokoto. So someone who knows Sokoto will be the one to tell you, oh, this is how to enter, this is the entry point, this is the exit point. So it brings to question our traditional rulers. I don't want to indict anybody. Don't you feel some of them, could be aiding and abetting some of these things happening within their domain? In some cases.
Well, in some cases, and just as the law would say, everything is an allegation
until proven
to be true. Yes, but just as you said regarding the indigents, let's not also forget that Ekpoma has Bruce Olu University there, and we know and we hear cases of cult-related activities in that particular area. We also hear cases of the Yahoo guys who get to perpetrate their evil crimes. So some persons are saying that could even that is some of all these guys as well, the indigents who are also, doing a partnership with the bad guys, with the so-called herdsmen, and the, some of them would even say the Fulani herdsmen. But at some point, we're trying not to make it look like it's a tribalistic stuff, because anybody can actually be involved in kidnapping in the country. And anybody I mean, this is where we are at this point. But moving forward away from this, it's not enough to just talk about all of these things, because it's been going on for a while now. Statistics has it that it's been going on for a while now. Moving forward is the solution. I hear that the state government has put some necessary security measures in that particular area to help stabilize things in that place. But what can we really do to see an end to this? Remember that a particular situation happened in Urumi sometimes last year.
Yeah, sometime last year in Urumi.
How it's also did spiral to, was it Kano State now? And there was a bit
killing. The governor had to travel to Kano.
Absolutely, and we saw how the Edo State governor was very proactive, and he went down there to ensure that everything is normal. So we are looking forward to more proactive measures right now in this case, and see that we don't hear cases of kidnapping, of killings, because these are young Nigerians. I mean, it could be
anybody. It could be anybody.
It could be your family member.
Be anybody.
Nigerians will say God forbid.
I personally have had an encounter of a cousin, but thank God we were able to bring him out safe with that on horse. I knew the trauma we went through for that period of time.
And gone are the days.
I knew the trauma.
Gone are the days when we talk about insecurity in the country, we talk about kidnapping. It's just for the big guys.
It's no longer for the big guys. It's no longer for the big guys.
I'm so sorry to say that right now. And average Nigerian can actually be kidnapped. And
even for a sum of
500,000. On a lighter note here, someone did say, with regards to the high ticketing and flying, someone did say, which one would you rather pay? Would you prefer 500K to and fro,
or rather you pay 5 million?
Million naira, you get it. So I mean, it's not funny.
It sounds funny, but it's not funny.
It's a Nigerian thing of trying to make cruise out of
everything.
But it is really, really a serious ball game.
Yeah, it's a serious ball game indeed. We're calling on the government at all levels, the federal and the state. So as at yesterday, we heard that the governor has deployed area surveillance, military helicopter. Please, we want that not just to be sustained. To me, I would have said they wouldn't have even given opportunities or chances for this thing to happen before we start being proactive or reactive rather.
Remember, in some states in the southwest, in the western part of the country, we hear of Amotekun, we hear of those ones in the east.
In the east, so the ESN and all that.
Yeah, right. So we need more of that in this part of the country. What happened to the local vigilante? Don't we have any of them?
There's a big problem with the local vigilante. They don't pay these guys. I don't know if you have that information privy to you. They are not paid. Their services they are rendering it for free. They've not the law, I don't think, has been gazetted for them to put them into a payroll. So I wonder someone who is giving you free service if you want to put his own life at stake.
Meanwhile, there's nothing free in Freetown.
Exactly.
This is where the traditional rulers will come together to say, you know what, how about we tax everybody in that community?
Exactly.
This is the amount you pay every single
month.
Should the
community even be taxed? What happens to security votes? Let's not tax the people.
What about
the people has been overtaxed?
Right. So what about the police? What's the state of the police in all of this?
The truth is, I've been dragging someone in the police. He will come to this show.
And then, at the end of perhaps they would say there are no enough hands. At the end of the day,
but they withdrew VIP, police from VIP.
Absolutely. So when they call out for persons to come and join the police first, you would not want to be there.
No, I wouldn't want to join the police. No,
I would not want to.
No, I wouldn't want to. I love what I'm doing.
Protect and see that everything is all put together, especially with the security situation in the country. Remember that when a place is secured, a lot of investment will come in.
Exactly, economic activities will boom.
Stuff and everything would function well.
Truth be told, what happened in Ekpoma on Saturday, it will have a toll on the economic activities of that region.
Absolutely.
Because I saw those animals that were taken away, carted away. One is on a loss on the people who are doing that business. Then some places that were also burgled into by, in quotes, those who hijacked the protest, the people have lost money. So these are economic activities we're talking about. All right, so we'll take a break. My guest will be joining us to unravel these issues. Someone who is a social commentator in the civil society space. He'll be here. Let's talk about this. Let's take a short break on the show. It's the TMI on the ITV network. Stay with us.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. If you're just joining, you're on to This Morning on ITV, and our conversation Thursday has been the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, particularly the one that we have been seeing so far in Edo Central, right here in Edo State, with the protest, the pro-protest activities, and every other things involved moving forward. And right now, we have our guests seated with us here in the studio. We have Comrade Solomon right here. Thank you so much for coming,
Thank
sir.
you, my pleasure.
Thank you for coming, Solomon.
My pleasure.
All right, joining us virtually is Tionsa Igebo. Tionsa Igebo is a public affairs analyst and a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress. Tionsa, good morning and good to have you on the show this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Our guest right here in the studio. Can you help us make sense of what you have observed so far that's been going on in Ekpoma for a while?
Does it make sense? What's been happening in Ekpoma to me does not make sense. It does not make sense because we have a state where the primary purpose of governance is the security of lives and property. And the government has failed woefully in securing lives and property. Yes.
But you wouldn't blame the government because this is a national...
Of course the government. Is it you and me? Let me tell you what has been happening. We do not have security agents, especially the police. Let me tell you what saved us in December. Excuse me.
Okay.
What saved us in December is, you know, people don't know because the SSS does not come out to speak.
Yeah, they don't speak.
They've been the ones helping us.
Quelling the situation.
Not the police. The ones who have been saying kidnapping for it. It is the action of Edo Security Corps.
Edo Security Network.
Yes.
Yeah,
they've been the ones going to the bush. Police come to take credit because the police is sitting there looking at does not know what
was really governor.
Let me tell you, it takes it. Let me tell you, in administration, the commissioner of police is the chief security officer operations.
Okay.
Why the governor, you know, it usually said is the chief security officer of the state, but administration, which means he takes information from him.
Yeah.
It's at liberty not to take directive.
He's at liberty.
Yes.
Not to take directive from the government.
Yes, he's at liberty.
Okay, probably because he's not a state police, a federal police.
Yes, he's at liberty.
Okay.
But he is the chief security officer operations in the states. So if you followed, I'm sure you did.
I did.
What you have been seeing has been the active work of the Edo Security Network and the DSS.
Not the police.
Not the police. Let me tell you what the police have succeeded in doing, just like what they did yesterday. They go on rampage, the one they refer to as raid.
There's a word they use.
Raid, they call it raid. Yeah. And then you go. What they were supposed to do, yes, just some cry. You went into people's house at 3 a.m. You picked them, no problem. It's raid. It's allowed by doctrine of necessity. It's called judge's rule.
Yeah.
And then what the judge's rule provides for is for you to pick them, screen them. It is called profiling. You profile them and see the wheat from the wax.
How do you know the wheat from the wax?
That is what is referred to in security as profiling. Where were you
at that point in time when the process was happening?
What are your alibi?
Okay.
Now I feel like the big question is,
and then you are not satisfied.
Yes.
What they did yesterday is the same thing they did last year.
In Uromi.
No, not the Uromi. When the commissioner of police went on rampage in the name of raid, arrested so many innocent persons, including JSS2, JSS3 students coming out of their streets, some going to buy Indomie for their younger siblings, and they were arraigned in court. We have over 300 people. It took the effort of the society to get them released. And to us, it was a waste of state resources. Because in the end, they're keeping them in custody. It is government stuff, and then you are making the DPP to go and waste time on issues rather than profile them before arraigning them. You pick them, look at it, it's Trump on charge. The same charge for everybody. Now, what is they were supposed to do on ground? The police have water cannon. The police have tear gas. The police, that's why you have riot police, what you refer to as Mopo. They go to the scene. If it was on the scene, you arrested those crowds together. It will be difficult to say you were not involved. Okay. Maybe you were a victim of circumstance. You passed wrong road at the wrong time.
At the wrong time.
Not after the events. You went to their various hostels. In fact, I was told that the SCG president,
you can see that on the screen already.
Yes,
right?
Who was arrested along with them, was called on phone by the police to come so that
the SCG president was also arrested.
Yes,
of AAU.
yes, that he should come. That they wanted to discuss
questions.
You know, normal as a union.
Yeah, of course.
You have to go. So the point being made here, where the governor might be, mark the word, might be seriously interested, but he has no team, and it's that abysmal failure on the part of the governor.
Okay.
Because it's a second. No. I have no apology.
You know what? Hold on. Speaking about abysmal failure, the question really I feel we should be talking about is how did we even get here? It wasn't as bad as this couple of years ago, because I heard the SSA to the governor on media speaking in a sister channel, and he was trying to say that this is not a new thing. It's something that has been going on in the country with the state of banditry in Nigeria, and it has actually spiral to Edo Central. Is that the case?
Yes, it may be the case that it is not the endemic thing, as it were. It was not generated from, like, it started from Edo Central. It snowballed from northeast to northwest to north central, and north central to south.
Because the north central is very close to the south.
Yes, and then when you leave Kogi is not central.
Yeah,
when you leave Kogi
is another ballgame.
It's Aganebode.
Yeah,
it's a donut.
Once you cross,
and then when you cross there, you are in Irua. You understand? And from Irua, you are in Ekpoma. You understand? You understand? So the point here is that the government, at least the Amotekun calls, are taking it seriously with them in their area. And like I said, my credit goes to the Edo Security Network, headed by Balogun Richard. The man and his team have been doing very well, much more than what we are seeing the police do. All they've been interested in is just raid and make a name. You know, now he will tell you, I arrested 52 persons. Now, how viable are the 52 persons you arrested? How much are they connected to the rampage? Yes, take it. That what happened there in Ekpoma was no longer a protest, but a riot.
Let's pause you there. Let's go to Etionsa. Igebo, you can hear our guest here in the studio. All he has said, I know your opinion, I don't know how different it will be from him, because what we've seen or what happened in Ekpoma, if you ask a lot of persons, they will say it is the failure of the government. When you say the government now, the government in Edo State, that has led to what happened in Ekpoma. Now innocent citizens, those that don't know, possibly they don't know anything, they are now on remand. What would you have to say about what happened in Ekpoma within the weekend?
Well, first and foremost, I want to sincerely apologize with some of the victims and traders of residents of Ekpoma who were attacked during the riots that took place at Ekpoma, involving the students that have been arrested now. Yes, of course, my brother Solomon has his views on issues, and on certain aspects, I agree with him with some of the points he's made, particularly with the police. But obviously, on the part of the government and the governor, for instance, you need to realize that these different agencies, if you want to call it that works under the government, the security corps is also under the governor. The DSS also works tactically and strategically under the governor. So if you have the police force not doing enough as a primary subject of internal security, then that should not obviously metamorphosize into discrediting the governor, who we know has done so much and invested so much for security. It is now the duty of myself and Solomon and you guys on the studios to establish by speaking to people who work within the framework of the law enforcement. We have relatives there that works there. We have brothers, we have friends and sisters that works within the police force. We have friends and brothers that works within the DSS, same as the civil defense and obviously the security corps. Yes, I agree that Bologun and Chief Ucho, who works within the security corps and the other teams within that space are doing exceptional because they have experience. I also agree with Solomon that the police, especially with the #1 citizen, the police commissioner, from some information that I've had within my reach in the last year and a half, that is certainly not doing what he was supposed to do in the areas of proactive measures, working with the operations team on ground, especially his men, to have this deterrence even before it takes place. But why I want to disagree a little bit with my brother Solomon is to lay the blames on the table of a man who, for example, has invested billions of naira into having the necessary vehicles for police, the army, the DSS to carry out their job. At the same time, the same man who has invested so much into the same Ekpoma University, whether it is on roads within the Ekpoma axis, whether it is the university, for instance, the governor has literally shown humanity. He has done what the previous government could not do. Let anybody not mistake that.
Let's pause you there. Let's pause you there. Let's take a pause from you there. Let's come back to the studio. I think he's aligning with what you said about the police and the commissioner of police not really doing enough for what happened. Yeah. But I saw the commissioner of police yesterday with the governor in the Onoje's palace in Ekpoma. Probably maybe the guy is trying to do what we call...
He likes to do paparazzi. He do stunts.
You are the one who mentioned
that. No, yeah, as a paparazzi commissioner, he likes to play stunts. He speaks a lot of English that has no meaning.
Okay.
It is not the duty of the commissioner of police to speak English. It is the duty of the commissioner of police to be proactive.
But he need to be educated,
not reactive,
in order to speak English.
No, when I say English, it is not grammar that says security. It is tactical arrangement. Yeah. It is what you have. So it's obvious he has nothing.
You think so?
I said,
but if you have nothing, you wouldn't be there.
Look, let me tell you, we work on a daily basis with the police. He's interested in what is not. Let me tell you one thing. Because you are not close, you may not be able to tell. Go and find out. Do your investigative journalism. The man is totally on a different path with his tactical teams and his officers. It is not about pinning down. Let me tell you, Edo State is so strategic, and it is a state that has the best road network in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So how does pin down points save criminality in Edo? When you have a pin down point on Akpakpava, when you can take second and still go to slope, or go to third and take second, and then you can take first, or you can even go and take up all and take up permission and still come back. So it doesn't make sense. It is not about pin down, asking DPOs to bring your men who is supposed to be on tactical alert. What we are supposed to be doing, because in our bushes they are everywhere.
They're everywhere.
So what we are supposed to be doing now is intelligence gathering and operational strikes.
Okay.
So it is not about coming to show on television and speak grammar. You see them. We had a meeting with him when he came newly. We were shocked when the man told us that he's not interested in drones and technical.
He said he said that he told the civil society.
Yes, and then only when the matter had gotten to his neck, we still saw the same man came back to say we have acquired drones that can shoot from the sky. We were not asking ourselves at our civil society meeting, what is this man they even do? Not be this one tell us say not be Joe be the answer, say those ones not be the thing. Say there are ways you can so point I'm making is that sometimes they forget what they tell us.
Yeah.
But you
know what they say about a liar should have a good memory.
Exactly,
so that you can know what to lie.
Yeah, again. Because you that have spoken to us, we that you told,
we will not forget.
But you might forget. Now coming back to the issue of Ekpoma, sad. So sad. Honestly, so sad.
So sad.
So sad because one, We didn't expect that protest to snowball, but of course, it's a campus town.
Okay.
Of course, they are young persons. Of course, they are not registered protesters like some of us,
like the civil society,
who understand the rudiment, the rules of engagement.
Ask a question about that.
Yes, the rules of engagement, because we know if we go on a protest and it becomes a rampage, we have our names at stake.
Yeah.
But like the protests that later became a riot in Ekpoma was not an organized protest. It was just
out of anger.
Yes,
should we
people came out, and then it was not coordinated, and then became a riot. So if you ask me, I'll tell you what happened in Ekpoma was not a protest.
Right. So what will you call it?
It's a riot.
Okay.
Now, because what's a riot? An unorganized, uncoordinated protest. Okay. It was a protest where you were telling people that killing, arson, robbery, and all whatnot was wrong.
And that's not what you are now going to do.
And then at the end, you twisted it and started stealing animals. People who went about their normal businesses, you assaulted them very bad. But that's where I expected the police to have acted. What is the distance from Benin to Ekpoma? That you cannot take your water cannon van if you do not have one. My brother Gebon mentioned that the governor purchased vehicle. Now people they operate the vehicle. You ask them to tell you that there is no functional funds for the not before they put.
There's an area command in Edo Central.
See, let me tell you how the police.
Because we have 3 area commands.
Let me tell you how the police is. We know a lot. There are a lot you can't speak to.
Yeah, I know because it's very structured.
The ego, which is the commissioner of police, and then you have the lay down from DC admin, DC ops, and DC intelligence, and then you have area commanders, and before you now have the DPOs. Now there is a chain of command. The area commander cannot act fully without a directive.
Okay.
But that is not to say that he does not have the authority to coerce such as.
There's supposed to be
there's a limit to which
because everywhere there's an exception. There's supposed to be an exception for him.
Now, that's why I said it was a total failure. The police did not act when they ought to have acted. If the police went there when it started, because it started with little protests, you were by their side. Because what angers protesters is that when you come with guns and you are brandishing it, when you come, you stop them, you address them,
you protect them.
But we want to protect you.
Yeah.
We even self, we don't tire. The students have a sense of belonging because it's left Ekpoma protesters now. Because what we are now hearing now is students. So let me help them to say students. They will have a sense of belonging. And they will be cautious because they have policemen by their side.
Okay.
The police will ensure they weigh out criminal actions or activities around while they go on. They failed in that. It went from a normal protest to bonfire. And you know when you bonfire on the road,
there's a quota.
Yes,
you weaken the road.
The police were not acting. At that point, they could even start doing tear gas. Maybe not directly on the students, but just put it even ahead of them so that they don't get to where the tear gas are. They will retreat. You didn't do that. It went into going to somebody's market, goat market, and started carrying goat. Police did not act. At that time, you now have at least the audacity to say you can shoot tear gas at them to disperse them. They went into the cattle market, and let me tell you, the Fulanis will always come back for their cattle.
Okay.
So if you don't understand, there is a keg of gunpowder boiling.
All right, I've been told we need to go on a short break, so we'll take a break on the show. The conversation continues in a moment. Stay with us.
Well, the state of insecurity in Ekpoma, Edo Central, right here in Edo State, has been our focal point this morning with our guests in the studio and also the ones joining virtually as well. So, but right now, I'll also move back to the guest in the studio, Comrade Solomon. Isn't it worrisome that all of this thing is happening within the senatorial district of our dear governor?
That's to tell you that the governor has. You know, I said it just now. My brother gave us said it is unacceptable. I didn't say it. Well, how else will I say it? The Benin will say, if the masquerade does not dance at home, cannot go outside. The Benin will say,
what does that mean?
It is from the hole that things start getting set for you. It is from the head of an animal you look for the eye. I can go on and on. Edo Central is his primary constituency.
Okay.
The governor is not. I'll tell you my opinion. And without fears, I'll tell you, the governor is not reacting the way he was reacting at the Palace of Enogi because the Ekpoma people went on rampage. He was reacting because his billboard was torn. That's what's in the air.
But you are alleging that.
And that's what's in the air. That's what we think. And that's what we have come to believe.
But why should a billboard be torn in a protest?
Was it a protest? Let me tell you, the police will say, when the cry becomes too much for a cock, the owner of the cock will not even realize when he will join the cry. The people have been maimed, they've been robbed, they've been, you know, so much insecurity in the place.
Now with all of
then the people are becoming uneasy. Now you ask, is it okay for them to go and demolish assault, destroy, not just poster, the NOJ's palace? Let me tell you, it's a perception. A lot of people believe that these marauders, these criminals, cannot enter your land unless there is a consent. There's a matter I followed up at some point with the security agencies. And then the people were alleging their king.
The king, the traditional
Yes,
ruler.
and they came to discover because when they arrested some of the hoodlums, they said they gave 2 million naira to their king.
2 million naira?
Yes, and cows to give them permission to come to the land. And so the people went on rampage. I am not saying that is the case of Ekpoma. So sometimes in the midst of such, because I was told that the Onoja addressed them earlier before he left. Perhaps a wrong word fitted into the ears of the protesters and they reacted and overreacted. It's unacceptable. Right. It is condemnable. Okay. But that is not enough for the, you see, let me tell you, the people in Uromi that we arrested, where people of Uromi were being maimed, harassed, raped, murdered, kidnapped, and then at some point they saw travelers who later became hunters in the hands.
Unleashed it on the travelers.
Yes, who later became hunters in the hands of the police people.
But they were hunters.
How do you say? If you hold on now, would they say you are a hunter? Were they registered hunters? Do they have hunters identity card?
Do they have Hunters Association in Nigeria?
Yes. Is it a union that is licensed to carry gun everywhere? That you carry gun from east to north? Is that how it's done? Rather than investigator, he came. Our governor went to Kano to go and pay ransom.
But he did the right thing, didn't he?
Well,
he went for a condolence. He did not. There was no evidence that he paid the ransom.
No, it was said he paid. It was. Let's not deceive
It was said.
Yes,
we didn't hear that in the media.
He said he has compensated. The compensation is what? Compensation and water. Okay. Now at the end, the people are arrested.
Right.
Lots of them are still languishing in prison. You have not ended that. Your clueless commissioner of police went on raid without profiling. Now, mark you, they arrested yesterday. That's a day before yesterday rather, and arraigned the following day. That's enough to show to you they didn't do profiling. Now, again, I know Justice Williams,
the trial
judge, very refined gentleman. As a very refined gentleman, I can say that boldly. But even, you know, because some of our society members in court yesterday, they reported back to us that at the point where the man was to make rulings, somebody came and gave him a paper.
So it was influenced?
Yes! Yes! Gave him a paper and he read, nodded, and his content has changed.
Wow. In the court?
In the courtroom.
Where they were trying that?
In the courtroom.
Oh wow, this is...
In the courtroom.
This is a strong...
I know, look at it. You like jurisdiction to hear a matter. You like jurisdiction to remind them. If you like jurisdiction to hear a matter, you like jurisdiction. The only thing you cannot rule is that police should go do due diligence.
Okay.
All right, let's move over.
That's to tell you that it is the influence of the state.
Absolutely.
The governor was not reacting because there was rampage. It was reacting because his 2.5 million vote is being cut short. Let me tell you, the anger of the Edo citizen is that when you give this governor 5 minutes to speak, he speaks of Bola Ahmed Tinubu for 4 minutes 45 seconds.
And of course, we're also aware all of this is happening during the politicking era right here in Nigeria.
In the calendar of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, 2026 didn't exist. Ditto the calendar of the governor of the state, 2026 didn't exist. The governor is too particular about a 2027,
Okay,
and he's losing it.
Absolutely. Let's move over to
the people first.
Let's move over to our guest joining virtually. So you've heard everything thus far that's been going on right here in the studio. I'd love to get your inputs on it. And also another big question, should we begin to politicize this particular incident in Ekpoma? Do you think that is what is going on right now?
Let me tell you first and foremost, I understand that when you play football, you create a level playing field, what they call fair play. Solomon is a brother. My opinion might differ from his, but you cannot tilt your access to conversations to express a particular issues, particularly to deal with somebody that you know I understand something about a situation or a state that I belong to, by allowing the conversation to be one-sided. I mean, come on, even if you have technical problems and I needed to contribute, you couldn't have come back from the halftime and go back to Solomon. See what I'm saying? So I'll go straight to the point. You don't anchor situations and issues by a matter that is very serious. And then Solomon has his views on the governor. I have my views. I've not been able to tell you exactly and things that he has done, which I know everybody in the studio knows, but even if you want to pretend not to know. And at the end of the day, you're looking at these issues of youth and students rioting. Why should they riot? What has gone so bad that is not better today compared to the previous administration that everybody wants to jump off the cliff about? So I will say again, I will repeat it. I think this governor has invested so much into security. And like I said in my initial comments on these issues, the Civil Defense Corps that the security network that my brother Solomon said was doing well, the DSA, they are also under the governor of the state. So if an arm like the police is not doing enough, and I'm here on this platform to tell you, yeah, I agree with him in that because of certain information that is privy to me, that should not amount to the aspect of saying maybe the governor is angry, is not happy because of the fact that his Bibo was touched or the issues to do with Asuwaju, for instance. No, bro, that is not the case. The truth of the matter is that there are people, I believe, who has got involved in this matter to engineer the young, gullible youths and students in Ekpoma that the governor has invested so much into their life, raised their monthly subvention from 41 million to 500 million naira every month, which amounts to 6 billion a year, to enable them to have better education. Do you think it is right for a right-thinking person to want?
All right, Mr. Itinosa, just to cut you short a little bit. So if I got you correctly, you are saying that it is not as bad as Nigerians, especially on social media, are painting the picture to be right there in Ekpoma. But let's not also forget, there are those who would say what is going on right now, it's actually been underreported. Would you want to lay more emphasis on that, please?
No, miss, don't interrupt my thought process. I'm not new when it comes to addressing issues on TV or radio. I'm speaking, I was still on my feet when you interrupted me. What I'm saying is the issue of insecurity in Edo is better today than it's ever been. If there's an isolated situation in Ekpoma, I think arresting these people that were rioting, because they were on camera, allow the police some time to profile and carry out an investigation, because the way those things move from having a conversation...
Profiling. What happened? Will you call that profiling? Because just within a day, they were just sentenced. But to me or to some persons, they were in profile. Will you call that profiling per se?
What I'm saying is people were arrested, but at least they were students. Whoever they've heard, they will do the investigation. If they're not part of it, they can let them go. How do you, for 8 years of the past administration, and never, when they had no role to go through as part of security,
must we have to bring in past administration in every conversation? So we are not talking about past administration. We're talking about the situation right now. The past governor is not even in Nigeria, so let's not always make this thing look so political and politicking and politicking. Let's tackle what we have now, please. Can we let's focus on our conversation on the issue, not past administration, Etiosa.
People allege on the studios about how they believe that the governor went to Kano to try to pacify the families of the innocent people that was killed, that was coming from Rivers State, who were attacked in Uromi. Everybody knew that there was a mistake at Uromi. Yes, the police didn't intervene on time, but the people should not have been killed. If the governor has gone to meet the governor there, proactively went to see
we're pressed for time now. We need to get your closing lap, both from the comrade here in the studio and from you. But let's get his thought as we begin to wrap up. Now, they've been sentenced, or as it per se, they've been remanded. Yeah, that's the word, not sentenced. They've been remanded, and remand means they still have to go to a correctional center. Take it or leave it. So there will be harrowing experience for someone who did not commit a crime to go to a correctional
and
center.
And the law frowns at getting one innocent person
remanded. Why
that have 99?
Yeah.
You know. So the point is this.
Okay.
It's a failure on the part of the police.
Okay.
And by inference, it is a failure on the part of the government.
So what should be done to correct this error?
What should be done is that first, the governor should seek for the immediate removal of the commissioner of police, because it's happening again and again.
Okay.
Now, that's on the one side.
Right.
Two, the governor should be proactive and not reactive. Okay. Let me tell you, one of the things that's, you know, the tearing of billboard did not happen in Edo North. The tearing of billboard did not happen in Edo South. It happened in Edo Central, in his own town.
The governor's constituency.
And the two rampages that we are having now that has happened is happening in the governor's constituency. He should speak to the issue.
Okay.
Now what it means is that the governor should do more.
All right.
It should not rely on they
give him information, feedback.
Because they are telling him what
the boys are doing well, the boys are not doing well.
They are telling him what he wants to hear and not what he should know.
Okay.
He should go out and be proactive.
Right.
Because what we are seeing now is being reactive.
Right.
And the governor should know that it is the people's first. He should learn to speak less of an Asiwaju 2027 and speak more of the lives, property, security of Edo people. And that will make us, like you said, who is interested in past administration. Yeah. But today, people are already saying it is better to have a thief as a son than to have a fool as a son. I leave it at that.
Okay, Etionsa, let's get your pattern short because we need to wrap up the conversation in our Benin Network Center. All right, thank you so much for staying with us. It's still TMI reaching you on the ITV network. So much have been said about the situation in Ekpoma, those states. My guests have actually lent their voices. We'll just look forward to seeing the government being proactive in situations like this rather than being reactive. But let's shift our attention away from Ekpoma. Let's take you to Rivers State, South Nigeria, same geopolitical zone. You know, Rivers has been like, how do we put in a child that the parents will beat with the left hand, they will also drag that same child with the right hand, or you beat with the right hand and drag with the left hand. So the saga in Rivers since 2023 is something that you know, it seems like it does not have an end. The fate of Fubara against his former boss, the ex two-times governor and now the incumbent minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Nyesom Wike. So much happening. Well, I and my colleague here, Anu Oluwakbo, will be talking on that. I know you've been abreast with what has been happening in Rivers. Even before you went on your break, you know, the Rivers issue has been there since 2024. Right. Because I think that guy did not even settle for 1 year before the whole issue started coming up. This is the third impeachment notice that has been served the governor by the State House of Assembly. The last plenary on the floor of the House, I saw the Speaker, Martin Samuel Wile. He was so furious that the governor cannot do this. I was just looking at the guy like, okay, please, can you calm down? Even the impeachment notice that was sent to the governor, they addressed the governor as Madam. To me, I saw that as a typographical error anyway, because probably one is for the deputy. The deputy, the deputy is female. So they addressed the governor as Madam. I was like, how did we get here addressing a man as a woman? So the whole Rivers saga. What's your take on that?
So many questions on my mind when it comes to Rivers State, because it is one state that is dear to my heart, being from that part a little bit with my mom. And with Rivers State, it's a case of 1 week, one trouble. Every single time, there's always something. If it's not the FCT minister in Rivers State having his local government tour, it is his predecessor who learned from him to go to churches to address political situation. That always versus my brain. Like, how did we even get here is the question. Right. But amongst all of the things right now, as we speak going on, one of the main question is, when would governance really start in Rivers State, because this issue has been going on since Siminalayi Fubara came into office. I don't think he even had any time to do anything governance.
Not at all.
Whilst we talk about what is going on, the hula pulu, the tours back and forth, we'll see the FCT minister come out to say, you know what, I will not make the same mistake twice, meaning I would not let him run again and become the governor of Rivers State again. We hear Sim Fubara saying, you know what, it's not about making mouth. I don't want to even stress myself to do anything. I am just calm because I have it all under control. Or is it just yesterday where we saw some big wigs in the APC saying, you know what, let's come to an agreement. Let's appeal to this body. What really is going on is the question. Why do we still have the case of the back and forth going on? Just when we thought that when the #1 man in the country came on board to settle things, that would be the end. And let's not also forget that President Bola Tinubu prevented him from getting out of the office. Are we going to see the president coming in again to help solve the situation? Is it a case of power tussle? There's so many questions to be answered.
Okay, so yesterday, the House, 2 members of the 31 members of the House of Assembly said they were not going to be a part of the impeachment move or notice that has been served to the governor and the deputy, Professor Ngozi Odo. When looking at it from this perspective, do we now start seeing, do we say we're seeing a divided house in the House of Assembly? Because it's supposed to be a unity kind of thing. Because when that motion was presented by the majority leader, the person of Major Jack, who is the, more like he has double majority leader, Major Jack, who presented the notice of impeachment that was read on the floor when the speaker was so furious, the speaker was shouting and angry that they've never had a governor of this time. Fubara is the what? I was just looking at him like this. I was like, can you calm down? Just learn to calm down, drink water and calm down. Let's assume it becomes a case of the house is splitted. Do we foresee probably a division among members?
It's already happening. Let's not even.
So is it that probably the governor is already playing his own game from the back door?
Definitely, he will. He has to play his own game because then again, politics is a game, right? It's a game of interest. And well, with the case of Rivers State, it's really interesting. I would say
so interesting.
It's really interesting. Now, one would have thought that Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, would actually play the big guy, but it seems not to be the case. Let's not also forget that when he was the governor of Rivers State, at some point he was talking about how he's against godfatherism. I honestly do not know if that is what's going on right now. He's against godfatherism, and we have seen how he has actually performed and acted after he got out of office, after he became the minister.
He now seems to be a god unto himself.
I remember Warren Chieftain was actually saying that if Nyesom Wike hadn't gotten the FCT minister position, he wondered what would have become of his political career in Rivers State. Well, it's really a sad one. And then, as they would say, went to elephant fight. The grass suffers for it, and the Rivers State people. If you go to Rivers State right now, governance is at its barest minimum. Nothing has happened thus far. The other time, we're hearing the governor of Rivers State saying because he defected to the APC, he said he was the 001.
The minister said you cannot be the 001.
The minister of the FCT came on board and said there's no way.
You can be a chieftain, but you're not the 001.
Right? And so conversation was now on saying, so what if the FCT minister moves over to the APC? Would he become the 002?
Wow, that's part also. That's part also. But it seems like what the minister is doing, to me, if you ask me, he's playing, should we call it a game of chess? Bringing the head of this political party, that's the PDP, bringing the head of this political party, the APC. Because as it stands, nobody knows the party the former governor belongs to. He claims to be a member of the PDP. He claims. Yes, he claims. But if you look at it realistically, that guy seems to be playing anti-party politics.
Now let's break it down a little bit. So last year, we had the PDP saying they have removed, they've
it was expelled. He was expelled.
Is the word. Ejected him out of the PDP.
After the convention.
He came back to say, you know what, you cannot do that to me. I formed this party. I was one of the
major heads of this party.
You can't do that to me. So right now, we don't even know where he is. He's not in the APC because he said, he categorically did say he is not going to join the APC, right?
He did that.
Right now, the PDP, we do not even know where he stands. So are we going to see him move over to the APC see, would that be the case? I remember in one of his local government tour, he had the chairman, I would say, of the PDP and the chairman of the
state chairman of the PDP.
He had a picture bragging about how he has this influence in Rivers State, and he can do whatever it is to, to actually ensure that he gets his predecessor out of office. I think that's the case. We also saw him go visit Asari Dokubo, and then I asked the question, really? Politics? And then there are those who would say that the governor of Rivers State has actually outplayed him in all of this. But at the end of the day, it's an ongoing one. We'll see how it goes.
We'll continue to see how it goes.
Yes, and I feel like there's so many games and drama that will so ball out of Rivers State.
Because this is pre-election year,
right?
And this is the year where politicking and politicking is at the highest ebb. From July, I don't think you're going to hear anything governance again in Nigeria. It's going to be campaign, campaign, campaign. So we just continue to watch and see how all of this plays out, not just in Rivers alone, but nationally. Because the president wants to go. He has not said he's not running. He has not told anybody.
Where is the
Despite the fact that
right
recently they said he went to Europe. Europe is a continent.
Right now we're asking, where's our
president? I think that would be a topic for conversation on Thursday.
Yeah.
That would be a topic of conversation on Thursday. Where's our president? Really?
He's on recess, festive recess.
Festive recess.
Absolutely.
He did not do crossover in Nigeria.
No.
The country he's the president.
He's on festive recess, and he'll be back shortly.
We'll hand you now over to our colleagues in Lagos, Wilson and Patricia, for the continuation of TMI. Stay with us. It's the TMI on ITV.
I thank you, Lawrence and Anu from our Benin studio. And it is continuation of TMI from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Urumu Gabriels. Thank you for joining us and thank you for staying tuned. Anyway, I am not going to be doing this alone. I am honored and opportuned and grateful to have Wilson in the studio. Wilson, all the way from Benin, came to grace the studio here in Lagos. Wilson.
Yeah, Patricia, this kind of honor, I don't like it. Come on, man, you're my colleague. I just came around to say, hey,
no,
Lagos.
I am very grateful and honored to have you in Lagos studio. It's always very difficult to move them away from Benin studio. Of course, we are our head office. Thank you for Wilson for joining us.
It's a pleasure being here, Patricia.
Okay, so today we're going to be looking at the military intervention in combating insecurity. Is it weakening the Nigeria police force? That's what we're going to be looking at today. And of course, we have in the house someone who is going to be talking to us about that, trying to describe or to explain all of this to us. And he is Barrister Atta. He's a political analyst. He's usually here for us to help us analyze everything we want to look at. Thank you, Barrister, for coming this morning.
Yes, thank you, and good morning. You look good. Both parties look good. Yeah. And then thank you for having me as your guest today.
I hope we're not intimidating you with our traditional outfit.
No, it's beautiful. I think I love it.
Thank you for loving it. Anyway, let's just go straight to what we're looking at today. And then it's been a question people are asking. A lot of people out there are asking, is this the military intervening in combating insecurity in Nigeria internally? I mean, in the state, we see them everywhere. It's not supposed to be so, but we see the military everywhere now. And so, is it weakening the Nigeria police force? Is it something we should be worried over?
No, because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution and the provisions of the Police Act, particularly Section 4 of the Police Act, you will see that the functions of the Nigerian police force is well stipulated there. That is to prevent crime and then, and then to equally prosecute offenders. You see that the power is narrowed down internally. Therefore presupposes that the Nigerian police force, they don't have the power to go external, to go outside the country. But whereas the military, they have a power to intervene internally and then externally. So it's a different ballgame. So for me, I don't think to an extent that will weaken the efforts and the job description of the Nigerian police force.
So you're talking about the job description. Thank you, you mentioned that. That's what the people are, particularly saying, that it looks like the military is taking the job description away from the Nigerian police force. I mean, the things that the Nigerian police force should have tackled, it looks like the military is stepping into it. So people are saying, why don't we give the Nigeria Police Force the opportunity to do their job? And then if they're not getting it right, or if it's being overwhelming for them, the military could come into it.
This is something that the military are not even getting it. They are not even getting it right. We are not near solving the issues of insecurity all over the Federation. The military are not even getting it right. So how well do you even think that the Nigerian Police Force are going to get it right? They are cake in their way of doing things, not experienced, not properly trained. Is that people you want to engage? Even the Nigerian army, they are not getting it right. So how much of the Nigerian Police Force that is not of the same level, not of the same cadets? This is insecurity all over the Federation we're talking about. And this is a situation where we have people from the neighboring country, they are intruding into our security outfit, and then you think that we can narrow it down to the Nigerian Police Force. It's not possible. Because if you look at the section I just cited now, you will see that the Nigerian Police Force, their job description entails protection of life and properties, prosecuting of matters. So how can you say because the Nigerian army are not prosecuting matters? They don't take criminals to court. They are narrowed down to prosecution of matters that are exclusively reserved for their personnel. So, but whereas the reverse is the case with the Nigerian Police Force, if you and I commit an offense, the prosecuting body is the Nigerian Police Force. That is the law. So for me, I don't think the Nigerian Police Force, they have a lot they are facing right now. They are not well paid, they are not well remunerated. If you go all over the Federation, you see how their, their barracks are abandoned. So the government needs to step in and ensure that proper training. You equip them with enough weapon, proper training, proper orientation, so you can garnish them with enough arsenal, so they can do their job description.
All right. Now, if I should come and get to realize that the former Chief of Army Staff, Buratai, was the one that already made this comment, and he gave reasons, saying that the police force are becoming weak, they're becoming lazy because of what the military is doing. Take a look at the country situation. We talk about security challenges. They're the ones mounting the various posts that used to be the work of the police. Now, he now says if this should continue for quite a long time, one, the military will be overstressed, overworked. And secondly, the police will be more and more lazy, knowing fully well that the military are always there to do the job. Now, he went outside the police and said even other security agents also are relying more on the military to help them do their job, thereby overloading the military with the work the police ought to have been doing in the first instance. So what's your own angle?
Yes, I know that if you go all over the Federation, most of the highways now you see different military checkpoints. That is not part and parcel of their job description. But to an extent, you agree with me that they need to step up because the Nigerian Police Force have failed woefully in their job description. More importantly, I put the blame on the government. You need to ensure that the job description of each of the outfits is well designed, and then you assign them their role. You don't just go and assign your men to a job that is exclusively reserved to the Nigerian Police Force. So it's an abuse, whether we like it or not. It is an abuse in the system. So you cannot eat your cake and then you have it. The police, they are more concerned about mounting roadblock within the city where they can take advantage of people, corruption. Once you offend traffic, they will just clap your car down, and then the next thing is just to give you arbitrary or unnecessary fees to pay or penalties, without even giving you fair hearing. And that's not the intention of the provisions of the Constitution. So for me, I think that the military, they have to step up, and that's what we are seeing all over the Federation, because the Nigerian police have failed. If you ask me to rate them, I'll rate them 2 over 10, and that's just as a matter of sympathy.
2 over 10?
Yes, the Nigerian Police Force.
As a matter of sympathy?
Matter of sympathy.
Yes.
So why are you going to rate them?
Yes, as a matter of, because they have failed woefully. And like I said, you can't put something on nothing and then you expect it to stand. It's clear. There are provisions of the provisions of the Constitution say that, and the Police Act describe their job description. But whereas they are more interested in corruption, they are more interested in corruption.
So who is giving these military men the job description to go out to mount
various roadblocks?
There is no way that their principal is not aware of that, because before you can step out of any barrack, you must sign that you are going for they must be aware that you are so roadblock, this and that and that. So the principal officers are aware, they are officers, and you even see them. They are even copying the antics and the corruption mechanism of the Nigerian police force now. You see them, once you see them on the highway, I'm a living testimony to this. I'm not hiding it as it is. I've seen them in the public transport where they are collecting, what is it called? I don't want to say it, but Egunje. Let's put it like that. So they are now beginning to be infiltrated by the habits and the practice of the Nigerian police force. If you are in Rome to them, you now behave like a Roman. Now that they are now hobnobbing and romancing with the Nigerian police force, they are now beginning.
The question is, with these roadblocks and the military intervention, is it curbing insecurity right now?
It's not curbing insecurity per se. Let me give you a practical example. I traveled to Kogi State recently, and then I saw about 20 or 25 military checkpoints from Lagos to Kogi State. Few weeks thereafter, somebody was arrested by a common Okada man in my hometown. And those people that are branded as bandits, they came as far from the north, from the northern parts of the country. How is it that they were able to penetrate, and then it's just a common security man within the region that arrested those bandits? How is it? If indeed. So with this belief that once you pay your tithes, you are allowed to go, and that's corruption. Once you drop something, you go. They will not checkmate you, whether you are with weapon or anything. That for me is not solving the situation.
Wilson, 1 minute.
Yeah.
I hear Nigerians when they are kidnapped or their family members are kidnapped, instead of calling out to the Nigerian police or the military, you hear them calling VDM. So what is this new trend of calling VDM?
Whether we like it or not, VDM is now a brand. It's a figure. He's not a perfect person, but if you go to advanced country, the government will incorporate his experience and then try to see how they can bring him to the system. But the reverse is a case. He is doing it, but that does not mean it's perfect. But however, people are calling him because he's using the social media crusade as a movement. And that's why you see very dark man, VDM, all over the Federation. He's a movement. He has branded himself as the fourth arms of government. I don't know where he got that practice from, even though it's not part and parcel of the federal character system. But however, whether we like it or not, he's more effective in some situations than even the Nigerian police force because of his way of operation. I'm not saying I will rate him 10 over 10 or 5 over 10 because we have seen where he has gone overboard, where he's not supposed to, where he's supposed to cooperate with the force, and then you hand over your evidence of your findings and all those things, but he believes in himself and then go and upload everything on social media. You don't investigate like that. You don't front load all your evidence online. Your enemies will regroup and then they will re-strategize and then they will strike. It's not hygienic for you and for the system. That's my take.
All right, now if you take a look at the structure, we're talking about security architecture. The Nigerian police force and other security agents, they have their own pattern. They have the roles that they play. But now they are now worried that the military is infringing into those particular roles that the police ought to be in charge of. How do you think this can be corrected?
Well, I think this can be corrected by the government taking up responsibility. The government needs to wake up. It's a collective responsibility. It's because the system has failed. And that's why you see that life and properties, because it is he that is alive that you can talk about you want to govern, per se. So whether we like it or not, the government must wake up and assume their responsibility, pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution. It boils down to the government waking up and accept their imperfection and then step up. That's number one. And then number two, the Nigerian police force, they need to be empowered.
In what way?
I think that they need
some parts of the Nigerian police force?
Yes, she's a force personnel. And then my point is that how will you just abandon your staff? There should be an insurance package for all the police all over the Federation, whether victim of accident, deaths, and a lot of insurance package. I'm not recommending any insurance company, but I want to be specific. There should be, because they are going out, they are sacrificing their life, their family, their properties, and everything in protection of every other person all over the Federation. So the government must give them. 100% attention. If you go to United States of America, you see that the president will be in the control room anytime Americans want to strike any other foreign nation. The president will be in the control room with them, controlling them. How more? Not this one that you go and sit Aso Rock, or you sit at what is it called, the National Assembly. Is you wear agbada and then you are collecting millions per session, and then some people are out there sacrificing their life and every other thing, and then you don't care for their welfareism. So the government must wake up and ensure that these people are well taken care of. You don't just abandon them and then you expect to get results. Otherwise, it's you and I that will continue to suffer all these things. They say that we drew, what is it called? They say there's no more
police for VIP.
Police for VIP.
Yes.
But you see that they are same boss, the same DPO, because of what they are benefiting from that, because it's a DPO that will assign personnel that will go out for each of their daily activities. What they'll do is that they will tell the officer in charge, don't wear your, what is it called, don't put on your uniform. And then you seem like a normal person. And then you see them parading after VIPs. So whether we like it or not, it is you and I that is suffering all or the fact that the system is bad. How? When you are driving, they will stop you and then they're asking for money from you. It's because of the fact that the governments have failed. It's because of the fact that the government is not checkmating the Nigerian police force. Corruption is with ease. They are remitting to their superior, and their superior remit to another superior up there, and then it continues to recycle around the system. Corruption. They continue to hobnob and romance among themselves in this euphoria of corruption. So how best can you describe that? You will suffer it, and then you see that a bigger force will continue to intimidate you and I. We're not going to continue with that very soon. Okay. The system is going to change, and we're very optimistic.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving forward, if this current trend continues, what does Nigeria's internal security architecture will look like in the next 5 years?
The system is going to continue to weak. It's going to continue to grow bad if we don't step up, if the government is not ready to accept their imperfection, like I said earlier. Not even in the next 5 years, except we are ready to embrace technology. If you go to most of the Nigerian police force, if you go to most of their districts in Lagos, you will see that they are not even organized, even among themselves. Let me give the example. You go there, you see a generator that is servicing the DPO, and then you see another pass my neighbor servicing what is that unity, and then you see noise all over, and then you want to photocopy something, just to run photocopy in that office, you have to go outside and then you go and pay within they themselves, even to get what is it called, statement form from their fellow colleague. That one will be asking him that he's going to pay. Statement form that is branded in the and headed in the name of the Nigerian police force, and then I need a statement force as your colleague. I'll have to pay you to get yours. Therefore, presuppose I have to procure it from you. Is that unity we are talking about? In as much as we are blaming the government at the federal level, we equally need to blame the people that are involved. They are not even ready, and then wake up. Then they need to wake up and accept responsibility. We cannot continue to operate with this gross incompetency in the system, and then we feel that the system is going to work. It's not going to work overnight. It's a collective responsibility, like I often say, and I will continue to say it, and I'm saying it again. The system can only work when we come together collectively. It's not just one-way traffic. It's you and I and every other third person. That's how it works.
Okay. All right. Okay, now if you take a look at the prospect of joint task force, you get to see, an array of military in combination with police, DSS, NSCDC, you just name it, working together to achieve a particular goal in terms of fighting, security challenges. This kind of arrangement, isn't it supposed to at least empower the police force rather than making them to be weak? Because Burata has been there. We talk about the theater of operation, we talk about war, fighting against insurgency. Speaking from his experience, do you know the concept of this particular joint force would have been enough to at least make the Nigerian police force more viable? After all, they're working with the military.
Yes, that is the intention of the joint force. But however, the Nigerian police force, because they are lazy, I'm saying it with all sign of respect to the system, because they are lazy, they are not experienced, and then there's this inferiority complex among them anytime they are working with the Nigerian army.
Are you going to blame them?
There's an inferiority complex. They are not well trained and then equipped. They can't meet up the standard. So there's this impression that the army is going to intimidate us, this and that. So they intend to withdraw and then get lazy alongside of the job description, and that's why you see them gradually they are withdrawing their partnership, and then anytime there's a joint task with them and the Nigerian army, you see that they are very lazy. There is no any level of productivity from them. Don't expect anything from them. Nemo called that non-habit. You can't give out what you don't have. So it's certain they don't have the experience. So the best experience they have is where is your receipt for these goats? On the street of Ojuelegba, somebody is going home to go and celebrate Christmas, and then you're asking him, where is the receipt of this goats? And then where is the receipt that you bought this your hat? And then so embarrassing. Is that so? It's so disheartening and so disgusting. The system is the system is manifestly bad, and then nobody is saying anything about it. It's not part and parcel of the system. Corruption is now the order of the day. Let me state the word of the immediate president. Corruption is good. When you fight corruption, corruption will fight you back. If we don't fight it, it's going to kill all of us one day. That is what we are seeing clearly now. Once you want to fight the system will regroup. I have a friend who is in the Nigerian police force. Anytime they go for all those, they are fraudulent, and then how do I put it? Fraudulent transaction. He said, I'm not part and parcel of you people. They have to connive against him. They relegated him to a very remote area. You see how it is. If you are not ready to be part of the system, there's how the system will fight back. And that is what the immediate president, the late President Muhammad Buhari said. And I agree with him.
If you don't kill corruption, corruption will kill us.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so looking at the corruption in the police force, just like you have explained now, what are the specific reforms that are urgently needed to, restore confidence?
One is training. The Nigerian police force, they need 100% training. You need to train them, number one. Number two, you equally need to equip them. You need to equip them with weapons. Not all those are cake AK-40. Can I call that AK-40 something? Not all those are cake guns that you see them carry all around, and then you see accidental discharge or something, different kind of scenario. And then number three, you need to rebrand their orientation. You need to rebrand their orientation. And then number four, for the Nigerian police force, you equally need emotional intelligence for them. You need to checkmate them where they are coming from. Is it that they're used to consuming all this dirty alcohol on the street that you see? All those have effect in their productivity. When you are consumed in the corridor of alcohol, there's every possibility that your judgment, your actions is going to be otherwise as against what is expected of you. You cannot have any better productivity when you are caught up in the web of alcohol. It's not possible. And then number five, you equally needs to work on the government needs to the barrack, the outfit is unkept. We are recommending, I'm saying that the government needs to do something in such a way that they can have a beautiful edifice, even in their offices. Cooperation, unity among the offices. You can't go to an office and then you have about 4 to 5 station generators making us all up and down. Is that a conducive atmosphere
for that generator? I was not coming to them, but
so particular.
Yes, because I'm concerned about them. They are human. They are like you and I will not want that pattern to be obtainable in my office. How much of an institution that is a product of the Constitution? It is a product of the Constitution. It's not a company that is selling tissue paper. Even a company that is selling tissue paper or selling akara on the street, they are even more organized than that setting that you see.
All right.
It's so bad.
Now, if you take a look at the budget allotted for fighting against insurgency, fighting against terrorists, you get to realize that the large chunk of money given to this particular outfit vis-a-vis the military, navy, you just name it, a larger percentage of this money goes to either the military, the navy, the Nigerian Air Force, and a very little percent goes down to the police. If any gets to them, are you going to blame them for being so weak? As you said that they are giving good reasons why they're becoming weaker and weaker by the day. The monetary aspect of it. You get to hear Tucano jets. You get to hear, various kind of jet fighters, bombers, weapons, but these are specifically given to the military according to the reports we're gathering.
That's the point we're making. It's not different from what I've said. You need to pump enough money to the system. If you want results, you need to invest. You cannot sleep and then overnight and then you expect to have results. It's not done, except this part of the world where people are lazy and then they want to make money from Yahoo overnight.
So how can it be done right now? Because of the sharing formula.
We are now recommending for the government, because I'm not part and parcel of the system. I can only carry this message and convey it. And we're now saying, oh, you need to apportion more money to the system so that you can see productivity, so that it will not bounce on you and I. Otherwise, if no money is pumped to that industry, you are going to see a situation that you and I will pay dearly for it. How? Like I gave example, you'll be the one that if you go to most of the police stations, you see that a particular project is branded in the name of Rotary, in the name of one particular company. You see that those people that is a joint partnership to support. You see a kind of boss that is branded in the name of a particular estate in support of the Nigerian police force. It's because the government have failed. People are now waking up, you and I, when people are now waking up, people now have to support the system. You buy them their basic amenities. I've seen where people even supply them tissue paper, people have to supply them A4 papers and all those things. A client of mine, and then when he went there, no A4 paper, he has to order for 4 for them instantly.
For the police?
Yes.
So that's the question. I have asked this question before. Probably I should, change the way I'm going to ask you. The question now is, do you think the Nigerian government is not funding the police, or there's just this major corruption in the police force?
It's two-way traffic.
I don't want to believe that the Nigerian government is not funding the Nigerian
police force
at all. It's not possible.
It's funding them in the Nigerian police. But however, it's not funding them enough. That's number one. And then number two, the second aspect of it is that the system is corrupt. It's corrupt. Corruption is in the system. And people just key in. I give a practical example now, where somebody who is not cooperating with them, they have to gang up, and then the person is now transferred to another relegated unit.
You have been hammering on this corruption in the Nigerian police force.
Yes.
How will it be cleansed up? What advice will you give to the federal government to be able to cleanse this corruption in the Nigerian police force?
Put more money in the system.
Put more money in the system, the money will also be taken away.
When you invest, you have to monitor your investment, except that the government is not serious, because the system is equally benefiting from that failure. Anytime, is it Sani Abacha, or one of the presidents of the West African country, said anytime you see an insurgency exceed 24 hours, it therefore presupposes that your government is aware of it. Anytime you see all those bomb blasts in the north, some people are benefiting from it. How? Some people benefit from it in such a way that they have to connive with it. They have to, connive with international community. Some of them do not. They just have to seek for sponsors that they are going to help the victims of this and that. NGOs spark up, and then they will benefit as a result of, all in the name of supporting the victims. So people are benefiting from the system. That's why we cannot get it right. One, change of mindset. Because look at whether we like it or not, we don't have any modus operandi or any procedure to enforce all these illegalities against our leaders. Because assuming you go to court, they will still defeat you, because the system is corrupt.
Okay, all right. Well, finally, before we call it a wrap on this discussion, can one deduce that if the military are taking off checkpoints, allow the police to come back to do their job, that will give the police meaning, at least to have evidence that they, or to what else to do? Because what Buratai said, you are giving the military police personnel job, you are making their work tedious, they are stressed too thin. So bringing them back and pushing the military back to where they ought to be. Do you think this will create this balance between these two security agents?
I'm not in support of retiring back the army, the military from the roadblock, because as it is right now, there's even a lot of security outfits on the road, and we see experienced bandits on a daily basis. So on what basis are you going to withdraw the army? I'm not in support.
In one word, do you think they could work together peacefully?
Yes, I have the belief that the Nigerian police force and the Nigerian army can work together peacefully. But however, the Nigerian police, their corruption attitude will not make them to want to work with the Nigerian army. That's my take.
All right, thank you so much, Atta, for your wonderful analysis. And I believe that our viewers, they've heard your own point. Maybe, just maybe, things will be done differently this time around to see how they can really make the Nigerian police force more vibrant in executing their duties in terms of taking care of lives and properties. But we'll now hand over to our Benin Network Center for the news, after which TMI Social with our more statements will definitely come up. Thank you for watching.
This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, for the first story, it happens to be a follow-up of another story we did yesterday, as the Benin court remands 52 Ekpoma protest suspects amid kidnapping fears last Saturday. Now, frustrated residents and Ambrosali University students in Ekpoma rallied after kidnappers killed a young man, but the protests turned violent with looted shops, burnt tires, and vandalism at the Onoje's Palace. Police arrested 52 suspects early Sunday, charging them with malicious damage and armed robbery. A Benin High Court remanded them to Ubiaja Correctional Center pending trial on February 26. Now, some families insist their loved ones were innocent and asleep, while students groups and the PDP demand release as the governor vows stronger action against kidnappers. Now, as you see, a footage on the screen that shows some of these remanded protest suspects. Let's get to see the video and then we'll take reactions.
For what they know nothing about. Sir, we did not participate in that protest. The people that participated in that protest, they are in their houses. They are walking freely on the streets and nothing happened to them. Sir, we are begging you. We are being punished for what we know nothing about. Sir, we are your children. We are your children, sir. Please, have mercy on us. Even if at all we even offended you, at least a father must have mercy for his child. We are all your children. Have mercy on us. Have mercy on us. Nobody can deny what we are seeing this government doing in Edo State. Therefore, we will not support.
Well, there you have it, the video that's been circulating around the social media space. Now let's get to see how the social media space is reacting. This commenter says, "Good day. This is to raise alarm on the authoritarian terrorist government of Nigeria and its dehumanization of young people. These are university students in Edo who protested against kidnapping in the States. Please lend your voice. Let the world see this evil." Let's see the next comments now. This netizen says, "We must not allow sentiment to cloud our judgment. Public peace and order must be maintained at all costs to create an enabling environment for the security forces to flush out the kidnappers." On to the next comment. This netizen says, "The strategy is direct and aimed at making sure the youth lose all hope for a better future to further oppress them and ensure bad governance continues to suffice. It's nothing but a psychological means of controlling the population." Let's move on to the next comment. This one says, it is practically obvious that this said administration hates being asked to be accountable. It's quite pitiful that these young men, whom are supposed leaders of tomorrow, are having their dreams tarnished. What a country. Let's move on to another comment now. This commenter goes on to say, this is a chilling abuse of power. When young people are brutalized and imprisoned for demanding prosecution from kidnappers, the state reveals who it truly fears, not criminals but citizens with voices. A government that criminalizes protests while failing to secure lives has abandoned its moral and constitutional duty. Silence only normalizes this cruelty. Speaking up is not optional. Now for the final comment. The final comment says, students are treated this way for protesting, but Katsina government wants to release repentant bandits who took lives and destabilized the region with kidnappings, killings, raping, and repeated terror. LOL, LOL, LOL. Now, let's move on to the next story, which happens to be about the case with the EFCC and Yahaya Bello. Now, the EFCC chairman in an interview defends Yahaya Bello's prosecution amid court delays. Olukoyede detailed 3 active cases against former Kogi governor Yahaya Bello, including charges of 80.2 billion naira fraud, 110 billion naira property scams, and diverting $720,000 from state funds for his child's school fees. Now, Bello surrendered in November 2024 after being declared wanted, but remains in Kuje prison as court in Abuja deliberates without a conviction yet. He reaffirmed his April 2024 pledge to oversee the probe personally, while public reaction split between criticism of slow, elite prosecutions and support for the legal process's complexities. Now, this is what the EFCC chairman has said, that Yahaya Bello is being remanded and also in court over the issue. Let's get to see his comments and then we'll take reactions.
Of Kogi, so you said you will rather step out of this office if you don't see this through. Are you still on that agenda of ensuring that is either you leave this office or not seeing this through?
So have I not made good that promise of commitment? No, I'm asking you. Is Yahaya not being prosecuted?
But there are those,
but to the cases,
there are those who are unhappy in the handling, and they are even asking you to recuse yourself or to step down from their office.
In handling of what?
Of Yahaya Bello's matter.
How do I handle Yahaya Bello's matter? Am I the judge? I have 3 cases against Yahaya Bello. Am I the judge that will determine the conviction? No, I'm asking you, Chew. I've done my work. I've fulfilled my mandate, and Nigerians must know that, and they must also encourage us in doing more. This man has been investigated. There are 5 charges against him, and the matter is getting traction. You just follow up this case. In Nigeria, some of us are lazy.
Because of the
drama. Sit down, and because we are
the drama that happened in.
Forget about drama. Forget about drama. It's not about drama. It's about the fact that his man facing prosecution.
Now, that is the video follow-up on that story. Let's get to see what the social media space is saying. This commenter says, you hold the FCC, they shift the blame to the judiciary, then you hold the judiciary, and they tell you that the prosecutor failed to prove their case beyond reasonable doubt, that they did a bad job at prosecution. It comes back to the FCC and the cycle continues. Let's see another comment now. The next comment says, the judiciary is another evil that Nigerians are not talking about. A magistrate remanded 53 students for protesting insecurity, but will grant politicians with corruption charges that caused the insecurity bill before stepping into the courtroom. Let's see another comment. This comment says, always talking and ranting and getting angry whenever the basics of their job is being demanded, as if Nigerians are stupid. Are we not Nigerians in Nigeria? Don't we know what's going on? Why all these rantings? Is that how Yahoo boys are being treated? Now you have to be civil. Well, those are the comments as regards that story. Now let's move on to our final story today on TMI Socials. Now it's as Kano Commissioner gives bicycles to junior staff amid fuel crisis. Now the Kano State Commissioner for Investments, Gwani Shehu Wada Sagagi, handed out 10 bicycles to junior staff this week, paying for them himself to ease travel burdens from high fuel prices. Now, as you know, the social media space is not taking this easy. A lot of people saying, bicycles, really? Let's get to see how they're reacting. Let's see the comments now on this story. The first commenter says, did you want him to give them bikes? What will they use to fuel them? Their salaries? You guys can appreciate little efforts made. Just look at your statements. Junior workers, or should he give them cars? Well, this is one commenter. Let's see another one now. This next comment says, I think he intends to encourage the physical health of his team. That said, I'm sure bicycles may be a widely used means of transportation in that region. Bicycles are very fashionable amongst public servants in Europe. To encourage that culture in Kano deserves an applause. The final comments now. It says, if after 1 year in office, the biggest achievement is sharing 10 bicycles, then the office has failed its mandate. Investment and commerce are about economic growth, not token gifts. Now, those are the comments that have, been elicited from the Kano State Commissioner giving bicycles to his junior staff. And here's where we draw the curtain on TMI Socials today. Thank you so much for watching. I'll now hand you back over to Lawrence Osifo for the finalization of TMI Socials.
You read some of these stories that is trendy without laughing while maintaining your steez. A commissioner distributing what? Bicycles in the 21st century?
You saw some of the comments. Some people saying maybe it's a widely used means of transportation there.
Nigeria is one of the best places to live in. Then let's talk about the Yahaya Bello before we go. I remember Allah Olukoyede telling us that if he does not see the prosecution of Yahaya Bello, he will not resign. The same Allah Olukoyede is telling us the court is the problem. All right, no problem. We look forward to seeing the end of all of this hula baloo, higi haga, back and forth. That's the size of our package on the show TMI this beautiful morning on the ITV network. On behalf of my colleagues in Lagos and in Abuja, we'll see you again on the next one, God willing. I am Lawrence Osifo. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
TV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television, and I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2021 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria, so in all of our markets. By funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and
The
Ukraine.
Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it showed that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
sóde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ sọ pé. Àyàbá sókè abẹ́rẹ́ sọ pé. Àlàyé àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ sọ pé. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
TV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, now unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, you know, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then, you know, it showed that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, you know, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner-Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
area my work. It's a Jolena over our top. It's a work by one.
Omonyoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after central spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Right. Governor Okpebholo orders immediate release of detained AAU protesters with verifiable means of identification. Governor Okpebholo promises to rebuild burnt shops in Ekpoma. Vice President Shettima tasked public servants to remain selfless, work hard, shun corruption. Works Minister says third mainland bridge rehabilitation to cost 43 billion naira. Angry mob burns Benin Chief's home over alleged case of mistaken identity. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on the Network News on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Center, and joining me from the Benin Network Center is Anu Oluwapo. Anu Oluwapo, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. And from our Lagos Network Center, we have Wilson. Wilson, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. It's a pleasure sharing the screen with you from the Lagos Network Center.
Same here. From the Abuja Network Center, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has charged public servants to imbibe the virtues of selflessness and excellence marked by daily discipline, consistency of effort, and strength of character. State House correspondent Ihara Atta reports that Senator Shettima made the call in Abuja on Tuesday during a colloquium for a special advisor to the president on policy and coordination and head Central Delivery Coordination Unit, Hadiza Bala Usman.
Speaking at the gathering, Vice President Kashim Shettima pointed out that enduring legacies in public service are the ones sustained by consistent dedication to excellence, resilience, and hard work, regardless of the challenges of building enduring institutions. Warning public servants against sharp practices, he said fulfilled public service career is one marked by a commitment to daily discipline, consistency of efforts, and strength of character.
Understood its demands and earn her place through consistency of effort and strength of character. I have no doubt that your parents will both have shared in the pride we feel today, the pride of this nation. And this moment must speak beyond celebration. It must speak to continuity. If we are to raise more generations of Nigerians ready to lead with purpose, to deliver with excellence, and to serve with courage, we must remember this truth. Intention without the willingness to pay the price of service remains wishful thinking.
He eulogizes Hadiza Bala Usman as a mirror not only for the northern Nigerian girl, but for Nigeria itself. Maintaining that Usman's achievements were never accidental, Senator Kashim Shettima noted that her rise in public service was deliberate and sustained by a faithful commitment to the difficult work of building a functional nation. Earlier, Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, says Usman's life remained a shining example of discipline. He urged the celebrant to the renewed hope agenda of President Tinubu, expressing optimism that her years ahead will be marked by continuous, impactful service to Nigeria. For his part, Chief of Staff told the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, explained that the gathering was aimed at honoring a life defined by purpose, courage, and an unwavering commitment to service and value addition to the Tinubu administration. Ihara Atta, ITV News.
Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyede has assured officers and men of the armed forces of Nigeria of concrete efforts to improve their overall welfare in 2026. Defense correspondent John Tenner reports that the CDS gave the assurance at the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day special events in Abuja.
A special social night event by the Defense Headquarters was to honor serving personnel and veterans while remembering the fallen heroes. The colorful event was graced by Afrobeat stars who performed to honor the sacrifices of serving personnel, fallen heroes, and veterans.
I mind my own business and I don't give a shit, but I still live because we are one in the same one struggle.
The Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, assured armed forces personnel, families of fallen heroes, and veterans that their welfare will be prioritized in the year 2026.
Let me let you know what I'm doing in conjunction with the service chiefs and with the blessing of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, we're working on modalities to increase the salary of our men and women. And if you recall, when I was Chief of Army Staff, even before I was given the money to pay, on my own, I started paying the RCA of 3,000 naira. So if I tell you we're working on something, just be hopeful that something will come up.
The Chief of Defense Administration, Rear Admiral Gideon Kachim, says the event is a deliberate and special gathering designed to give opportunity to unwind, reflect, and celebrate.
We are especially grateful for the recognition accorded to our outstanding soldiers, ratings, and airmen, whose professionalism, discipline, and dedications continue to define the spirit of our armed forces.
The assurance on improved welfare conditions for officers, soldiers, and their families by the Defense Headquarters is a message that sacrifices of uniformed men in defending the country is well appreciated. From Abuja, John Dana, ITV.
That's all from the Abuja Network Center. Now let's hand you over to our Benin Network Center where Anu Luapo is on standby.
Thank you so much, Charity. Here in Edo State, the governor of Edo State, Senator Mondo Gbebolo, says the recent unrest in Ekpoma was not organized by students of Ambrose Ali University. He described the incident as a criminal act carried out by non-students hiding around the institution to foment trouble and extort law-abiding students. Governor Gbebolo made this known on Tuesday during a meeting with the president of the Students' Union Government of Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma. The meeting focused on the disturbance, arrest, and prevailing security concerns. According to a statement issued by the Chief Press Secretary to the governor, Dr. Patrick Abujele, intelligence reports available to the Edo State government indicate that the incident was orchestrated by a group identifying themselves as the Ambrose Ali Comrade Community. The group is said to be made up of individuals who are no longer students but loiter around the university environment, engaging in unlawful activities. The governor urged the SUG leadership that any genuine student who may have been arrested in the course of restoring order would be identified and released without delay. He also dismissed claims of kidnapping linked to the incident, describing such reports as false, stage-managed, and intended to mislead the public and stir ethnic tension. The statement condemned the burning of markets and destruction of property in Ekpoma, warning that anyone, regardless of political affiliation, found sponsoring or using hoodlums to destabilize Edo communities would be brought to justice. Now, still staying in Ekpoma, Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Gbebolo has visited Ekpoma to assess the damage caused by the fire, which razed several shops constructed by the Police Officers' Wives Association, assuring affected traders of swift government intervention and renewed security action. The governor, during the assessment visit, described the incident as disturbing and linked it to an ongoing act of violence and sabotage in Ekpoma and environs. Government House correspondent Kinsley Uchegbu tells us more.
Governor Bolo, accompanied by the senator representing Edo Central, Joe Ibia, Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Saloki Isegbe, State Commissioner of Police, Monda Bonika, and the Commander for Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General Ahmed Olatubosu Balogun, inspected the scene of the fire incident. Addressing the affected shop owners, Governor Bolo expressed pain over the development, pointing out that the recent events in Ekpoma point to a pattern of coordinated attacks. He dismissed claims that the attackers were Fulani herdsmen, insisting that they were political elements bent on destabilizing the area. As a way of cushioning the effect of the disaster, Governor Bolo announced that the reconstruction of the affected shops would begin within the week, urging the affected traders to remain calm and law-abiding.
I will not listen to anybody when the time comes. I just want you people to be patient. I'll make sure between now and Friday, they will come and start building this place for you people. We have started arresting them. The burning down of this shop is still the same thing. The same people doing it. There's nothing to fear.
Earlier, Israel Ukulu and Professor Austin Aramelo spoke on behalf of other victims of the alleged arson.
What we are seeing here is a case of an arson. As a matter of fact, we felt that we have been victimized for a case that we know nothing about. We came here in less than 30 seconds. The whole building went down.
I have a shop here. I'm a professor. By the grace of God, I can fend for myself even without the shop. But there are some of them here who are below poverty. But yet, they are trying to make ends meet here. Their life has been reduced to rubble. But we know that your presence here will raise their life more than ever before.
It was gathered that the fire started around midnight and spread rapidly until 5 a.m. on Monday. A similar incident had occurred 2 years ago on the opposite side of the affected shops. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, as part of ongoing security assessment and strategic repositioning in Ekpoma, has approved the posting of CSP Tomofe Nwabueze to assume office as the new DPO and ordered the reorganization of Ekpoma Division with immediate effect. The new DPO, upon assumption of office, immediately swung into action following a report of a suspected kidnapping along Old INEC Road, Ekpoma, and deployed operational resources to track the caller. Technical intelligence and field investigations led to the arrest of the suspect, one 18-year-old Obey Odine, for staging her own kidnapping and demanding a ransom of 10 million naira. She has confessed to the crime, admitting that the incident was deliberately fabricated to extort money. In a related operation in Ubiaja, the command recorded another major operational success in collaboration with the Nigerian military and the Edo State Security Corps, where a concealed forest enclave identified by the drone squadron through intelligence generated from air surveillance as a suspected kidnapping base was stormed. This resulted in the arrest of 11 male suspects believed to be members of an organized kidnapping syndicate. Exhibits recovered include 24 Dane guns, 17 cutlasses, 3 battle axes, gunpowder, torchlights, mobile phones, solar panels, assaulted charms, 1 day-long motorcycle, and 209,700 naira, among other exhibits. The Commissioner of Police strongly warns members of the public against engaging in false kidnapping reports and other deceptive acts, pointing out that such actions undermine public confidence. Hence, anyone caught will be prosecuted accordingly. Away from that now to other stories, where a Benin City resident, Chief Matthew Amunwase, has been left devastated after his house and properties worth millions at Amunwase Street off Igor Secondary School were allegedly burnt by an angry mob over what he described as a case of mistaken identity. Chief Matthew alerted that he was forcefully identified as the father of a suspect known as Venture, who was accused of killing one Oliver. The victim and members of his family were at the corporate head office of ITV and Radio, Airport Road, Benin City, to call for urgent intervention of the Edo State government and security agencies. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo visited the scene.
According to the distraught victim, Chief Matthew Amunwase, who is also the Ojuanwere of Amunwase, the incident followed allegations that a man known as Venture had killed one Oliver on Saturday, 10th January. He explained that when the deceased family allegedly went in search of the suspect and could not locate him, someone reportedly pointed them to his house, identifying him as the father of the suspect. The man, however, insists he has no relationship with the suspect, stating that he neither knows him nor share any direct family ties. He further alleged that in the process of the arson attack by the deceased's family, cash amounting to 9.8 million naira alongside other valuable goods for sale were destroyed in the inferno.
The boy, when they say he go keep Percy for another road, not be my house day. They know the house when the boy day. They know person when the war follow. They come burn my house. They say na my in-law relations. They just burn out everything. No pin come out for that house. All my documents, all my daughter property, all put for there.
Chief Matthew, who revealed the matter has been reported to the Ogida police station, appealed to the Edo State government, the Nigerian police, to investigate the incident and bring the perpetrators to justice.
Beg everybody, beg government. Because this my age, I know if you build house now, not be me born when they go burn my house. So they say now the family of the disease, now he come burn my house. So
not be me born now they come burn my husband house. The cloth when I tie so now, I only one I get.
Help my sister. They don't have anything again. They just burn their hearts to ashes. The boy now is far from relation.
Reacting to the development, the Edo State Police Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ikoidem, said the command is aware of the incident and investigations are ongoing. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Up next is our Lagos Network Center, where Wilson is on standby.
Thanks a lot, Charity, and welcome to our Lagos Network Center. Lagos State University says it is set to host the 2026 International Conference of Community Psychology to check community issues that can be addressed by psychology. The Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor BME Olatunji Bello, during a press conference at the Ojo campus, said the conference will reposition Nigeria in the area of positive influence of community psychology.
On the importance of hosting right of the 11th International Conference of Community Psychology by the Lagos State University, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor BME Olatunji Bello, said the positions of the state to the globe, especially for its role in community engagement, is strategic to the hosting of the conference, while ensuring global audience of secured environments throughout the conference. The Vice-Chancellor said all arrangements have been put in place to ensure the best for participants.
Lagos proudly stands as a center of excellence, a mega city renowned for its intellectual leadership, cultural vibrancy, economic vitality, and innovation. So, hosting ICCP 2026 at Lagos State University, a leading public tertiary institution with a strong tradition of scholarship, community engagement, and regional impact, further affirms LASU's role as a hub for international academic exchange.
Chairperson, Nigerian Labour Congress, Lagos State Chapter, Comrade Agnes Sassi, the member representing Solomon Borno, other virtual participants. Participants said the conference will help create solutions to some community problems.
We will be expecting delegates across the globe, and this will protect Nigeria in a positive stand.
It is an opportunity for us to showcase Lagos. It is an opportunity for us to showcase our community.
The conference will be attended by participants from across the globe. From Lagos, Messalina Unkwo, ITV News.
The Minister of Works, Engineer David Umahi, said the total rehabilitation of the third mainland bridge in Lagos State is estimated to cost 43 billion naira, while the bridge's closed-circle TV camera center will cost 2.5 billion naira. The minister made this known during an ongoing inspection of road construction and bridges across Lagos State. Iboje Ikoria reports.
And deep appreciation for our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This standard that he has set, to monitor our routes and give, safety to commuters is well appreciated.
Engineer Dave Umai commending President Bola Tinubu for the ongoing construction of roads and bridges across the country, threatening to arrest any contractor and terminate road contract over poor performance.
The architecture of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and directed by him should be all over the country, and that is by this CC military. So the police will be setting, the rules. What will be the speed limit, and it will be properly announced.
Senior Special Assistant to President Tinubu, Moremi Ojodu, commended the President, Minister of Works, and the team of workers at the Ministry of Works for the development.
Sometimes when vehicles break down on Third Mainland Bridge, we are always worried. So knowing that we have a monitoring center is going to calm down the nerves of a lot of road travelers who travel and ply this road, particularly in the night.
The minister and his team also visited ongoing construction work at the Sokoto Badagry Road construction. From Lagos, Agbuji Horia, ITV News.
You're still watching the Network News on ITV. Stay tuned for more reports after this time out.
On the political front, in a move to strengthen unity and reposition the All Progressive Congress in Nwode local government area, Edo State, the member representing Orionwa, Nwode Federal Constituency, and Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Cooperation and Integration in Africa, Honorable Billy Osawaru, has convened a stakeholders meeting. Now, the meeting brought together the senator representing Edo South Senatorial District, Senator Neda Imaswe, alongside notable party leaders and party faithful, with emphasis on reconciliation, unity of purpose, and collective strategies for the growth and development of the party in Nwode local government area. Ofure Inato tells us more.
Leaders, stakeholders, and APC faithful converged for a unity meeting aimed at resolving internal differences and strengthening the party in Nwode local government area. In his remarks, the convener and federal lawmaker, Honorable Billy Osawaru, urged party members to embrace reconciliation, unity, and collective responsibility, stressing that cooperation remains key to achieving the party's electoral and development goals.
We dey beg everybody who dey vex, who dey happy, we be one family. This one where we come today, so our governor Akpako Rescue, he don't talk say 3.5 million votes. These 3.5 million votes, so this time we don't still tell ourselves say we want them to take first again.
In his comment, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imaswe, said unity is the foundation for electoral success, noting that division could weaken the party's chances at the poll.
This 3.5 million votes to our president from our state, Manaiti, where as government has sent back up there. We
Other speakers echoed calls for peace and cooperation, encouraging members to remain focused, united, and actively involved in party activities to strengthen the party in Nwode.
Out of the 3.5 million, we should be able to account for at least 600,000 votes.
We want to make we unite together. May we support our leaders.
From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the chairman of Uredo Local Government Council, Honorable Gabriel Udusei, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to grassroots development, assuring residents of Umegbe community of the timely completion of the ongoing Model Market project. During an inspection visit to the project site, the council boss disclosed that the market is about 80% completed. He directed a contractor handling the project to include toilet facilities, as requested by traders, in order to enhance sanitation and convenience. Honorable Udusei stated that while the local government will address issues within its constitutional jurisdiction, matters beyond its capacity would be referred to the Edo State government for necessary intervention. He expressed confidence in Governor Mondo Pueblo, describing him as a listening and people-oriented leader. The council chairman also commended the Umugberi community for its cooperation and positive feedback, noting that such encouragement further motivates his administration to execute people-oriented and impactful projects. Members of the community expressed appreciation for the initiative, describing the market as a major boost to local economic activities. Traders and youth alike praised Honorable Udusei for providing much-needed infrastructure to the area, noting that such development had been absent for a long time. Explaining the rationale behind the project, the Director of Works said the market was strategically located at Umegbe community due to its central position and the absence of a functional market between Ogba and Umegbe communities. He added that the project received full approval from the Local Government Executive Council. In a bid to reduce the medical expenses of some less privileged persons in the society, the OIOTA Foundation has organized a free medical outreach in Benin City. Efosa Wangwe has the details.
Some of the ailments attended to during the free medical outreach include eye checks, dental and vital checks. Commenting on the rationale behind the exercise, the Chief Executive Officer of ALTA Foundation, Dr. Taye Osawe, said the high rate of getting medical treatment in the country calls for concern. Hence, the foundation decided to organize a free medical outreach to some persons, especially the elderly, by supporting them. She said the cardinal objectives of the foundation is to offer free medical outreach to help cushion their healthcare expenses and challenges.
Our vision is to see a world that everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potentials and live a healthy, fulfilling lives.
Mrs. Osage Beatrice, who gave her talk during the event, said the saying that health is wealth is not a mere fluke, as it connotes the importance of a healthy system. Also speaking, the YDF coordinator and Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Dr. Chinelo Jennifer Inebe, His Royal Highness Inusa Mustafa, expressed appreciation to the foundation for the free medical care. Some of the beneficiaries thank Alta Foundation for the free medical outreach, as it will help improve their health status.
If we cook, we don't put her for table with the eat am. Say salt don't reach, please eat it like that. Any form of oil, vegetable oil, all of them are cholesterol. And that cholesterol, they block the pathway of when we say the heart not will fit pump.
Screening for hypertension, diabetes, as well as offering eye care. This outreach is specifically centered to people that are 65 years and above and the vulnerable people in community.
We are very grateful to the IOTA organization.
Members of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria Edo State Chapter were fully on the ground during the free medical outreach. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
You're still on to the network news on Independent Television. We'll take a short break now. Please join us again. Well, many thanks for staying with us. Still on the news, the newly installed Okaigili of Ewokunde community in Uredo local government area, Ward 2, Comrade Odua Iyari, alongside members of his executive, has commenced the grading of major access roads within the community in a move aimed at opening up the area for development. The exercise, which attracted a large turnout of community elders and youth, marks the first major project of the new leadership targeted at improving accessibility and enhancing the living conditions of residents. Patience Osaragiwa reports.
Grading of access roads at Ewokuden community in Uedo Ward 2 by Comrade Odua Iyari, the Odionwe of Ewokuden community, Pa Gabriel Igbinosun, formally presented the new Okaigele to the people, describing its emergence as a significant step towards purposeful and people-oriented leadership. The Odionwe, together with other community elders, used the occasion to appeal to landowners in the community to commence immediate development of their lands. They cautioned that failure to do so could compel the community leadership to relocate such plots to alternative locations within the bush in line with the community's development plans.
It's not up to 5 months now. Everywhere has been opened. We are happy.
Those people have a piece of land or large land in this community. We need their attention now so that they should come and develop it. We give them 3 months. We are waiting for them.
In his remarks, the new Okaigeli, Comrade Odua Iyari, said the decision to embark on the road grading project was informed by his passion to open up a Ewokuden community and improved the quality of life of its indigents.
If you know that you have a property here, the paper they give to you over 4 years, you should come to the community to come and work. Because most people buy land for here, like 50 plots, 30 plots, other plots. They are not working. Many things is happening
inside the property. So we don't need all those things again, and we are not happy. So we want the community to develop.
From Ewokuden community in Oedo local government area, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Moving on, children have been described as pivotal tools to strengthen family, economy, and the nation. This remark came to the fore when Mrs. Becky Izeyamu celebrated the birthday of her 3 children in a grand style in Benin City. Wellington Akodaja reports.
It was merriment as celebrants Toast, Tiosa, Idia, and Rosa were joined by friends and family members converged to celebrate with the Iyamu family. Mother of the children, Mrs. Becky Izeyamu, and some guests wished the children well in life.
I'm celebrating my kids' birthday, Tiosa, Ida, and Rosa Izeyamu. I'm happy to celebrate their birthday in Nigeria. Oh, good life, everything God wanted to be in life.
I wish them long life, prosperity, everything good. They are lucky because they have an amazing mom.
My wishes for the celebrants are long life and prosperity. Whatever the celebrants lays in your hands on.
I want to wish the celebrants a happy birthday, and I thank God the mother have the privilege of giving birth to 3 of them in the month of January. It's a privilege. I congratulate them once again on behalf of Authentic Ladies Club. Yeah.
Filled with joy, the celebrants, Tiosa, Idia, and Rosa, were full of gratitude to God Almighty for the gift of life and thanked members for honoring their birthday while appreciating their parents for care.
I feel great. I really like what my mom have done here, and I'm really grateful.
And I'm really happy to be here today. Thanks to my mom, I get to have the best time ever. Yeah, I feel good celebrating.
The birthday celebration featured the presentation of gift items to guests. From Benin, Wellington Akodaja, ITV News.
Edokpalo Grammar School class of 1988 celebrated its 3rd-year reunion at Vichy Gates Event Hall off Airport Road in Benin City. Joy Ogwersiagbo reports that the event featured the official inauguration of the association's new executive council members and presentation of award.
Edokpalo Grammar School class of 1988's 3rd-year reunion was a momentous occasion marked by reflection, nostalgia, and reconnecting with old classmates. The association has been actively involved in various philanthropic activities, including sinking a borehole for Edokpalo Boys Grammar School, renovating the chemistry laboratory, and supporting the school's sport activities. To keep up with the commitment of the school's infrastructural development, the association officially inaugurated new executive council members for the year 2026. In his remarks, the newly elected President, Engineer Osagie Odi, expressed his gratitude to the members for entrusting him with the leadership role. He assured the members that he would work tirelessly to ensure that the association continues to thrive and make a positive impact on the school and its community.
It gives me great joy and pleasure to stand here today representing myself, your newly sworn president, the vice president, and the entire ESCO to say thank you for your support and resilience.
Awards of recognition were presented to deserving members of the association who have served in various capacities.
I want to congratulate him one more time for his victory over the polls. My message to him is to carry the TSX along as he has ever been.
We're going to work our heads together and ensure that we work collaboratively.
Work together, not like unity. It's a thankless service and do it with dutifulness.
The event was attended by old students, their spouses, and other dignitaries From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
Meanwhile, family members and well-wishers on Tuesday converged on the open field Westers Hotel in Unwode local government area, Edo State, to celebrate the life and times of late past Samuel Osayande, who passed away at the age of 86. The social dance honored his years of service to the nation as a retired Nigerian Army officer and his contribution to culture through a Benin movie titled Omaneuki. Donald Ayemye completes the report. We'll bring you details of the story subsequently. Moving on. A 22-year-old man identified as Destiny Aigbe, who sustained injuries in a road accident, has alleged that he was abandoned by the Edo State Specialist Hospital following claims by the hospital that his treatment has been completed. Destiny, who currently sleeps and feeds by a fence on James Watt Junction along Mission Road, Benin City, says he has no means of support or access to further medical care. Jolade Ojo completes the story.
Destiny Aigbe, who said he was a former commercial bus driver, revealed he was involved in a car accident about 3 weeks ago and was rushed to the Edo State Specialist Hospital for medical attention. He alleged that he was brought out of the facility and dropped by a fence on James Watt Junction along Mission Road on Sunday, insisting that he had completed his treatment. Destiny, who claims to be suffering from rib and bone fractures, appealed for public assistance, saying that he has no family support.
I be driver for Sababa Road, bus driver. This one make 3 weeks. Say I get accident. It affect me again. I don't feel the worker. My family they not there, and I let my sister. They say the body not dey strong like that. I not get where to sleep. I not get where to stay. Those specialists go drop me, say nobody carry me, nobody go care for me, and they go drop me. I wanna carry me go where cold outside. I beg.
Reacting to Destiny's claims, an official of the Edo State Specialist Hospital, who spoke on the ground of anonymity, described the matter as a sensitive one, pointing out that it is a police-related case. The hospital management explained that Destiny was initially brought to the facility by the police in September last year following the accident and received medical care with treatment cost running into over 1 million naira. They said that Destiny was properly treated and discharged from the hospital, urging members of the public to disregard allegations of abandonment. Effort to reach the Edo State Police Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ekoidem, for comments on the matter were unsuccessful as she was said to be away on official engagement. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories, where Edo State Police Command has declared one Osawaru Ruben Bolaji Mason. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Edo State Police Command, ASP Eno Ekoidem, the man Osawaru Ruben Bolaji of Poultry Road, Okunwu Community, Benin City, left home on the 1st of January 2026 to an unknown destination. All efforts made to trace him proved abortive. The statement adds that Osawaru Ruben Bolaji is 46 years old, dark in complexion, about 5 feet tall, without tribal marks, speaks Yoruba and English language fluently. The statement adds that anyone with useful information about the whereabouts of Ruben Bolaji should kindly contact the nearest police station. We now take a breather. Please stay with us. And in business news, according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria Balance of Payments report, the amount spent on the importation of refined petroleum products has dropped sharply by 54% in 2 years, falling from its $14.58 billion in the first 9 months of 2023 to $6.71 billion in the corresponding period of 2025. The data revealed that Nigeria spent $11.38 billion on refined petroleum products import between January and September 2024, representing $3.2 billion decline compared with $14.58 billion recorded in the same period of 2023, pointing to a sharp contraction in foreign exchange outflows associated with refined petroleum products. The downward trend accelerated in 2025, with fuel import dropping further by 41% to $6.71 billion within the first 9 months of the year, marking the steepest year-on-year contraction in the period analyzed. Figures show that Nigeria spent $7.87 billion less on refined fuel imports in the first 9 months of 2025 than it did in the corresponding period of 2023, underscoring a significant easing of foreign exchange outflows linked to petroleum products import. While recent data suggests that fuel imports are beginning to moderate, analysts say Nigeria's transition to full self-sufficiency will remain incomplete until domestic refineries operate consistently at scale and meet local demand. In entertainment, MultiChoice Nigeria has announced the appointment of Kemi Omotosho as its new Chief Executive Officer following the retirement of John Ugbe. Ugbe is stepping down after nearly 15 years in charge of the pay TV company, during which he led business through major industry and market changes. MultiChoice, in a statement on Monday, said Omotosho's appointment will take effect from January 2026. Omotosho has over 2 decades of experience across media, telecommunications, and digital services in Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa. She has previously held senior positions within the MultiChoice Group, including Executive Head of Customer Value Management in Nigeria and Group Executive Head of Customer Value Management for the rest of Africa. She most recently served as Regional Director for Southern Africa, where she had full responsibility for operations across 7 countries. Omotosho said she looked forward to leading the company in Nigeria, describing the market as strategic and dynamic. The company added that Ugbe's retirement and Omotosho's appointment followed a structured transition process aimed at ensuring continuity and stability. We now join Osemudeme Osage on Sports Update.
ITV. Super Eagles winger Ademola Lookman has expressed his desire to help Nigeria win the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The Atalanta star, who has been having one of his best tournaments in Morocco, will be determined to play a key role against the Atlas Lions ahead of Wednesday's semi-final clash. Having netted 3 goals in the tournament, Lookman stated that he is focused on helping the team win the AFCON title in Morocco. Eric Chell's side are the tournament's highest scorers with 14 goals from 5 matches, conceding 4 and keeping 2 clean sheets. Elsewhere, Mikel Arteta has delivered Arsenal's team news ahead of their Carabao Cup semi-final clash with Chelsea, revealing that Leandro Trossard and William Saliba are both doubts for the match. Arteta did not disclose full details of the issues affecting either players, but stressed that his squad will be prepared to cope with any changes as Arsenal look to take a positive result against their London rivals. Saliba, Trossard and Nkapie all missed Arsenal's victory at Portsmouth in the FA Cup third round, while Calafiori has a muscle injury that has ruled him out of the last 5 matches. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Osemudeme Osage.
ITV. And that ends network news on independent television. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity
to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àlàyé àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
TV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program International Forum from our Lagos Network Center. I am Wilson Marshall. Well, since our apologies are coming slightly behind schedule, I have to put two and two together in order to give you at least a near perfect show. Today we're zooming into what is happening in the Middle East. Ali Khamenei is at it again. Iran, massive protests going on. Oh, because of some distortions economically, and of course basic food items disappearing, making the price just gets so high to the extent that the common masses were not able to lay hold on them. For the very first time in a very long time, all 31 provinces in Iran, they are protesting, and guess what? There are casualties. Over 700 persons killed thus far, including women and children. Little get to mention also the distortion, I said, the stoppage, so to speak, of the social media network so that the world will be able to know or tell what's happening in Iran. And of course, we just can't talk about it without talking about Donald Trump's vested interest in the Middle East vis-a-vis Iran. He said something: if the killings persists, America might be forced to intervene. Anyway, with me here in the studio talking about this, I have a vibrant political analyst, political commentator, both local and of course international analysis is well grounded. Join me to welcome also Sir Swelime. Chris, welcome to International Forum. Yeah, Papa got your name correct. Thank you for having me. Okay, I'll give you a fast one. Anyway, I'll take that for that. Joining us virtually all the way from Benin, he is no other person than yes, Comrade Elvis Brown. Comrade, it's a pleasure to have you join us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
All right. We're still expecting the likes of Honorable about to join us, and together we'll try to. They are regimented in their expression and they want to have a life. All right, so it just goes to that boiling point for them, and then they know what will come at them. They are not surprised at the killings. All right, and they just probably just like, all right, it just point, and then at them they are not surprised, and they just like, okay, we'll go on into resistance, this oppression, and then just break free. All right, and then like you said earlier, the Iranian governments are trying to take the word out of it by pulling down social media. They even cut down communications, phone, and all of that. But yeah, the people are still going to get in. Technology will beat that, you know. The outside world, the US in particular, will get in, you know, smuggle out stuff and all of that. And there are people within Iran that will cooperate with the outside world to stick, you know, link out information and all of that. But this is it. They are trying to say that we've gone past this age. Civilization has gone past this manner of governance where it is Islamic rule and all of that. They are tired. They just want to have a life. Not this regimented control and all of that, suppressing their will. They can't express their will and all of that. It is primarily against human dignity. And these guys are out to fight. I'm sorry about those that are being killed, but you see, when you go out in a revolution like this, casualties are bound to happen, and then people are already paying the price. But I think very strongly that they're going to push this very far. And then with Donald Trump that is hovering over Iran, for Donald Trump, everything is business. We'll come to that. We'll come to that, the aspect of Donald Trump. Let us move on to Benin, where Elvis Brown is standing by. Elvis, can you really make sense out of all this, knowing fully well that over 500 persons have lost their lives in course of this protest, but still the protesters are not backing down. They are still mounting pressure on the government, saying enough is enough, that Iranians must be free. Take it up from there.
Thank you very much, Wisin. I think you're echoing. I could make sense of what the person in the city echo. I hope you can get me clearly. Now, the issue with Iran, the people are suffering. When a government decides to and pursue yes, you want to flex muscles with, you want to countries around you, cause chaos, that your hatred for Israel and a lot of stuff. The money they get in basically investing in things that don't, make the lives of everyday life better, other than their own political agenda, green agenda. What they are now facing is from the sanctions that were brought, especially by America, and so the hunger in the land was devalued. And it was so bad that one US would exchange for about 1.4 million real. Crazy. There's no way in the world that anybody can. Our currency in Nigeria at some point, $1 and everybody they cry on the street, and thank God it's actually the pressure is reducing. Or you find them exchanging at $1 for $1. That's better. And the pricing of goods, the price of food inflation went about 70 to 80% in the country. You find people you're getting 1 million naira to eat. That's unreal to eat. That's crazy. There's nobody that's going to provide that. That's the reason that they are taking to the street. But that's the last step. Don't forget that the series of protests in Iran over here was protest in Iran. All these issues, they have a way of pressuring people and forcing them to do their protest. But this is different. This is different because, see, the reality is on the ground. It's very, very obvious. What they are agitating for is not something that is realistic. It's on the ground. People are hungry. They can't buy bread. They can't buy bread. Apart from the fact that the cost of the inflation on the bread went over the 100. So the people could no longer afford. The price is comical. And push them to the street. And I think that before we now go into what this on their current part, they want food to eat, the government cannot provide. And food cannot provide is also the government cannot provide the outside world. They've been restricted. They've been beat oil major revenue. They can't put oil into the international market right now because of the sanctions that we talked about. So a lot of them are contributing to a pressure on their economy. And there's no food on the table for the people. There's no food for them to eat. Government cannot even ease the tension. They can't, for any reason, subsidize anything. The government itself has to reduce your spending. Don't lavish like drop. These are things, push people to the street. And that's what you're now seeing from them, up to this moment.
All right. I'll definitely come back to you, Comrade Elvis Brown. Now to you, Osose. I like calling that name Osose as a native traditional name. All right. Let me take a look at it right now. Some pundits are of the opinion that you cannot exempt the U.S. from what Iran is going through. After all, the only one that plays sanctions on Iran because we're a secret. Hence, when you talk about, the nuclear pursuit by Iran and so many other things that Iranians are involved in that the U.S. and the world are not in support of. Now, if you take a look at the situation, are you going to blame the government of Iran or the country or nations that choose to place the sanction on them?
Okay, there are a lot of things involved here. Let me just try to unpack it. There's that BRICS threat to the US dollars and then global economic control. Now, Iran is part of that BRICS system, all right? So, and then the US is not happy with BRICS, particularly Donald Trump. So they're looking for every way to pull down BRICS. So if Iran, being part of BRICS, is not exposed, the US want to catch it. And of course, yes, China, Russia wouldn't come at US.
But they're not fully part of BRICS yet. They're making towards intention towards BRICS.
Iran is part of BRICS.
You have the Brazilian.
No. Iran is part of BRICS.
You have, hold on, yes, I know. But what about the BRICS itself? Brazil, right? Russia. India.
Yeah.
China, and of course South Africa. Yes, now Iran want to be part of it.
Yeah.
Yes, please let's continue.
This is a part of the way of trying to discourage them because BRICS is about opening up to about 14 other nations.
True.
Okay, fine, yeah, and all of that. Then beside that, there's that Israel sentiments. Iran has been very stubborn towards Israel, pull them down. Then the nuclear weapon pursuits. Now, there's been regulated before now. After that exchange with Israel, Iran decided to be they are short and control. They can't afford to have Iran have the nuclear weapon. And let me also say this, maybe a bit difficult to say on TV, but let's put it stunts. Middle East is home to global terrorism. Iran is a very volatile hand that is strongly in charge of terrorism in the Middle East. Now, in the Islamic world, there's what you call the Sunnis and then the Shiites.
The Shiites, yeah.
The Sunnis, the Saudi Arabia control the Shiites. They're a bit cool-headed.
Moderate.
Yeah, moderate. Yeah. Then Iran controls the Shiites. They are highly violent oriented. Okay, fine. Now, they drive terrorism in the Middle East. And US needs to have a strong control over that. So pulling down Iran would be a major breakthrough to control the activities of terrorism in the Middle East. Now, Middle East exports terrorism to Africa and all of that. They have sister organizations in Africa, ISWAP and the rest of them, Boko Haram and all of that. So that's another interest for the US to want to do that. They've been having this back and forth with Iran, with putting the economic control on them, sanctions here and there. And of course, yes, that contributed a lot to what Iran is going through, because ordinarily Iran is rich in oil, natural gas, and all of that. But of course, because of the US fight against Iran, it has really affected the government. But if Iran can't stand the heat, then they also plan to give in, but they don't want to lose that space to the US. And the consequence is what we're seeing, all right? So of course, over time, Iran has pretended like the sanction is not really hitting them. It's been hitting them for long. Now they've got to the breaking point now that they cannot hold water, okay? Just like Venezuela, rich in oil. But very poor economically. US sanctions, all right? That's what they do. It's strategic. They know how to play the game. US will come slow, steady, eventually they will get you down. They've gotten Iran where they want Iran now.
All right. Now, let me go over to Benin City, where Elvis is standing by. You heard also talked about the pressure, the sanctions, talking about Iran being a major sponsor of terrorism, according to the U.S. You know about the Hezbollah, you know about the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, the ISIS, you just named them, according to reports that Iran has been the country founding this because they felt that they are protecting their own religion. But if you take a look at the situation, about 600 persons killed and counting because the protest is still very much strong. Donald Trump gave a very, very strong warning. He said, if this killing should persist, America may be forced to intervene, meaning he might just send troops or do 1 or 2 bombing. And Iran also issued a warning that if America should interfere, they are going to retaliate. Now, what do you feel all this will amount to?
Well, thank you, Wilson. I think Iran knows very well not to tell them not to do. They won't joke with Trump. At least they tested that before, and they know that it doesn't pay around. I'm going to do this. Do it. Right now, I am aware that cabinet is sitting in on what options are available for Iran. And I think when you look at the options that the cabinet is laid before him, he will decide on what steps. Trump will definitely do something. As a matter of the economic activity said the result of Trump 2028.
Technical difficulties right now. We'll go for a break. When we return, we'll continue with this discussion. Do not go. We will be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum from our Lagos Network Center. We're taking a look at Iran's unrest, U.S. vested interest, and we are still talking to Brown Ellis. Comrade, are you still there? Now, please cap it up with a pointer so that people can get to hear your own reaction to the threat by the U.S. and, of course, counter threat also by Iran.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. So, like I said, Iran knows how to joke with whatever Trump says. And so I believe that Iran is going to utilize the internet to cover their atrocities. I'm learning that over 500% so far, and Trump is about to be briefed on what actions available for him. And I really want to listen to his cabinet to decide on the table for Iran. So you can be rest assured that Trump is doing something about what's happening in Iran. That's one. Then two, Iran loves destabilizing the Middle East. And I think Trump is the only person that actually brings them into the corner. And they're not seeing the result of Trump's own stuff against their hostility. And so whatever you're seeing happening in Iran today is been designed from the U.S. by the Trump administration. So sooner than we ever thought was going to be. Seeing the results so fast, and whether I like it or not, it might lead to a regime change in Iran. But let's take this very seriously, because you see, the commodity that he prides himself of having, that's the oil. You know, America is also producing in a very large quantity right now. They are actually also exporting oil to other countries. That's the first thing that Trump came into. He compelled his allies, American allies, to boycott Iran's oil, and they did that. Most of them out of respect for America, because most times when it comes to international trade, the first thing you need to ask yourself as a leader of a nation, can you trust them all? Are you going to trust America or trust Iran? If you believe that it's better to trust America as an ally than Iran, then you can abandon Iranian oil and focus on getting American oil. That's what most of those who are buying oil from Iran did. They abandoned Iranian oil and then they started America. Now America also is not in charge of it, which makes their export broader than what it used to be a month ago. And now what they are looking at is also to crumble Cuba. And you see that America has succeeded in this, disorganizing those people who were actually in charge of disorganizing the entire world, causing riots and wars in other people's countries, sending terrorists to other countries, and sending ammunition to separatists in countries. That is what Iran especially are doing. So at the end of the day, you could realize that Trump is going to respond, and either he respond through force or through more sanctions. Whatever it is not going to be good for the Iranian regime. They too came into power by protesting and pushing out the government that was in power, the monarchy. So whatever it is that is happening now will likely end their own the Islamic leadership of Iran. They're not sharing a new government, or maybe the same government from other persons. But I think the ultimate focus is the attention.
Okay, now you just hold on. We want to go for a break. Okay, when we return, you're going to continue with your line of thought. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center, and I am Wilson Omasho. Well, let me come to you, as I said. Now, you heard what Brown said. He talked about regime change. It talked about the citizens of Iran not being able to purchase some basic food items. And of course, the Naira-dollar exchange in Iran, I mean, it's like on phantom, it's like on reasonable. It's like nobody could even imagine the disparity between the Iranian currency, so to speak, begging your pardon, and of course the US dollars. Yes. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
And now, with the warning given by the US that the killing should persist, UN is going to act. And the Iranian government also, they issued a warning that if US should venture it, Iran will react. Take it up from there.
Okay, fine. There's history between the US and Iran. Now, sometimes in the 90s, early 90s, thereabout, the US backed up Iraq. They raised Saddam Hussein to confront Iran. So they empowered Iraq to slow down Iran. And that wasn't a direct conflict. It worked out then, all right? So Iraq was able to suppress Iran, resist Iran, and eventually went on top of Iran through the direct help of the US. All right, fine. Then when they did that, again, we saw the exchange between Israel and then Iran, and the US had to come in to also caution Iran, okay? But that is indirect. But this will open up for a direct intervention, which Trump will not want to joke with, and in this way it will come in direct and then do what it got to do, all right? And that will be just to pull down Iran. But Iran threatening to hit back at the US, if they will do any damage, it will be very minimal compared to what US will do to Iran. In fact, the US can completely take them out. And the US, I remember in the past when they invaded Libya, when Gaddafi was head of government, they didn't change that regime. And I remember Clinton saying that was a mistake. So ever since then, so the Chavez international policy that if they invaded in this manner, they changed governments. And they've been doing that. We saw what they did with Afghanistan and all of that. So if they're going to come in now, obviously they will take out the government of Iran. And then once that is done, it will reposition Iran, for global civilization, and then the US will always come in with their vested interests. Iran is rich in natural gas and in oil. And then the US oil companies will come in. They did that with Gulf War in Iraq. They benefited from it seriously, and they will do that again. That's ultimately where Trump is going. It can come up with all of this palatable reasoning and all of that, but ultimately, it's doing business.
It's doing business. Yeah. We talked about Libya. Since Barack Obama attacked Libya, he regretted attacking Libya. And Libya said, if you're going to so down the picture, the US back again to the Afghan government, Afghanistan today has never been the same. Yeah. People are saying that if US should attack Iran, that might just be fate. Watching leave the country to squabble and suffer for themselves. That question is not for you. Let's get to hear from Brown. Brown, what do they say about that? Going through history, US used Iraq. They dumped Iraq. You know the story so well. They conquered Libya. They left Libya. You know how Libya is faring right now. Afghanistan, oh come on, you all know what happened. If they should go into Iran, do you think the story will be different?
Consistent with and his position on issues going into the country around and running by your ministry to say for years. But if you look at what happened in throw some bombs and then allow the vice president to take over. Let those have all. So,
well, we can barely hear you. check your mic, please. Just check your mic. We can barely hear you. You're able to adjust your mic or your earpiece. You can please rejoin in the discussion. Well, let me come to you also. So this turn right now meant for you the way U.S. left these countries I mentioned. A lot of bombardment, a lot of propaganda. The leaders taken out of the equation of the picture, and the countries we are never the same. Are you talking about Iraq? They used Iraq against Iran. It's Iraq. You know the story too well. Afghanistan, good to see people that supported U.S. once upon a time, battling so hard to gain access to a plane that was leaving Afghanistan. We all know the story. How many people died all because they trusted the U.S. to do the right thing. Now, Donald Trump said that this time around, it is going to be U.S. for U.S. No more unnecessary wars. Don't you think he's going against his own words?
All right. If you know Donald Trump well enough, you should know he's not very consistent, and then he can shift from one end to another in a split of a second. All right. But okay, like. For instance, like I actually mentioned earlier, the Taliban held on. You know, U.S. stayed for over 20 years, and every day they discovered that, look, it's not working. All right, and billions of dollars expended and all of that, then they left. Because the Taliban kept fighting, you know, and though more like terrorists.
Ragtag terrorist cells.
Yeah. But the case with Iran is a bit different because the U.S. coming in now will be popular with the people. Now, the people are the one giving the opening to the U.S. to come in. In fact, they probably will be inviting of the U.S., okay, because once you're coming now, U.S. will probably help them drive their wish of change of governments. And what Trump might do could just what he did with Venezuela. Just pick up the leader and then go try them in the U.S. I'm not giving legitimacy to that, but, you know, I'm sorry to say, this is TV. You know, Trump could be a benevolent tyrant. You know, it's joke.
Benevolent tyrant.
Yeah. There's tyranny in Trump, but it tried to coin it to be benevolent. You know, like if it's going to Iran now, whatever it's doing in Iran, we're positive to the world, we're positive to Iranian people, but it's still abusing the sovereignty of Iran. All right, so that way you cannot just take away tyranny from his act, but then benevolence. Okay, so I think the people in Iran will welcome what Trump will be doing. All right. That way, it might go in with full chest, change the government, and then might even try to put them in jail. That way, so that their supporters don't come up and all of that. And they will try to uproot, you know, their structures around and democratize Iran. You know, so it will try to do that in Iran. It will go all the way. And doing that, it will also institute U.S. hold, you know, in the guise of midwifing Iran into democracy and all of that, and you know, it will, and also for protection, provide security, military security, and all of that. That way, it will have economic control, it will have military control, and then it will be trying to reintroduce Iran to global civilization and all that. So, U.S. is a way of taking full charge of Iran, and then it will want to uproot everything that has to do with the present Islamic leadership of Iran. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending where you're coming from, it will be popular with the people. It will be popular with the people.
Popular with the people?
Yeah, and so the experience might be different from what happened in Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan.
All right, now let's go to where Elvis Brown is standing by. You get to realize that Donald Trump talked about regime change. In the 60s, yes, according to report, Israel and Iran were like 5 and 6, not under this government of Ayatollah. They were like 5 and 6. Israeli citizens do go to Iran. Iranian also do go to Israel. They have this, you know, this relationship, this understanding. Iranian gave Israel their oil to develop. Israel also manufactured weapons, gave to Iran. They have this beautiful understanding until there was a regime change. Brown, what do you think is the focus of the U.S. in all of this? Are they driving for a regime change to at least benefit Israel so that Israel and Iran will be what they used to be way back?
Well, I think the most interest of America in the region is Israel. You can't take that away. That's their number one ally in the world. And they want to ensure that Israel is safe. And Iran has the need that Israel already has. Number one of those is water. You know, a commodity as essential as water is not very, very common in Iran, and Israel has enough of it. Don't forget that Benjamin Netanyahu has used that as a form of a campaign to the people of Iran to say, look, if you can protest your government, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please continue.
All right. So, they have used water as a bait to Iranians to say, look, protest. We're going to give you water and all that. It's essential. Apart from that, America is going to go in and they're going to hit the government structures and their artillery to decimate them to a point where the people can, protest and ensure that there's a regime change in Iran. If that happens, the entire Middle East will be stabilized. Because this is destabilizing force in Middle East. When I talk about the war with Palestine right now, the war with Syria, Iran has been responsible for everything that's happened around the Middle East. They have, like I said before, their priorities are wrong. They have a government priority is basically to send ammunition to other countries to stabilize those they don't like. And America has been, having leaders who have been romancing the ego of Iran. Obama gave them billions of dollars, and then they went ahead to enrich uranium, which they promised they were not going to do. All right? The Clinton did the same thing. Every president that has come has actually tried to romance these people, beg them, give them American taxpayers' dollars. But Trump came and said, no, we can't do that. We can't give them money. Rather, we're going to hit them. And they did. And that strike exposed Iran to the world as a country who is only good at propaganda. They do a lot of propaganda. They don't have the kind of intelligence they claim to have. And I can assure you that when Trump gets in and further their structure, their military structures, artillery and ammunition, there will be a regime change eventually. Now, another thing is whether or not America is going to win. I don't think so. Trump allowed the vice president of Venezuela to take over when he had a good negotiation. Today they are getting what they want, and the relationship with Venezuela and America is better than it was when Maduro was there. So whoever is going to come into power, America is going to say, look, you are coming to power, but this is what we want. A democracy should be number one thing, and then peace in the Middle East is going to be number two before you can talk about America's interest. Now, will American interest come in? Definitely, because they spend a lot of money to do all that, so they will definitely want to have some vested interest in that. So America has interest, but Israel, the peace and security of Israel is number one. Then the peace within the Middle East should be number two, and then American interest and the interest of the entire world can then come in.
All right, thank you so much, Brown. We'll come back to you. Well, you heard him. Interest, and of course, lots of interest. Talk about Israeli interests, American interests, and of course, he made one vital point, saying if Iran can just have a change in regime, there'll be peace in the Middle East. Do you agree to that assertion?
Absolutely, because what Iran is doing, Iran is trying to spread itself across the Middle East, and then in terms of ideology and then military capability. All right, so it's trying to export that, so that if it's going to have all of that to itself, knowing that US will come for her, but it's just a matter of time, and it's happening now. Okay, so and then it will not just end, the ideology will not just die, and that capacity will not just die with Iran. So Iran is trying to spread it, so that even if they are taken out, there will be others that will be positioned to continue with that ideology and that drive. So that's what they've been trying to do, and that way they've held the Middle East. They've held the Middle East. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say this. Saudi Arabia is defending itself against Iran by getting a bit dirty with funding some ugly stuff. All right. I don't want to stay.
No. We're talking about Saudi because Saudi Arabia is like about self-preservation.
Yes.
Like what you rightly said.
Yeah.
Besides, and of course, does that.
Yeah. Now, what they're doing, to also try to counter what Iran is doing, is also to get involved with some stuff on the ground. Because if they're not doing that, Iran will be too powerful and will just run over the Middle East. So they have to get from behind, strengthen some other stuff that can resist Iraq. Iran, sorry. So what they do. So now if Iran is taken out, and then Saudi Arabia-US relationship is super. So once Iran is out, then the US can also come in to make Saudi Arabia the leader of the Middle East indeed.
So it's all about the contention for the number one spot in the Middle East. Because it stands when it's between Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So once Iran is out, the US can control the Middle East freely through Saudi Arabia. All right. So the resistance from Iran will have been defeated. And then all the allies of Iran, they will just be taken out. Once Iran is out, they will even hide their, bury their heads.
Now, some point of the opinion that this is a ploy to weaken Russia. After all, Iran is an ally of Russia. Venezuela is an ally of Russia. Taking out these people will just weaken the hold of Russia in their region. How true is this hypothesis?
Now, not just Russia, and China too. China too, because it's a competition. So one of the biggest interests of U.S. in the Middle East is to ensure that the U.S. control the Middle East economically and military partnership. So that way, they're in competition with Russia, with Germany, with China. So the edge they will have in global, being number one superpower of the world is to ensure that they have that hold, and then the others are not coming in. Now, you also notice that China is coming to Africa economically, favorable to African nations. Now, the U.S. is frowning at that, okay? Because the U.S. have not been able to do for Africa what China is providing. Okay, so
though they are taking more from Africa.
So they are going to fight that. They're going to try to turn African nations against China, right? So to retain African markets. So far, the U.S. got the Middle East market, and they will not want China, Russia to come in. And Iran is in position with Russia, and of course by extension to China, all right? And US is not happy with that. So it's a brutal contention. It all has different angles and channels.
It's a brutal contention in the sense it's all about global dominance. Iran seems to be in quote right now among the top countries in the Middle East, only rivaled strongly by Israel, because Iran seems to be at the middle, so to speak, still trying to say, come on, man, Iran, we used to be XYZ way, but right now, that is in the situation. But tell me, people, if you're watching, how can you do this mathematics? In Nigeria, 1,400 naira to $1 US. In Iran, 1 million dinars. Come on. 1 million to $1 US. That is the height of it all.
It's outrageous.
That is the height. I say no value for the dinar Iranian currency. Anyway, Brown, how do you think all this will end? Or do you see an end in sight soon before we call it a wrap on the show? Brown, are you there?
All that. Can you hear
Please continue. I can hear you. Just continue.
All right. So all that's playing out now is advantage of US as a dominant global power actually. So what you're going to have is that Russia and China are going to be driving towards the US for what they need. Because now they can't get oil from Iran as it is today, and they come from Venezuela. All right, so they're going to come to America and say, "Need oil," because America has enough of it. America is in romance with Saudi Arabia. America is in romance with Nigeria. And so you have these countries that are producing oil. All of them are, now in the hands of America. I think it's a chess game that Trump played, and he has won it smartly. As of today, the riot in Iran will end. It either end in a regime change, or it end in serious chaos that will further degenerate into something that will land for some weeks. But I don't see Khamenei resigning because of this protest. They rather want to shoot at the protesters and killing them like you're seeing, like they're on the screen. But then, what is happening eventually, whether he likes it or not, America will have its way. Because if you give America an opportunity to further destroy those investments that they have, which means they are threatening the world. Those, uranium they said they have, the weapons they said they have, America will map them out to the satellite and drop some bombs on them, and that's the end of it. And so now they have nothing, and they come to the table to navigate. All right, so when they negotiate, that they negotiate and the sanctions are lifted, or the regime is changed. That's where it's going to end at the end of the day. Then America will now become in charge of everything that has to do with world economy.
Thank you so much, Brown. Thank you so much for your wonderful opinion. Now to call it a wrap on this segment of International Forum from Lagos Network Center. How do you think all this will end? For what Brown said, he said America will eventually have its way in Iran.
Yeah.
Do you see the same?
Absolutely. That's what they are. And then to fast track that is the fact that the people of Iran are against the government. So that's just an easy one for America. So America, and like he said, I agree with him, America has taken over Venezuela. I mean, Trump practically said Venezuela will be only buying product from America. You understand? It will do the same with Iran. It's another way of colonizing them. You understand? Making them free, they are free, but it tells them what to do. Make them like a puppet. You understand? So it's all going to be all win for America, while it will kick out Russia, kick out
But I don't think this will lead to splinters of cells, of terrorist cells. Let me just leave Iran to start causing mayhem and destruction in the Middle East and, of course, the world.
Now, the thing is this, America can calculate all of that, and they will come in hard on them. Before Iran begins to do that, the America will come in. Now, the advantage America is having here is that Russia and China are not willing to confront America on the proximity of coming from another country. If not, they would have protected Venezuela. They couldn't protect Venezuela against US. They would not be able to protect Iran against US. And then America knows that. And they're just taking advantage of it.
Thank you so much. As well, I really appreciate a wonderful analysis. And of course, to Brown that joined us virtually, I really do appreciate your wonderful analysis. But the protest is very much on. Ali is not backing down, still shooting or ordering soldiers to shoot live ammunition. Other protesters, over 600 killed already, including women and children. Some are saying it's like a chess game. Let's see what will be the next move of Donald Trump. He threatened that if it should continue or persist, America will be forced to intervene. They should intervene. Will Iran make due of its promise? Retaliation. Only time will tell. We'll do it again next week, Tuesday. God willing. Bye for now.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
aṣáájú ẹ̀ abáàtàpá ẹ̀. Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abáàtàpá ẹ̀. Àyàbá aṣáájú ẹ̀ abáàtàpá ẹ̀. Àdàyẹ aṣáájú ẹ̀ abáàtàpá ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. You not over. Yes. You not do so much. Yes, we sit down and we sit down and oh, it's not here. We see. What's my dear? It's
Sama tope.
Wayadi makpome samane. Wayadi makpome samane. Wakume peme gbidejo. Wakume peme samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your Edion, I went to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a couple of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa. Awe huwe nini. Ejoin. Ejona wele. Ejona pulupe. Ejona mluri akwa wa yola. Bawe ko ba. Ojo we. Kaje de nena ya de woyi. Bawe ko ade wona mo no ma se lo ka yi.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ogi bota we say do no pe o. E de na wa yire. Waya bupo ogbon na imala. Maka bo pon sa lo bo aye dagbe ma ya fe. Ya na mi we onwe ma we supuna 2026. You know na ni wa. Awe gbura 2025. Awe gbura ene. Awe ani hu yo. When my nehunia, Nupovis, Honorabe, Dina Uki Yasukino, a day I said there, Upoya Supu, Uzola Suzola, Iraku Yarwe, Delanania, when I Upo ye, when I am Upo, you know, Hekenaru, having no bela, Naya Dolin, Nala. Ma yenu wa oni ibota already na ibota e kwe ga gboso we we matawa na na ya ka oni o khanata we iba ota
eredikete
we gedede ana swi balile wo ga de gedegbe na ite palo we na iba na tutayi a ebiagayo iba ota oni ma ite ibota na ni wa ya no gwo egwa eme na we de na we na bupo na he na ore ba go ten re pastor kabari na mo
ibi edodo wo be ise lo gbe wa bi mi na kai wa bota wa bi danio wa be diketi ofo so sago ya ro oba atokpe
ise ore ba ten re Victor Ibizugbe
donewu somo owa do na gi ko atemi orere kenu mi o mi na do atiye na gbon bi ma kan wa aye wa ga fi were ga ro opona ga fi were la dagbe ma ya oba atokpe
ise me o sa bo se je lori e o lori e do ba yo ka ore do ya fe mejo tu wa ya oba atokpe
ise
enu ma gwa kan ni wa omuhan ore upona yena omuhan bo deni bu ya fe na ya gba ore gbima da fi wo re ro no keke na ga ru upona ma we ko yinu we ikai de ye be ro na aye we no ga aye we nupo ma we ge atuma no gba go sun ogina ore wa ge pastor kabaro na mo
edodo pe wo
obukan
domuno wa makaka botu wa edodo pe wo ma be pon salo ba ye dagme imaya fe unda noragmo owe iselogbe no pa ne we adobo sikeno ye kino lobi eyi ora riso we ra wi iselogbe bi nu ne aka we ogbe iseno nu da we yin gigu agbonro o we gu agbonro
una dami imana una rimana bi magbe selo gbenu e maka abokpon sa obo aye mi no sa lobo awu ni ma ke wuwe ona do ri eti ni ma ya sede na ni ma ya na woda o na do mi ewe opogbon na lai na o sa lobo do akeri eti ni ma ya la o imagine ma pon mo go do anu we edi ma we pon mo go do an egbima ma we pon ni te ni pe ave ni ko ma we pon ni mo o sa obo ya we ma se oro mo ge pon mo ge so pa ete apon mo go do awe ara mi fowe ni are mi omu e oro be de yiye da dia opono gbera o fo mo e osene so pa obe eyi magije na obe we emi o ka o ga ki asun e emi o mo na ki asun e obe na ya mo egbe ko ye o ke na wo mo no re suku ara emi ere ogbe dare ara mi ere e class no ga aye ni re amu esufo be ye ke be mo egbe opo na awo egbe sun e obe ere class o be eye ri be ri na ebo deni are la mo egbe ko e obe se ni e lagbara nu nda o so e eri no nako we be no ka o na te primary 1 imu pare primary 2 o be ege mi na ke re viore no be gbegbe se ni e lagbara no o ka ga bo mo egbe do mo nete ti ebe no o gbegbe sika o we gbe wo yo be ni ase ti ya le ogogbon na mie na no lagbara so pa mapo wo do ai ma so yi ugbe amu egbe se de ogogbon na ye wa ri ma fi u de fi agbon ba ye kira ni ama no ke aye wa ma e de bie but insurance where the amo igbese oba la to pe
ise wo se obi ye me wa he no tai ama e de ye ima wa gwan pe du so loka pe de nu poge vai ma ya gwan na wana so pa bi ro ri aye o sa lo bo adole yi ni ma
ise
agwa nehu menu we ya mo egbe enwe no sa lo bo ari enwe enwe ni ka wa ri enwe nu miere no gbera nema o ya dolo bona e no sunu dame e mo ha me no e me go ni ma mie no e me mi no ma so bo no e me amadolo wi ese no e me agun me gbina no me we me gbe mi no ma keke ni hu e ga ru do zano ga ro eni ya fe ai ya ga ewe ge mama no ro e bona e kina do no wa do ki e de nu miere ki e ke fi bona ekume no eke wari na eke egwe na eke milano nudo de enu miewo mpo itegba e na ya fe aare ya we mama o upo na dala ya se gbogbo no ma agwa kaya ni wa o te mege bizugbe egun ayo
hedonebu wa habitota akaka bo se aga wa se kepe ti uwe ni wa dan hel ma ha inu kan na no kan pogbo na la na ru da we ewi una ga we ebo we egbe wa ro be ri o dibi afi were to ladian ku gba kere una ga we mi opopa emi no be sunu ye ke opopa kan be ya sunu wo ekeru gunya yunupo we gba yo upo na inyanu we mi ewo be no we ka we se ero kan we ase de ga na me wa fi were na ga ro afi were we ga re no kan we ga mi ewo hu do ni ugbo gbegbe a ekiwe do a devinu weru dimuna nu wina lu ya bi ba de agbe tu we ki abore a ugbo ere no kian o ku gbode wo bo kian ra tu we ki wa kian pa ugbo rere devinu weru bo de wu me nu o ka ke na nu fi igweri e lu ga me nu hu da wo wa na me nu o ere me no ta udo ga wo wa na hiyo tí yẹn dọ́lọ́ wà èyí ọ̀nà tètè ra híó ọ̀nà tètè ra híó yóò tẹ́ kẹ̀kàn gbọ́gbọ́n náà wé lánàá ni à ògbé àmọ̀ ìgbé yọ ẹ́ wà kí yà lùpọ̀ náà tó kí wà mú díánú wé ra ẹ̀ èmi ẹ̀fẹ̀ nùkẹ́ yà ọ̀ wẹ̀ à àbí tó kí wọ́n bọ́ yẹ mí dáná mẹ́wẹ́ èèyàn ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ rà ládìán dé gbọ́ wẹ̀ gbé àyàmú ha wẹ̀ yóò tọ̀ ní à zọbụ ha afọ na ya nwe na bi wo pa ha ko ya awe imi ni ya obun e ki we do a de ya ki owe ore de no bo ye ki gba fa e ki ore de no bo we te do umi ewe ekigbu esi lugba loki upo na we afi were ya abi wu aye we gbe sun e ga we yere binu ka we dege ri onu ufi bo be gure nu we ga ro be ogbe e wa e dele ko iso ire ege na de na mi mana e ba na dele na de yiye na tanwina ate yo wa amayu aye e okoko ya adu e iku
ya adu e ko wese
oba atokpe
ise anyway wada no ta oten mabuwe de pastor eso no o ka no edika e mu bora de kan bible kan yeso la jawo ni ma re hunda e ma so do da yi ma ga teme so we so pa me e mi no we de e be no wan no salo boya jiji na gbe la dia ma we ya ze de wana
domo ni wa e do no pe o o salo boya agbon na ma mi ma e ko to gbaru da ma ko aero awa so pa e ma so ro no wa to ta bi boku akara ya gwalo ni ero akoro ya koro ina akara emu we ko we aro yi o wa ma wa e koko ya do eku o salo baba mi ma na ri ne we amako aero we ga o we mu se ni ye o bo ma na wa ya gbe o segi ne gbe emi ni ma gwa kan de na e afi weri ye we wi yo total we nuwe ogbo wa ya isi we uga o e kenu na de so bo mu salo bo anu ga ide e kenu we na de we total wa paro nu so ba mari e ko na ya o yi o na ya he we emi ni una ima we si nu do de ni la o ze ni mana ma mu so e na so ro ne do ne de total do de mu dia o ba we bi gba ori eke di he ga we emi na ni ewu na zele leri maya tabage bizugbe we mana zedi amudi anu oyi onu demu dia wa nyunyi men egbenu ka yin upono gbera ewu je be yo egbe sun e medical test e won we e me soro iye we gbe yulu le we e vekrikri bu de da o gba kian e me so ke wa sun de ipe de va bu be mi upo na that on the second ipe de va e de o ka owo ara wa we mi upo ara ri ba e ekini bu ma kie so je be kie o be do o ka oni igbade baba iso so ne wa we zaza be ni gbo we yupo unda igba ke we pe do ka oni opa me ugbo ge baba ese ki oso ne ai be to tada we gbe mama we bia we nupo du we do bo be mie nu we mama we upo na ya ke asun e igo na ni mie no de nya go ni ka ya do ki ge ni ya de ba emi ka kie we those o we here e boedi nukpo ibede no pa akin so pe en we do mie mo po ikegba e ko we me ka mo we no akin mineral na te anyo no fure bai no be de bread ne nukpo o be ya gwale ki no na be de o be o ga ma ne ko ri e ko ri ri ba be ko e no total o yo o e wi ni e mie no gbera ni ya wa ya swe ki anyo no be de bread ba o no be no fure no be de bai no ya ri o de mama no we me oni o eveni magwakana nunda ebiro we eri kata wo pagaro na miewe usesele ke gberi gaje awa go ndo sa obado oba mi ra yikobo kin se le usena venya useni venya ni ogbani ya bori o banu ha o ma se ti ya sa emi ame we mi amudu ni na ti apatesi on e ko da soto ogbe yewu ne emani ya mo mi go boy na ibo ha de ko we ne maguwa obuwa ero derogo wa ja se ya go na e me varu we bia ya gmo ma do vio ni ya do ni ado gaye igo ni na wa me a wo na so ye ya so ni na we bi ga ke na na bo o he o se ke no he ni na we ge ni je we na we walking e va na do be ga mo igo ke wu ya renia ya bu ya ge ye ti ya ni ado vio me va ni na e Jonathan e jombu ya do gayi go ni ya ye e dagbe ya gayi go ni ona we ni mewu na imego ona wo ma we ame wo wa o we me no pa so pizza go do fi bo pa keka ko de ka ko wa ko de ye ona wo wa ma em we iwe na de we agwale ezagodo oga we kuro kinegbo e ya ga leru we ma atu opa ni nu we me ni ya ye abo ga ni o ga tu e o ga ri fone do ka mi e ona gele we rio o fi bo na gbera gbo na we ya khion ya asusa emi no mari e mo bo ga wu e o sa ba fi agbe do mi we lapo mana ume mara pa be ko enu awunu ya pa bu sere usena obama ya gu se gine gbe Obama be ya right boy you say oba talk be
ise anyway Obama ya gbo segini gbe so na gise si ma so na gise su wa o so mo no o si go no no ri akin na tuto sanu dazi enika emi no ibe ma ne do ya fe no salobo apase yo no nere ibe ma ya se gbe o to na mu mami mi mai ya se o te gelegele ase amanya enya ma ho ni awe awa mi mai ma wa viubo ma wa hunwa o to no salobo ya yi ma ke pori ade ke go giso ade ma evidence any ye ma na mi ma e o to ndo ma na mi ma na ite data e ma na be mi guess ma na mi ma wo ki e do no pe wo ma ago egbe ma kan owu egbe o ga la e gogo ye na mi ma e bi yo we upo na mo na ni wa ne do wa ni we kon ne do wa ni bi da yin egbere wa gi ma tota na ka bo gba ko to wo ekeno te ma la e ni boya mama na te map oro de ara do fie wo kekena abre ge na fie wo de court magiri ma ri court uso ni ma ho ne no ti ma we gbe ni ki na mu ma me mai eri ono ni wa ze we no ta ba imuno sa ri akin go ko ni na no do du e ki o fi gbon no do do ado ku po ma geri aye ri onuwe e ki nu wa do wa do e ina ka inu kan e ki o fi gbon nu wa do e ki bari e ki moto e ki no ri akin na ke na we ya bio bona ke ki ivie ni gbe ni bio runa e we do ma de fi o bozo ma la de fi o ave tuto salobo ayo awe gbewe mama erere we igba you know say o ma na seti asane emo no bio ye webe wo so mo na mi go ya mo mi go ya ha etemina we temi ite we gba o ma ti we mi go no ave ya ha temi no pa olowo udo uro ani wo ke dere mi ni afia ya ze so pa ori enwe usaro gbari no wa wero ubiere obero enina o mai oro ipolo apolo no giwa o ya ruwe ni wa gbe emita ma wona da we upono gbera na ni maye na no gbera na da mo hena emi no ye no lowo an ohin ara me no lowo ni ge gbe sunu de mi o do ko ifipo na bene mi ani aya fo so abono ge mi ani fo egbe we o me kina ma o da mi na o me kina dolomo yi o te bizugbe
o pogbon na mu he beno ke kina ya yin be na ya be lo e magun kan na o we are be no wan o pe ana no wa me ogomade anobun o na mo egbe wi yen me keni ehin ari o ke pa o na fi obo ye po o na ri e isele o na ri no pa o na ri isleva na ri no pa o na ri sli na ri na awogomade ai wa ya do e ki o yen de ni ere o tere na ri sli sen ona yisi sona ya hien ipin isen ya hien ipin gbe na this slave na ya hien ipin ene ya hien ipin ipin na this lo pa na we o pe na yen awo manokin ekonoma ko yo na ya ro ona ya tonu to na riwo ni le yuwe ari na mewo ke no yore awo gbo wa da nekasi wa ma wa be wa ya dweki he na di pe ipese na na ya vie ipin gbe la den we re ni emi ewo ona we ofun egbegbo ero ogomade si euhi na di ipin vana or ipin nere na we ofu egbe emi no ma kan aso obo na di se de pa na na we awo manuhi no ro we kan ma ko yi igo we yen to na yi woto ona ya wo le na we ogomade adan euhi wusa ti yi kobo ya ki kobeva de ti yen wa ri wo na ya we mi o mi go no abie nugbe na ya ton ya yo to ni o pa no me ni ona mi e ona ri ba no me no bun hu do ni de we ti yi kobo ya ki kobeva we fi were upogbon awe lana we ni an we ti ya ye wa ri kobo ye ki gebe ki kobeva re de agbe we ga se ti awo ni we give ke amomo go bi wa hu da we ohu na egbe ma ya le o re yi ege na o wo yi wewe here nusa ti be garu na we mi wewe so we rie no ma no wa gu ge we kan we ga ge wewe ga ku na we ga gu we de gu we te we am me de gbe wewe kin no we rie no ma hu da we no rion we kai tinu mu yo orion enwanu lo o kan ya we la wo da
we se
oba atope
ise e don't know ni wan we lupo na ye magwa kana ya se mu gbo ya se ya ugbo nuwe mu lupo bi o aye opo na e ko na mu gbo nya bie wo obo we na o ma se tin ya nwu na wo na o mami e na nwu na no mo sie ni nya ni manama emi no bi nya ri emi na ge ori nya we o se
o nya
ori ha do ri o ka we egene de imatemi tomatoes mai miekwe mai miehie mai miehia kolo ugbima hunda isia ike mwerena mai ko ni mateka ko o hairo ami mahadi ne so wa o emini o ke na fi wori aro nedo na miewe emina here no wagana madu mahawe ko o ya ro kere abe bari oba ewi obono abo o de na ya mugbo o da be ni aro o te ha ni avion ni ya mugbo obo sese o te
Domosa. Nala wo edunu pevo. Owe no so ba ma. O ke kira ya giawa. Je we no si ho no ma fe owo ka bi mo da ni ya gbofo onyonyo ko give ai. No ya yo bosu do we mo ze o ko na ragun. Nala wo eme ni magun akara. O ke ye na we emi na gba ori yeke. Na ya re mi se na mana muso be na gwaleji ni na mana muso be o de no keke nda ken wete on wese ukpono gbera o ma seba woto bo ye ku wege ebize ni mana wa seba fu emize nda ara no mu egbedo o eke no ri ado bo mi o ma seba o emize no mana seba eye ga ki abe do be emize no mana seba ni o ka bo mu egbe be no sun no de na we gbedo sunu edene na o kwe emi na gba ogi yeke na geke na de na ge mi ze we mo gbe apowo so ba we eno ya ma su we lupo no gbera fun ne so pe ye na ibe ri etin we be go be o oje be ne upoje oje na ge be wa izeti be una ti e papa ni fo ugwo ni uwo ogbo nu we gbe ni ba nu we he ke we gbe so ebi no wo money tari no tam we nu ya tie o emie enu dege emu mie so pa wa gi ma ga ese o sa no ba la ni ma ga degi eke no ga la go da oni ma so pe no ya la go da oni a we ma we na be ipede ne no gbera na nia we amu egbe wa ga kia do afi we ri ebu nyi me so do afi we eri ma no ro wa ma ne bu wa no ro wa go ze bo do no ro wa we akpomo sa oba we unwe lukpo no gbera supo na de ba me so no afi we bi gyo wa we no jo wa di de no ko ni e ga fi okmanike na ku gbega ro ne mo we mama e yo to ne a e do ya tie mo ya fe bukpo na nu ye ne no gwe so no vie so kwa we ro ya wa dolo e ogun we ri e no mo panupo oso wa de a eri de a de mama no onu mama yo no ya tie so wa e emi ya no ba de yo na we gbe adolo yi se de mama pa nu we be igo nu we ukinu we wa mi na wa ya de nyo we wa mi ukinu wa de egede ose ni bun ya ilega we o abe fone e ya be ni aka e ya gbun ye gbo we ga gwa le no ri obo no mi e eru we awe gbe ya so po la line na o ke anu we ke anu po ami obo wa awa kia o do se ke no ke we ke ba nu we wa bi e awa nwa nyo le ra mi ri kia we ga de o ma ni yezu ozo amagi no be no ki abaye we no walumen ami nu no gwo mariwo eru we awe gbe ya kia e po na line na o ke nu we wu yo nu fi we ri e nu we no ya dole dagbon we yi e una so ro bo ari ori enu ene e na no sai e o sa u no ma o so ro bo no la no geru we se we nu na e we ga fi ni we do so ba be fi obo we ri da we be ni ara manu e oba atope e se
anyway ya iwada yi mai bota ma ye na ni wa egewe gba ne ye mo pa yo tin
ibude ma yeye owo wa na gbe ude no ya ero emi eyan ri ewuku Who that when I boo well then and when I lay, una ga we utila e wa matia e biro podokpa, umatia e kwaru. We keluga aye lupo, e kan ya aye pona. So pa we na le luwe ibude na de una fi werie allow that agu we do temu we we kino iberie na ma. Oba talk be.
He say, "Ateme pastor."
Don't say do not be. Eri ma aya mo like mo on wa ya megen wa ya dami ma. Wa gala na fi bo we ni ya do mani ma. Oba talk be.
Eri me ye no sa bo se je no we pon wa ya fe aye we nerun no salobo la wo na fia gbera ro ma ya fe oro no wa ya fe oro no ba bedo ya fe oro ni wa no nya wa ke no nya de ya fe oro no gbugbo odo eki ebi ya no wari ato bo mu emoni ye webe e ya fe ni la moto ye yari wa ya so wa ni we kun mi ni hospital wa ga fe wo no ma yo hospital to wa fe mi ani ala odo ara ne do ya fe ọba àtọpẹ.
Ìṣe.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's another lovely episode of your favorite men's rendezvous on television, which is the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Bronx. Yes, of course, I love to call it a city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a show that, teaches men to prioritize themselves and to put themselves first, and of course to invest in themselves, because it's no news that society looks up to men a lot. A whole lot is expected of men in the society, from protection to provision and what have you. Now, if you don't have to give, you really can't give. Just like they say, you can't give what you don't have. So it's very important that men learn to prioritize themselves and invest in themselves. For that is the only way they can actually have to give to others. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, to take a look at tonight's discourse with me are two beautiful, two amazing, two viral young men right here with me, and together we're going to be doing justice to the topic. Now, to my far left, of course I always love to start with my far left, is someone who is a colleague and also a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
It's great to be here again. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Michael. How's your day been?
It's been great. Wonderful. You look great.
Thank you. And you too.
Thank you.
All right. Seated next to Michael, seated in between us, is a public affairs analyst as well. He's a member of the family. He's a brother, a colleague, and someone who is very passionate about things that have to do with men and masculinity. He goes by the name of Ramsey Uwaila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you, Harry. It's always a pleasure to be on the show. The show has given us a platform to help correct some of these things in society that needed to be corrected.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a pleasure being here to talk about some of these things that affect us, because what better platform is there than this, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So we have a very important topic before us, right? A very interesting one. It's something that has to do with young men and their finances. Okay, so first of all, like I said in opening, a lot is expected of men. So one of those responsibilities that society has placed on the shoulder of men is the need, for them to meet their financial obligations. And what are those financial obligations? Taking care of everyone around them, right? Of course, a man gets to a certain age and then society already expects him to, lift his family out of poverty, so to speak. If he has a mother or a father, he's expected to take care of, them. And then if he has a woman in his life, let's say he's not even married yet, it's just a girlfriend that he has. By default, society expects him, to live up to certain financial obligations, like, giving her money for upkeep. And then, of course, there's this maintenance money, right? Hence, you hear some women telling some men that say, can you maintain me? Can you take care of me? Now, we're looking at how relationships, dating, affect the financial potentials of young men of this generation. Now, why is it that when a man doesn't have money, let's start from there, society doesn't seem to, take him seriously?
Thank you very much for that. Well, it's quite unfortunate that we're in a system, a society whereby the poor doesn't have any words of their own. They don't have a say. You can't talk. In this society today now, we have many persons that are pressurized. All right. Now, if you don't have money, you can't belong. Understand? You can't belong. You know what I mean? Let me be elliptical.
Okay.
You can't belong. You get. So it's so unfortunate right now that, okay, you see, some persons are not so much traumatized to the extent that because they want to belong, they're not doing some illicit, putting their hands in some illicit activities. You understand? So I really don't know, but it's just where we find ourselves. You get. So if we can change that kind of parochial mentality, I can't, because of, see, some persons find themselves in a particular situation which is not their fault. You get. You just have to live with it and do your level best to come outside from that from that situation. Yeah. It doesn't mean that you're going to stay there forever. You get. See, some of these youths today, they don't have to be pressurized negatively. Because you want your voices to be heard, you're going to start, putting your hands in one or two dirty, prescribed on things or the other. You understand? So it's just quite unfortunate that until you have it, before you can, be there among the, the chosen ones, in quotes.
Now, thank you very much, Michael. Ramsey, there seems to be this growing trend, especially in the media space, right?
Okay.
Of men saying that relationship has become like a poverty alleviation scheme, right? So a lot of guys are now shying away from relationships. Some will just tell you, say, I'm no longer interested in relationships. Some, have made up their minds to abstain from anything that has to do with relationship because of the attendant effects, because of the features of such relationships. You are in a relationship, for instance, and certain things are expected of you. Even if your girlfriend isn't asking you for anything, even if she's not directing, in her demands, all it takes is just for her to complain about certain things. Some people call it indirect mode of asking. She tells you, "Oh, my rent is due."
Yeah.
Right? I need to make my hair. I haven't made my hair for the past 2 weeks.
She didn't ask you, but she's asking you.
She didn't ask, but she just, do you understand? And then, as a man, I had a friend that once said that, say, imagine your girlfriend complaining to you and you can't do anything as a man. That makes you less of a man. And this is the sad reality of a lot of men of this generation. How did we get here?
Yes, there are still some girls out there who knows what they are doing. I think I will fault those guys who went for what I call outer beauty, what I call a coconut carrying a human hair, what I call an empty brain, wearing makeups and all that, who sees you are going for that girl who sees you as a poverty alleviation scheme. If she can afford these things in her father's house, why is she disturbing you with these things? The problem, I know many girls out there will say, okay, if you can as well get whatever it is you are doing with her, having sex with her and all that, why did you decide to go for her? But the truth is, it is not a market thing. I didn't buy it. I am not paying for it. It's not transactional. Thank you very much. It's not transactional. Now, for a man, if you are a man, you should be able to take a stance and say, I will only go for that lady who is career-oriented, who is focused, who wants to do something in life besides depending on a man. Such lady will not give you problems in relationship. But when you decide to go for that one who's looking for someone that will remove our family from poverty, you always have problem. Mind you, even if you have all the money on planet Earth, if you spend today, you spend tomorrow, you spend the day after, human wants are always insatiable. The day you don't have, should go for the higher bidder. Then the next person will continue. There is always this dependence on money. If money is no longer there to oil the engine of the relationship, they should go for another person that has the money so that the engine of the relationship could continue to be oiled and all that. Okay. So the thing is, as a man, you shouldn't start with such relationship. The way girls say, I cannot date a broke guy. I don't know why guys are dating broke girls. What is the first sign of a broke girl?
That's a serious one because it's been generating lots of controversies on social media because that's where we are right now. Some guys are saying, if ladies are saying they can't date broke guys, then I think it's time to start paying them with their own coin. So we're not dating broke girls. So the question is, where will that take us as a people? Because what that actually has turned relationships to is, a trade by barter thing.
Yeah.
Right? So, in those days, we heard of most of our parents, our grandparents, fell in love. There was true love. They fell in love without much financial consideration. That was not to say that they didn't care for each other or that they did not, feel the need to want to buy things and give gifts to each other. But nowadays, these relationships are hinged on these things.
Yeah.
So if you take these things away from relationships,
there will be no relationship.
There will be no relationship. So my question is, what does the future hold for young people?
If we continue like this,
there
will be no marriage. The only thing we'll have will be wedding ceremonies. And these days, many girls are even hyping or putting all their hope on how their wedding is going to look like, instead of thinking of how their marriage should look like. And that's because they have tied the whole of their life to the financial status of a man. Sir, if all men can decide to say we are not dating a broke girl, it will bring us to normalcy. It will bring us to what we call real marriage. Okay. No, when the Reverend Father says for richer or for poorer, some people say for richer, he knows that there will be time where there will be what? The worst. It's not going to be good all the time. So this time when things are not working out well for your man, will you still be able to stay? Who is that man that is so rich that at time there will be no hiccups in his life or financial and status and all that? Definitely there will be time when this man needs money. Will you still be there as his wife? So when you start a relationship with money, I can take care of you. Can you afford me? Yes, I can afford you. As if they are products. We only afford things that we buy, we use and done.
Commodities.
How can you say, as a human being, you are asking a man if he can afford you?
Like you are some sort of commodity.
Then you sold your rights, you sold everything, he can afford you, then he knows everything about you. And later you come outside to say you are a feminist. Women should be given equal rights. When you have been bought by a man, you ask if he can afford you. So the problem now is, guys out there, look for a woman who is a real woman. A woman who knows that she is in life not because she just wants to depend on a particular man, but to make money herself and go into marriage. For such women, you enjoy marriage. But if you pick that one who is looking for someone that will take her out of poverty, you will keep spending and spending. At the end, you will still lose her because she is fit for the streets and not for the home.
Not for the home. Okay. Now we pray that we do not end up with one of those that are suited for the streets. Now, Michael, Ramsey just said something about some men's poor choices. He said that a lot of guys that end up with such women, it's because they actually went for such women. But the question on my mind when he was saying that was, how many good women? Because he said that there are women that do not share that mindset. But the question is, do we have enough of such women to go around nowadays? Do you think so? Do you think we have enough of such women to go around?
Yeah, of course. First of all, I think many persons, many of these females, they're living bogus life. You want sports hits at the outset of the relationship.
Exactly.
When they enter it, they lose their wrapper, they lose their exteriors, because you begin to see the real color.
The real them.
Because at the outset of the relationship, because you are a safe piece for them, they will just show you their good side. But when they are in, they begin to show you the terrible part of it, and you start wondering, like, I don't understand, is this the person that I was with? Like from your question, you said, are there
good women, enough good women to go around?
Yes, actually there are good women to go around. So
you think men are looking in the wrong places?
No, the thing is that actually there are many women like that can go around. But you see, most guys today, they go for what they see. They're looking for voluptuous women.
Oh wow!
Like when I take this girl out, people be like, wow, you really select.
Wow.
They're not looking for the interior. Just check out for the lady's eccentricity, how she behaves. Is this a lady or a wife material?
So you're saying, in essence, that some guys are more interested in the outward appearance.
Of course.
Like you just said, some of them have this mentality that, I have to pick a girl that will suit my personality.
Good.
The type that, when I step out with her, everybody will be like, wow, this guy chose well.
That is, because of this parochial mindset, they're looking for who they can showcase, who they can flaunt outside, like this is somebody that I chose after. You get, so that kind of thing. Now that woman, she knows this is why you actually chose her.
Okay.
You get, but she wants you to keep feeding her like that. She makes that just threatening you, like, if you don't, I have other persons that I can go and be with. You understand? So because of the parochial mentality at the outset, you get, so there are actually many of these women to go around if the boys choose relax, to look the right way, to look the right direction. There are actually very, very many to go around. Understand?
Now, Ramsey, I think, because a lot of times we accuse women of being too materialistic, right? So what you guys have said now is actually, it actually puts men in the same category. Because, if women are looking for superficial things in men are also looking for superficial things in women.
Like the question could also be, are there good men to go around?
Okay.
We only have few. The kind of men we have these days are men who like flashy things. Who, like he rightly said, who love
voluptuous
women. Women who they will present and their guys will like, you tried, you are a man and all that. But without thinking about the character, the content of this woman. But then there are beautiful girls out there who also have good character.
If boys actually calm down, look, see, for everything there's a reason, right? So at the outset of everything, look out for is this the kind of, like you rightly said, is this the kind of person that will give me peace of mind? See, heaven is a place of splendor, but it was war. So in marriage, no matter how rich you are, there will still be, you know,
some sort of
problems, you understand? So this particular girl I'm investing on, will she become a liability on assets? That should be the rhetorical question you ask yourself.
Should become a liability on assets. That's a $1 million question right there, because I think this is a question that a lot of young men don't ask themselves. Okay, they are easily carried away by the superficial things, the glamour, the glitz and glamour. She's a fine girl, you know, she speaks well and all of that. Ramsey asked the question earlier: how long will they sustain the relationship? What happens when the wrinkles begin to set in? What happens when she's no longer that beautiful girl that you met the first time? What happens when all of these things begin to change? Will she continue to be that, you know, person that you met that first time? Now, Ramsey, what do you have to say about what the question I asked him?
Now,
the fact that a lot of guys really can't give account of give a reasonable account of their expenditure annually as per relationship.
And their expenditure is on the relationship. That's where their money goes. See, the truth is, when I see guys trying to make a woman comfortable by spending all his money on the woman, using the word "I am maintaining my woman" and all that, I begin to marvel, like, do we still have some foolish people in this society? A woman that was given high latch, she said it's not enough by God, she added to it.
Okay.
A woman that removed the eyebrow, she will remove it with razor and draw another one. A woman that as well decided to increase her bum bum. A woman that as well decided to increase every part of her body just to. A woman that is not satisfied. God was not able to satisfy a woman.
And you think you can.
And you think you can. The man will die. And the woman will continue to live. Other men will continue to maintain her. The truth is, do what you can do. It is not even your responsibility to maintain a woman you've not taken as your wife, you've not married. You are not a poverty alleviation scheme. If she needs all these things, her father should be able to provide it for her. If her father cannot provide, her other brother cannot provide, her family cannot provide, she can't even provide it for herself. Then who said, where is it written in our constitution that a boyfriend must always provide all the needs of a girl? A girl that loves you will never stress you. She will not ask you what she knows that you cannot afford. If she's asking you what she knows you cannot afford, she's trying to say you can't take care of me and I'm moving. Maybe she's saying it indirectly. Because she knows you cannot provide this 1 million, for example. And she's asking you for $1 million. She knows you can't provide it. Indirectly, she just needs a reason
to go.
Then you let her go. And focus on someone that will grow with you, that will help you build your home, and all that. Now you see, it is not also their fault. There are some guys out there who have so concentrate and value this idea of physique of a woman. She must have this, she must have that. And that's what leads some girls to go for this, is it BBL, BBL, this and that, enhancement, because that's what get. But the truth is, those guys just want to use you as show off. The love is not there. When it's time for that guy to settle down, he will go to that other girl out there, who they see as Mary Amaka or Christians and all that. That's the girl he wants to make the mother of his unborn kids. Then the other one is for show off, for showmanship and all that. So they should know that a man that really loves you will not want you to go under the knife just because he wants you to add more flesh to what God has given you. It is from the heart that you actually see the beauty of a woman. Who said there are no beautiful girls out there that are well-mannered also? That doesn't mean girls that are well-mannered are not beautiful. They are beautiful. There are beautiful girls out there. They are well-mannered. They are focused. They know what they want. You go for such. Okay. So the fault is from some of those guys who make it look like this is what all men want in a woman. That is not what all men want. Men want a woman that will be the mother of their kids. You've drunk with a man, you smoke and shisha like a dragon with him, you've done different things with him. Once it's time for marriage, the man will remind you of your past life and say, I can't marry this woman. I am going for this. And you say, all men are scum and all men are the same and all that. You've forgotten when he was paying you for it. When you were collecting thousands, when you were collecting millions from him, when he was taking you all around the world, you were sitting in front of the car and all that. He paid for it and he got whatever he wants. He's done with you. Now he wants to settle down. You are crying. So girls out there, I think they should see beyond just outer beauty and start working on themselves.
Thank you so much, Ramsey. Michael, he said something that struck me, that, you know, a woman who actually has your interest at heart and who is with you for the long haul will not expect you to spend, extravagantly on her. What that tells me is that, a woman who expects you to spend so much already has an exit plan.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even see a future with you. Because if she does see a future with you, she would advise you and encourage you to invest, knowing that, whatever comes out of that investment, she's going to be a part of it in the long run. Do you share that thought?
Yeah, of course, yeah, definitely. Now, somebody that really loves you will not stress you. All right? So most of these girls, they know what they're doing. Like, what he said just now, he said, I think, talked about a girl looking for a reason, a purpose to leave
a relationship.
All right. See, most of these guys that are close to their partners, they know the capacity, they know the extent,
the limits,
the limits, the pockets. You get. So a girl that actually, have your heart, and she will not want you to spend redundantly. So most of these girls today, anyway, let me not say most of them, a few of these girls, like very, very few.
Some of them, okay.
Yeah, some of them. What they do, if they actually love a boy, they point you in the right direction. They want you to, okay, why don't you try this one out since the other one did not work out? Like they push you to your goal. They may even lead you to tears. You'll be like, who is this angel?
True.
You understand? So most of these girls, there are just a few girls, I beg your pardon, just a few girls that have this kind of mentality. Most of them are carried away by these social media material things. Look at what my friend's boyfriend got for her.
Let's not forget about social media influencers.
Yeah.
I just got a new hair.
Yes.
My friends used to see it.
Yeah. So
her boyfriend bought it for her.
You get. So as we're moving together, I was the black sheep. I was the one that was left out. Look at them with their their exorbitant hair.
She was under pressure.
Just look at you understand. So this kind of girl, that is, if Grandma Cooper met me, I would say that's the reddest flag. You understand? Okay. So you understand. So that kind of thing. If a boy spots such error or such thing, nobody should tell you to, according to the balance, to borrow more leg and run.
Okay.
You understand? So a girl that really, really loves you will not overstress you.
All right. Now, Ramsey, what's your advice for young men who are in one-chance relationships?
Okay.
One chance in terms of, that the person you're with right now doesn't really have your interest at heart, but because you're already emotionally attached, you don't know what to do to opt out. What's your advice for such?
Let me remind them.
Less than 30 seconds.
Yes, let me remind them, if they've forgotten that you can give a woman everything. Give her all the money. There'll be one bicycle repairer. It could just be a driver. It could just be the vulcanizer by the roadside who is servicing her. Let me use that word. And you are the one spending the money. Women don't even know what they want. They can fall in love with anybody just for anything. So you can be taken as your dogu.
Some women.
Yeah, some women. You can be taken as your dogu.
Okay.
Why she would just love the other guy because of the way he looks. So if you think money can buy love, you will spend and spend and spend. At the end, it will still end in futility.
So in a nutshell, money can't buy love.
Can't buy love.
Definitely.
All right, Michael?
Yeah. I think, well, like I said, let me contribute to it. So most of these relationship that we find ourselves in, just do your level best and leave the rest. You don't have to kill yourself. You don't have to pressurize. Like you said just now, you said some women, they found calmness, they found safe space in some certain persons. They can like a guy because of his sexual prowess. They can like one because of his pockets. They can like one because of his.
So there's no particular reason why.
No particular reasons. They are ones just insatiable. Okay. You just can't please them. So just do your level best. You understand, and leave the rest.
All right, guys. I want to say a big thank you for making tonight's edition a success. You guys have been really, really amazing. Well, like they say, a word is enough for the wise. You really can't go beyond your limits. Every human being has a limit. Okay, and the moment you begin to try to stretch your limits, that's when you begin to wear yourself out. And then the moment you're done, she would leave you for the next person. Okay, so just like they've said, if there's anything I can take away from what they've said so far, is the fact that you can't please anyone, not just women. Okay, you can't please anyone. Human wants are insatiable. Where you stop is where somebody else is going to begin. So why not just do the best that you can? And just like Michael said, the person that loves you will not stress you. Seriously. Whoever loves you will not stress you. If that person you are dating is stressing you, just know that the person is not for you. and you'll be doing yourself a world of good to walk out of that relationship. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you out there. A big thank you to the gentlemen in the house for making today a success. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure you make every single day of your life count. Do have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I live?
You not over.
Yes.
You not do so much.
Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? He said, comment c'est papa de voici voici
ça m'a topé
ici
Sama topé. Wayagi makpome samane. Wayagi makpome samane. Wagume pele gbidejo. Wagume pome samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. the Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a polo, that was there. Who paid you? Who paid you?
Baba.
Eko mana sewa. Ewa ya lost the net of the way I say, my I will wait in it. A joke. Eh, Jonah will. Eh, Jonah Pulu, eh, Jonah Luria, why, go back. But John Way, Kajan and I had the way. Why we were there when I'm no matter of
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
àtọ́pẹ́. Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè ọbẹ̀ àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àlàyé àtọ́jú ọbẹ̀ àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
A very good morning to you. We're so glad to have you joined us on this AM News this morning. My name is Evan Sodokogi. You're welcome. The governor of Edo State, Senator Mondo Okpebholo, says the recent unrest in Ekpoma was not organized by students of Ambrose Ali University. He described the incident as a criminal act carried out by non-students hiding around the institution to foment trouble and extort law-abiding students. Governor Okpebholo made this known on Tuesday during a meeting with the president of the Students' Union Government, SUG, of Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma. The meeting focused on the disturbance, arrest, and prevailing security concerns. According to a statement issued by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Dr. Patrick Ebojele, intelligence reports available to the Edo State government indicates that the incident was orchestrated by a group identifying themselves as the Ambrose Ali Comrade Community. The group is said to be made up of individuals who are no longer students but loiter around the university environment engaging in unlawful activities. The governor assured the SUG leadership that any genuine students who may have been arrested in the course of restoring order would be identified and released without delay. He also dismissed claims of kidnapping linked to the incident, describing such reports as false, state-managed, and intended to mislead the public and stir ethnic tension. The statement condemned the burning of markets and destruction of property in Ekpoma, warning that anyone, regardless of political affiliation, found sponsoring or using hoodlums to destabilize Edo communities would be brought to justice. In the meantime, the Edo State Governor, Governor Mondo Okpebholo, has visited Ekpoma to assess the damage caused by the fire which razed several shops constructed by police officers, Wives Association, assuring affected traders of sweets government intervention and renewed security action. The governor, during the assessment visit, described the incident as disturbing and linked it to ongoing acts of violence and sabotage in Ekpoma and environs. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu has the details.
Governor Okpebholo, accompanied by the senator representing Edo Central, Joe Ibia, Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Sir Lucky Esegbe, State Commissioner of Police, Monda Bonika, and the Commander for Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General Ahmed Olatubosu Balogun, inspected the scene of the fire incident. Addressing the affected shop owners, Governor Okpebholo expressed pain over the development, pointing out that the recent events in Ekpoma point to a pattern of coordinated attacks. He dismissed claims that the attackers were Fulani herdsmen, insisting that they were political elements bent on destabilizing the area. As a way of cushioning the effect of the disaster, Governor Okpebholo announced that the reconstruction of the affected shops would begin within the week, urging the affected traders to remain calm and law-abiding.
I will not listen to anybody when the time comes. I just want you people to be patient. I'll make sure between now and Friday, they will come and start building this place for you people. We have started arresting them. The burning down of this shop is still the same thing. The same people doing it. There's nothing to fear.
Earlier, Israel Ukulu and Professor Austin Aramelo spoke on behalf of other victims of the alleged arson.
What we are seeing here is a case of an arson. As a matter of fact, we felt that we have been victimized for a case that we know nothing about. We came here in less than 30 seconds. The whole building went down.
I have a shop here. I'm a professor. By the grace of God, I can fend for myself even without a shop. But there are some of them here who are below poverty. But yet, they are trying to make ends meet here. Their life has been reduced to rubble. But we know that your presence here will raise their life more than ever before.
It was gathered that the fire started around midnight and spread rapidly until 5 a.m. on Monday. A similar incident had occurred 2 years ago on the opposite side of the affected shops. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
In a related development, the Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monda Bonika, as a part of ongoing security assessment and strategic repositioning in Ekpoma, has approved the posting of CSP Tomofe Owamboise to assume office as the new DPO and ordered the reorganization of Ekpoma Division with immediate effect. The new DPO, upon assumption of office, immediately swung into action following a report of a suspected kidnapping along Old INEC Road, Ekpoma, and deployed operational resources to track the caller. Technical intelligence and field investigations led to the arrest of other suspects, one 18-year-old Obehi Odine, for staging her own kidnapping and demanding a ransom of 10 million naira. She was confessed to the crime, admitting that the incident was deliberately fabricated to extort money. In a related operation in Obiaja, the commander recorded another major operational success in collaboration with the Nigerian military and the Edo State Security Corps, where a concealed forest enclave identified by the drone squadron through intelligence generated from air surveillance as a suspected kidnapping case was stormed. This resulted in the arrest of 11 male suspects believed to be members of an organized kidnapping syndicate. Exhibits recovered included 24 Dane guns, 17 cutlasses, 3 battle axes, gunpowder, torchlights, mobile phones, solar panels, assorted charms, 1 day-long motorcycle, and 209,700 naira, among other exhibits. The Commissioner of Police strongly warns members of the public against engaging in forced kidnapping reports and other deceptive acts, pointing out that such actions undermine public confidence, hence anyone caught will be prosecuted accordingly. A Benin City resident, Chief Matthew Erunse, has been left devastated after his house and properties worth millions of naira at Mwansa Street of Ego Secondary School were allegedly burnt by an angry mob over what he described as a case of mistaken identity. Chief Matthew alleged that was falsely identified as the father of a suspect known as Venture, who is accused of killing one Oliver. The victim and members of his family were at the corporate head office of Independent Radio and Television, Airport Road, Benin City, to call for urgent intervention of the Edo State Police and security agencies. Crime correspondent Jola Adeojo, who visited the scene, reports.
According to the distraught victim, Chief Matthew Erunse, who is also the Ojuanwere of Aimwa Mosa, the incident followed allegations that a man known as Venture had killed one Oliver on Saturday, 10th January. He explained that when the deceased family allegedly went in search of the suspect and could not locate him, someone reportedly pointed them to his house, identifying him as the father of the suspect. The man, however, insists he has no relationship with the suspect, stating that he neither knows him nor share any direct family ties. He further alleged that in the process of the arson attack by the deceased's family, cash amounting to 9.8 million naira alongside other valuable goods for sale were destroyed in the inferno.
The boy, when they say he go keep Percy for another road, not be my house he day. They know the house when the boy day. They know person when they walk follow. They come burn my house. They say na my in-law relations. They just burn out everything. No pin come out for that house. All my documents, all my daughter property, all put for there.
Chief Matthew, who revealed the matter has been reported to the Ogida police station, appealed to the Edo State government, the Nigerian police, to investigate the incident and bring the perpetrators to justice.
Beg everybody, beg government. Because this my age, I know if you build house now, not be me born when they go burn my house. So they say now the family of the disease, now he come burn my house. So
not be me born now they come burn my husband house. The cloth when I tie so now, I only one I get.
Help my sister. They don't have anything again. They just burn their hearts to ashes. The boy now is far from relation.
Reacting to the development, the Edo State Police Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ikoidem, said the command is aware of the incident and investigations are ongoing. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
In a move to strengthen unity and reposition the All Progressives Congress in Hounde local government area Edo State, the member representing Orionwo Hounde Federal Constituency and the Chairman House of Representatives Committee on Cooperation and Integration in Africa, Honorable Billy Usawao, has convened a stakeholders meeting. The meeting brought together the senator representing Edo South Central District, Senator Neda Imaswan, alongside notable party leaders and party faithful, with emphasis on reconciliation, unity of purpose, and collective strategies for the growth and development of the party in Hinwonde local government area. Ofuria Neto is our guide on the story.
Leaders, stakeholders, and APC faithful converged for a unity meeting aimed at resolving internal differences and strengthening the party in Uwunde local government area. In his remarks, the convener and federal lawmaker, Honorable Biliu Sawawu, urged party members to embrace reconciliation, unity, and collective responsibility, stressing that cooperation remains key to achieving the party's electoral and development goals.
We dey beg everybody who dey vex, who dey happy, we be one family. This one where we come today, so our governor, Akpako Rescue, he don't talk say 3.5 million votes. These 3.5 million votes, so this time we don't still tell ourselves say we want them to take first again.
In his comment, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, said unity is the foundation for electoral success, noting that division could weaken the party's chances at the poll.
This 3.5 million votes to our president from our state, Mana Iti, where as government has set back up there, we might have to ban it,
Other speakers echoed calls for peace and cooperation, encouraging members to remain focused, united, and actively involved in party activities to strengthen the party in Uwunde.
Out of the 3.5 billion, we should be able to account for at least 600,000 votes.
We want to make we unite together. May we support our leaders.
From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
The chairman of Oedo Local Government Council, Honorable Gabriel Edusei, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to grassroots development, assuring residents of Umegbe community of the timely completion of the ongoing modern market project. During an inspection visit to the project site, the council boards disclosed that the market is about 80% completed. He directed the contractor handling the project to include toilet facilities as requested by traders in order to enhance sanitation and convenience. Honorable Duse stated that while the local government would address issues within its constitutional jurisdiction, matters beyond its capacity would be referred to the Edo State government for necessary intervention. He expressed confidence in Governor Monde Okpebholo, describing him as a listening and people-oriented leader. The council chairman also commended the Umegbe community for its cooperation and positive feedback, noting that such encouragement further motivates his administration to execute people-oriented and impactful projects. Members of Umegbe community expressed appreciation for the initiative, describing the market as a major boost to local economic activities. Traders and youths alike praised Honorable Edusei for providing much needed infrastructure to the area, noting that such developments had been absent for a long time. Explaining the rationale behind the project, the Director of Works said that the market was strategically located in Umegbe due to its central position and the absence of a functional market between Ogba and Umegbe communities. He added that the project received full approval from a local government executive council. Away from that, now in a bid to reduce the medical expenses of some less privileged persons in the society, the IOTA Foundation has organized a free medical outreach in Benin City. Efosa Owanwe has the story.
Some of the ailments attended to during the free medical outreach include eye checks, dental and vital checks. Commenting on the rationale behind the exercise, the Chief Executive Officer of IOTA Foundation, Dr. Taye Osawe, said the high rate of getting medical treatment in the country caused from concern. Hence, the foundation decided to organize a free medical outreach to some persons, especially the elderly, by supporting them. She said the cardinal objectives of the foundation is to offer free medical outreach to help cushion their healthcare expenses and challenges.
Our vision is to see a world that everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potentials and live a healthy, fulfilling lives.
Mrs. Osage Beatrice, who gave her talk during the event, said the saying that health is wealth is not a mere fluke, as it connotes the importance of a healthy system. Also speaking, the YDF coordinator and Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Dr. Chinelo Jennifer Inebe, His Royal Highness Inusa Mustafa expressed appreciation to the Foundation for the Free Medical Care. Some of the beneficiaries thank Aota Foundation for the free medical outreach, as it will help improve their health status.
If we cook, we don't put am for table, we dey eat am. Say salt don't reach, please eat it like that. Any form of oil, vegetable oil, all of them are cholesterol. And that cholesterol then they block the pathway of when we say the heart no go fit pump.
Screening for hypertension, diabetes, as well as offering eye care.
This outreach is specifically centered to people that are 65 years and above and the vulnerable people in community.
We are very grateful to the Aota organization.
Members of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria Edo State Chapter were fully on the ground during the free medical outreach. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The newly installed Okagile of Wokuden community in Oedo local government area Ward 2, Comrade Oduwa Iyare, alongside the members of his executive, has commenced the grading of major access roads within the community in a move aimed at opening up the area for development. The exercise, which attracted a large turnout of community leaders and youths, marks the first major project of the new leadership, targeted at improving accessibility and enhancing the living conditions of residents. Patience Osaogiwa reports.
Grading of access roads at Ewokuden community in Oedo Ward 2 by Comrade Oduwa Iyare, the Odionwe of Ewokuden community, Pa Gabriel Igbinosun, formally presented the new Okagele to the people, describing its emergence as a significant step towards purposeful and people-oriented leadership. The Odionwe, together with other community elders, used the occasion to appeal to landowners in the community to commence immediate development of their lands. They cautioned that failure to do so could compel the community leadership to relocate such plots to alternative locations within the bush in line with the community's development plans.
It's not up to 5 months now. Everywhere has been open. We are happy.
Those people have a piece of land or large land in this community. We need their attention now so that they should come and develop it. We give them 3 months. We are waiting for them.
In his remarks, the new Okagele, Comrade Oduwa Iyare, said the decision to embark on the road grading project was informed by his passion to open up a Ewokuden community and improved the quality of life of its indigents.
If you know that you have a property here, the paper they give to you over 4 years, you should come to the community to come and work, because most people buy land for here like 50 plots, 30 plots, 100 plots. They are not working. Many things is happening inside the property, so we don't need all those things again, and we are not happy. So we want the community to develop.
From Ewokuden community in Oedo local government area, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Children have been described as pivotal tools to strengthen family, economy, and the nation. This remark came out to the fore when Mrs. Becky Izeyamo celebrated the birthday of her 3 children in a grand style in Benin City. Waletina Kodeja reports.
It was merriment as celebrants toast Tiosa, Idia, and Rosa were joined by friends and family members to converge to celebrate with the Iyamo family. Mother of the children, Mrs. Becky Iyamo, and some guests wished the children well in life.
I'm celebrating my kids' birthday, Tiosa, Ida, and Rosa. Iyamo. I'm happy to celebrate their birthday in Nigeria. Oh, good life, everything God wanted to be in life.
I wish them long life, prosperity, everything good. They are lucky because they have an amazing mom.
My wishes for the celebrants are long life and prosperity. Whatever the celebrants lays in your hands on.
We want to wish the celebrants a happy birthday, and I thank God the mother have the privilege of giving birth to 3 of them in the month of January. It's a privilege. I congratulate them once again on behalf of Authentic Ladies Club. Yeah.
Filled with joy, the celebrants, Tiosa, Idia, and Rosa, were full of gratitude to God Almighty for the gift of life and thanked members for honoring their birthday while appreciating their parents for care.
I feel great. I really like what my mom have done here. And I'm really grateful.
And I'm really happy to be here today. Thanks to my mom, I guess I have the best time ever. Yeah, I feel good celebrating.
The birthday celebration featured the presentation of gift items to guests from Benin, Wellington, Akodija, ITV News.
Away from that now, Edokpolo Grammar School class of 1988 celebrated its third year reunion at Vichy Gates Event Hall off Airport Road in Benin City. Joy Obaisiagman reports that events featured the official inauguration of the association's new executive council members and presentation of award.
Edokpolo Grammar School class of 1988 third-year reunion was a momentous occasion marked by reflection, nostalgia, and reconnecting with old classmates. The association has been actively involved in various philanthropic activities, including sinking a borehole for Edokpolo Boys Grammar School, renovating the chemistry laboratory, and supporting the school's sport activities. To keep up with the commitment of the school's infrastructural development, the association officially inaugurated new executive council members for the year 2026. In his remarks, the newly elected President, Engineer Usagi Odin, expressed his gratitude to the members for entrusting him with the leadership role. He assured the members that he would work tirelessly to ensure that the association continues to thrive and make a positive impact on the school and its community.
It gives me great joy and pleasure to stand here today representing myself, your newly sworn president, the vice president, and the entire ESCO to say thank you for your support and resilience.
Awards of recognition were presented to deserving members of the association who have served in various capacities.
I want to congratulate him one more time for his victory over the polls. And my message to him is to carry the ATA set along as he has ever been.
We're going to work our heads together and ensure that we work collaboratively.
Work together, not like unity. It's a thankless service and do it with dutifulness.
The event was attended by old students, their spouses, and other dignitaries. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagmo, ITV News.
A 22-year-old man identified as Destiny Aigbe, who sustained injuries in a road accident, has alleged that he was abandoned by the Edo State Specialist Hospital following claims about the hospital that his treatment has been completed. Destiny, who currently sleeps and feeds by a fence on James Watts Junction along the Mission Road in Benin City, says he has no means of support or access to further medical care. Jola Adeojo reports.
Destiny Aigbe, who said he was a former commercial bus driver, revealed he was involved in a car accident about 3 weeks ago and was rushed to the Edo State Specialist Hospital for medical attention. He alleged that he was brought out of the facility and dropped by a fence on James Watt Junction along Mission Road on Sunday, insisting that he had completed his treatment. Destiny, who claims to be suffering from rib and bone fractures, appealed for public assistance, saying that he has no family support.
I be driver for Sababa Road, bus driver. This one make 3 weeks. You say I get accident. It affects me again. I don't feel the worker. My family, they're not there. And I let my sister. They say, your body not that strong like that. I not get where to sleep. I not get where to stay. Those specialists go drop me, say, nobody carry me, nobody go care for me. And they go drop me. I beg, when I carry me go wear coat outside, I beg.
Reacting to Destiny's claims, an official of the Edo State Specialist Hospital, who spoke on the ground of anonymity, described the matter as a sensitive one, pointing out that it is a police-related case. The hospital management explained that Destiny was initially brought to the facility by the police in September last year following the accident and received medical care with treatment costs running into over 1 million naira. They said that Destiny was properly treated and discharged from the hospital, urging members of the public to disregard allegations of abandonment. Efforts to reach the Edo State Police Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ekoidem, for comments on the matter were unsuccessful as she was said to be away on official engagement. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
And still on the AM News now, Edo State Police Command has declared one Osawa Ruben Bolaji missing. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer at Edo State Police Command, ASP Eno Okoedem, the man Osawa Ruben Bolaji of Poultry Road, Ohun Community, Benin City, left home on the 1st of January 2026 to an unknown destination. All efforts made to trace him proved abortive. The statement adds that Osawa Ruben Bolaji is 46-year-old, dark in complexion, and about 5 feet tall, without tribal marks, speaks Yoruba and English languages fluently. The statement further adds that anyone with useful information about the whereabouts of Osawa Ruben Bolaji should kindly contact the nearest police station. And with that, now we end the news this morning. Thanking you for watching. My name is Evan Sonokogi. A very good morning to you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.